Xianxia opened his eyes as he strolled along the way. Haoyan City was really bustling, and there were many playthings that he had never seen or heard of before. As for the surrounding pedestrians, they all gave Su Kaiwe a glance salute. They only felt that this tall person was extraordinarily handsome, and they didn't know if she was a man or a woman. Some people even rushed forward to say a kiss for Su Kaiwe, but Su Kaiwe glared back at them with a frown. If they knew Su Tsuyue's identity, they would probably be so scared that they would collapse to the ground. Master, you are much more handsome than me. Look at those little girls who are fascinated by you. Xianxia quietly teased. Don't talk nonsense. Su Tsuyue's face flushed once again, and she shouted. In the end, Xianxia still hadn't forgotten that he had something to do, so he went to the spirit herb shops to find what he wanted. The spirit herb store in Haoyan City was not a joke. Apart from the capital, Haojing, Haoyan City should be considered one of the 5 busiest cities in the entire the Haoyan Empire. Here, there were all kinds of spiritual herbs that could not be found outside. Of course, the price was naturally incomparably expensive. But will the Haoran sect be short of money? Money was the least valuable item in the Haoran sect. When Xianxia had finished collecting all the spirit herbs he needed, he had spent nearly 120 million gold coins. Su Kaiwe didn't even frown and paid with a shake of her hand. I also became a rich man once. Xianxia was delighted. It's getting late. Let's go back. Su Kaiwe greeted, and the two of them walked towards the direction of the Haoran sect. Halfway through the journey, Su Kaiwe warned, I will pay for all the gold coins for you this time, but you will need to earn it yourself in the future. I can help you with everything, but in the end, I can only nurture you into a piece of trash. Master, this disciple understands. Xianxia repeatedly said yes. In front, that's Xianxia. Just as he was speaking, a group of drunken people suddenly welcomed him. Xianxia saw that the yuan qi in those people's bodies surged. They were all experts, and their realms should be around the 3rd level of origin return. The person in front of him was extremely tall, with a height of 2.34 meters. In the crowd, this height immediately became the focus. Xianxia felt that these people were very unfamiliar, so he asked curiously, Do you know me? The majestic man laughed loudly. This is really a place where I can't find my iron shoes. I've been looking for you for a long time. In the end, you still returned to the sect. Who are you? Xianxia frowned. From what that person said, it was likely that the person who came was unkind. The muscular man shouted, My name is Li Hai. I'm from a 2nd-grade academy. Then Li Hu is my younger brother. No wonder Xianxia suddenly realized that the person with this height was probably Li Hai and Li Hu. Brat, you're crazy. Li Hai shouted. You've just entered the nature sect and dared to hurt my younger brother. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you don't know what it means to have a heaven beyond the heavens. Heavenly bearing tiger roar. After saying that, Li Hai jumped up, and a faint howl of a tiger could be heard from the sky. This guy was obviously drunk. As a disciple of the Haoran sect, he actually wanted to fight on the streets. This heavenly tiger roar martial skill was quite powerful. The roar of the tiger was buzzing, causing the surrounding people to fly backwards in all directions. When it descended from midair and attacked Xianxia, its right hand formed into a claw, and its entire palm was wrapped in a small tiger-headed yuan qi. The tiger's head was vivid, carrying an unimaginably strong wind. The other martial brothers who came with Li Hai were all drunk. When they saw Li Hai attack, they all rushed forward together. Su Kaiwe was unhappy in her heart. She flipped her right hand and an invisible oppressive force smashed the group of people onto the ground. She could not even move. Su Kaiwe frowned and said, What is it like to fight in the busy city? Li Hai and the others were shocked and hurriedly looked at Su Kaiwe. Upon closer inspection, they were all scared out of their wits. Although the disciples didn't usually see Su Kaiwe, when they split up the faction, they still met Su Kaiwe in a hurry. Now that they were seriously examining Su Kaiwe, they were truly scared out of their wits. After Su Kaiwe withdrew her power, Li Hai's group of people had already woken up from their shock and knelt down to pay their respects. Let's go. Su Kaiwe didn't even look at Li Hai and the others as she led Xiang Nan in the direction of the sect. When Xiang Nan looked back, he happened to meet Li Hai's venomous gaze. Xiang Nan thought to himself, "This beam is really big." The Li brothers and their love of face had made them kneel down on the streets today because of themselves. I'm afraid this debt can't be settled clearly. As for Li Hai, he stared at Xiang Nan, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself, "Good boy. You actually moved out of your master. All right? With your master protecting you today, I don't believe that she can stay with you forever. Wait for me." Xiang Nan and his apprentice had just arrived at the entrance of the sect when they happened to encounter another group of people walking out. "Xiang Nan, it's really you." One of the group rushed out and shouted at Xiang Nan in surprise. This person was Xiang Nan's fellow disciple, Zhaohua Peak disciple Li Jian. "Oh, it's Li Jian. Have you finished your task?" Xiang Nan asked with a smile. "Hey, it took a lot of effort to complete it." Li Jian scratched his head and said, "Coincidentally, our junior brothers are going to find a place to relax and drink wine. Come with us." The others who were with Li Jian seemed to be disciples of the Fortune Peak. Everyone cried out in alarm, "Is that Xiang Nan of the Solar Wind? A famous figure on the Eagle rankings? My God, Li Jian, you actually know Xiang Nan." Xiang Nan did not know that his current fame was so great. From what they said, his fame should be related to the Eagle rankings. "Let's go together." "That's right, Xiang Nan. Stop doing missions. You're the only disciple of your Sun Peak. Don't get sick. Come with us." Xiang Nan couldn't hold up everyone's kind invitation, so he gave his master a look. Su Kaiwe nodded and sent a message to the south, saying, "Master's back. Go play with them." Originally, Xiang Nan wanted his master to go with him, but he thought that with his seniority, sitting at the same table as these juniors would be beneath his dignity. If everyone drank too much and said something that was unpleasant to the ears, then he would be sorry for his master even if he died. Immediately, Xiang Nan no longer forced himself to part ways with Su Kaiwe and went with Li Jian and the others. During the day, Xiang Nan mainly searched for spiritual herbs and did not go to the most prosperous area of Haoyin City. Tonight, he happened to see how beautiful the famous Haoyin City was. Including Xiang Nan, there were a total of 13 people in this group. They temporarily rented 2 huge carriages and galloped away. "Where are we going?" Xiang Nan sat in the car and asked. Li Jian smiled proudly and said, "Drunken Dream Pavilion." Xiang Nan had no idea about these 3 words, but the other disciples became excited instead. Li Jian said, "Drunken Dream Pavilion is a very famous place in Haoyin City. It doesn't matter if you can't enter easily. It just so happens that one of my uncles is in a small position in Drunken Dream Pavilion. It's his convenience that we can broaden our horizons." Under the night sky, many disciples cheered excitedly. The 2 carriages galloped away in the night. Drunken Dream Pavilion was a famous place in Haoyin City. Many disciples of commercial clans and martial artists from martial Dao clans liked to come here to relax. And this Drunken Dream Pavilion was not a place to eat alone. There were many things inside. There were dancers from the western regions, strange beasts from the northern region, honorary storytellers from the Haoyin Empire, and erotic services secretly provided. Here, the main business object is rich, powerful young people, so was created magnificent, extremely luxurious things. The 2 5-meter-tall stone lions at the entrance fully demonstrated the wealth of this place. Because of Uncle Li Jian's relationship, Xiang Nan and his group also smoothly entered. As soon as they entered the Drunken Dream Pavilion, there were 2 rows of beautiful female waitresses who bowed and bowed. These female waitresses all had the scent of heaven and earth, and their bodies emitted a faint fragrance of powder. As they passed between the 2 rows, more than a dozen disciples had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Inside, there was a long corridor. Naturally, the corridor was carved into beams and painted buildings. Even the paint was stained with pure gold. At both ends of this long golden corridor, there was a fork in the road leading to the hot spring, the beast pen, the restaurant, and so on. Occasionally, they would see rich and influential disciples holding a beauty on the left and a beauty on the right, laughing loudly as they walked through the crowd. There were even some middle-aged women who stood on the edge of the corridor and handed out small pink invitations to their unaccompanied elder brothers. He would even lean against his body and use a soft tone to whisper in the young man's ear. "Has the young master ever broken through the first night and asked his aunt to serve you? Keeping the posture of teaching you 18 times how to topple a phoenix and bring down a phoenix will never be disadvantageous in the future." Li Jian's group of 16 or 17-year-olds who had practiced martial arts since they were young had never seen such a formation before. The most attractive thing to this kind of young man was usually the mature and charming women. When they received the invitation card and felt the fragrance of the woman's breath, their faces turned red and their faces turned red. They almost spat out blood from their noses. They bowed awkwardly and ran away in panic, covering their vital points. Such a scene attracted the attention of a group of women, who were giggling as they waved their scrolls behind them. It was very interesting. Only then did Xianxia understand what it meant to be drunk and dreamt of death. A paper-shredded golden puzzle. "Well, my stomach hurts. I'll deal with it first. You don't have to wait for me." A Fortune Peak disciple hurriedly left with a pink invitation card in his hand. Everyone looked at the disciple's back with a knowing expression, and they couldn't help but become restless. Cough, cough. Li Jian coughed twice and said, "Everyone is here to play. If you have anything you want to do, just do it. You don't need to care about other people's eyes." As soon as these words were spoken, another two disciples scratched their heads embarrassedly and trotted away with the invitation card. Li Jian said to Xianxia, "I've arranged everything. Let's go to the banquet area to drink and chat first. After that, we'll go soak in spring water and relax our muscles and bones." "Yes, this is perfect." Xianxia nodded. Although he thought those girls and women were very beautiful, they had a slightly vulgar flavor. Xianxia would not touch such a woman. The banquet area was separated by a single courtyard, and each of the quiet and elegant courtyards had a different flavor. Li Jian had already reserved a heavenly courtyard. 10 people entered the courtyard, and in a short while, beautiful maids came and served delicious dishes. "This is a jade green toad from the northern snow region. Xianxia, try it. The taste is very refreshing. This is the scarlet flame red python from the southern domain's Fire Island. It tastes delicious and chewy." Li Jian was passionate about Xianxia, constantly introducing the delicacies that he had never eaten before. Xianxia's mood was very relaxed. He raised his glass and drank with everyone, feeling indescribably comfortable in his heart. "By the way, Xianxia, if you have a mission, you'd better hurry up and do it. The exam is due in 2 months. At that time, all the students of our first grade academy will participate in the special grade academy examination and take the top 10 most outstanding disciples to advance to second grade academy first." "Oh, is there such a thing?" Hearing Li Jian's words, Xianxia hurriedly asked. Li Jian nodded. "Well, normally speaking, we should be promoted once a year. Only next year will we be able to enter a second grade college. Of course, that is when we have achieved outstanding achievements. Otherwise, we will have to stay in the college to continue our studies. I heard that someone has been studying in a second grade college for 3 years and hasn't advanced yet. However, in order to take care of some extremely talented disciples of the sect, we will conduct a special class examination to allow the 10 most outstanding disciples to enter the second grade academy in advance. This is to prevent geniuses from being buried and delayed. This is a good thing." Xianxia was interested. As long as he could enter the second grade academy, he would be qualified to enter the Tiger Palace of the Credit Hall. "Xianxia will definitely be able to enter." The rest echoed. Someone said, "Look at that eagle list. I estimate that in a few months, Xianxia will be able to reach the top of the list. With his strength, entering the top 10 of the special academy examination is not a problem." "Brothers, you're too polite." Xianxia cupped his fists and toasted everyone. Xianxia had already made up his mind that he would have to go to the northern wilderness swamp for the next 2 months. After gathering all the anti-electricity formulas, he would try his best to raise his cultivation to a higher level before he could be sure that he would be able to pass the entrance exam to the special academy. Everyone was chatting when a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door. This is the last heavenly courtyard. We want this one. Guest, you're making things difficult for me. Someone has already booked this courtyard. I don't care. Anyway, I can't come here for nothing today. As he spoke, a group of people rushed in with a commotion. The first person was Xiangnan's enemy, Murong Wanqing. The one who was shouting outside was a classmate beside Murong Wanqing. The one pleading was Drunken Dream Pavilion, the steward in charge of the banquet courtyard area. It's you. Murong Wanqing saw Xiangnan at a glance. It's me. Xiangnan picked up his glass and said lightly, this courtyard belongs to me. You guys leave quickly. Murong Wanqing's tone was extremely unhappy. The most unhappy thing was that her ranking on the Eagle rankings was lagging behind Xiangnan. Everyone's expressions immediately changed as they hurriedly said, all right, let's leave the courtyard now. You can use it. As he spoke, Li Jian and the others walked out with panicked expressions. Xiangnan grabbed Li Jian's arm and looked at Murong Wanqing with his eyes. There is a first come, first served. We paid. Why should we give it to someone else? Murong Wanqing, aren't you so unreasonable? Xiangnan had repeatedly conceded to Murong Wanqing. If he could avoid friction with her, he would try his best to avoid it. But if he moved again and again, when would he be the first to do so? Everything she did was aimed at him, as if it was endless. This time, Xiangnan really didn't want to tolerate it anymore. Xiangnan. Li Jian tugged at Xiangnan and whispered, you don't know that Murong Wanqing has just advanced to the 3rd level of the Origin Realm, do you? Let's hurry up and leave. Don't cause trouble. 3rd level of Origin Return? Xiangnan frowned. A few days ago, Murong Wanqing was still at the 2nd level of the Origin Realm. He didn't expect that she had just advanced, but she had actually advanced as well. Since you know our strength, why don't you hurry up and leave tactfully? Beside Murong Wanqing stood a tall woman. This person should be one of the members of Murong Wanqing's team. Xiangnan had seen her more than once. Ruoxuan. Murong Wanqing frowned and signaled for the woman to stop talking. Through this small detail, Xiangnan's understanding of Murong Wanqing increased slightly. Murong Wanqing was definitely the kind of woman who was born with pride. She really longed for everyone's admiration and recognition. But at the same time, she was a person who did not like others to say how powerful she was, and did not want the kind of flattery that surrounded her all day long. The woman named Ruoxuan did not know Murong Wanqing as well as Xiangnan did. She thought that Murong Wanqing was just being modest. She then said to Xiangnan, judging from your pretty face, it's better to be our little follower. Otherwise, with such a trivial trick like you, it would only be a joke. Ruoxuan. Murong Wanqing's tone suddenly became fierce. The tall woman named Ruoxuan was immediately shocked and hurriedly took half a step back. But she did not know why Murong Wanqing was angry. Murong Wanqing narrowed her eyes and took a step forward. She looked at Xiangnan, but she was actually speaking to Ruoxuan. Even if you want to prove yourself strong, there is no need to belittle your opponent to nothing. Because, if you treat a stupid piece of trash as an enemy, it will only prove that you are even more useless. This is. Ruoxuan saw that Murong Wanqing was really angry, so she didn't dare to retaliate. Murong Wanqing stared at Xiangnan and said, I never thought you were trash. On the contrary, I even thought you were very powerful. I never wanted to insult you. I just wanted to prove that I am better than you through my own strength. With that, Murong Wanqing suddenly had a snowy long sword in her hand and said, since we are martial artists, let's use the martial artist's own methods to decide who this courtyard belongs to. I have a different understanding of you. Xiangnan's right hand trembled, and the 3-meter saber appeared in his hand. Previously, when everyone had friction, they didn't use Yuan Qi and used their fists and feet to solve it. At this moment, once Xiangnan revealed his exaggerated saber, a trace of surprise flashed across everyone's eyes. This is a fight. Everyone hurriedly retreated to avoid them, leaving a large open space for the two of them. Fortunately, this courtyard was very spacious. As long as the two of them didn't fight until the sky was dark, they could still unfold it. Yes, Morong Wanqing nodded and took the lead in charging towards Xiangnan. Then let me experience just how much weight you, the fastest person in the history of the Eagle rankings, have. Morong Wanqing's sword slashed past, and Yuan Qi gathered on the sword's body, not letting it fly out and destroying the surrounding buildings. With this sword strike, Xiangnan's heart immediately became heavy. Morong Wanqing's sword strike was not simple. It seemed to be casually released, but in fact, it had sealed off most of Xiangnan's dodging space. She was forcing Xiangnan to fight her head-on. Expert. Xiangnan's eyes moved, and the huge saber in his hand also slashed towards him. The way Xiangnan used was more wild, and it was a battle style of opening and closing. The sword collided violently in the air. However, Morong Wanqing's right hand trembled slightly and the next sword came. No one else could see the mystery behind this scene, but Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. The collision of weapons would definitely produce a rebound, and the process of rebounding was an intermittent stage of the attack. However, Morong Wanqing used a very special method to avoid the gap created by the rebound of her weapon. When Xiangnan's saber was bouncing backwards, her second sword arrived. Moreover, the sword was sliced against Xiangnan's sleeve. The edge of the sword almost brushed against Xiangnan's skin, entering the sleeve and rushing towards his right shoulder. Xiangnan swiftly swapped his legs and pulled out his right arm with precision, trying to escape from the sword. At the same time, Morong Wanqing followed Xiangnan and kept her sword in Xiangnan's sleeve. Xiangnan flipped the giant saber with his right hand and used the hilt to block Morong Wanqing's sword. At the same time, he turned his left hand into a sword and pointed it at his right arm. He flicked it 3 times on the long sword hidden in his sleeve. Morong Wanqing's sword shook fiercely 3 times with 3 crisp clanging sounds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiangnan released his right hand and grabbed the hilt of the saber with his left hand. His right arm retreated and he glided backwards with his thumb against the sword. With a whoosh, Xiangnan's right arm perfectly disengaged from the sword. The movement of his left hand holding the saber changed again, turning into a giant saber. The giant saber slashed out diagonally, actually brushing towards Morong Wanqing's arm with the sword. So beautiful! Morong Wanqing's eyes turned cold, and her expression instantly became excited. While Morong Wanqing was excited, she grabbed the long sword with her right hand and swung her arm. She used the tip of the sword as the center, while the hilt of the sword as the ring, circling around the tip of the sword for more than half a circle. In fact, this action was like the front of the long sword rotating against the giant saber. As it hooked and raised, it forcefully brought great adhesion to the giant saber. When Morong Wanqing retracted her momentum, just as her right hand was raised the highest, she raised her saber with Xiangnan. If it were anyone else holding a long saber, Morong Wanqing's sword would definitely have sent them flying. You want to take my saber? Just as Xiangnan was about to tangle with the 2 weapons, a bully approached him and poked his left sword finger at Morong Wanqing's right shoulder, intending to interrupt her fundamentally. Morong Wanqing also took half a step forward. Her left hand formed a claw, and her 5 fingers grabbed the back of Xiangnan's hand. The distance between the 2 of them was very close, only 2 fists were about to stick together. In this very close distance, a man and a woman were fighting each other with both hands. Morong Wanqing's tiger claw grabbed the back of Xiangnan's hand. Xiangnan flipped his left hand and pointed his sword at Morong Wanqing's palm. Morong Wanqing's tiger claws loosened slightly, moving forward from grabbing the back of Xiangnan's hand to grabbing Xiangnan's wrist. As she walked forward, her tiger claws continued to stroke Xiangnan's elbow. Xiangnan also moved forward. His sword finger swept across Morong Wanqing's arm and slid towards her elbow. Relying on the advantage of the length of her arm, he arrived first. Morong Wanqing immediately changed her stance. Her body soared into the air, and her right leg swept 3 whip legs across Xiangnan's face. Xiangnan gave up his sword finger and used his left arm to block his 3 legs. The 3 whip legs were extremely powerful, causing Xiangnan's entire left arm to temporarily lose consciousness. What a heavy leg technique! Once Xiangnan blocked Morong Wanqing's whip leg, he raised his leg and kicked her in the stomach. At this moment, the two of them simultaneously released the tangled weapons in their right hands. Morong Wanqing used her left hand to resist Xiang Nan's heavy kick. With a flutter, her body twisted horizontally, and her two long legs grabbed Xiang Nan's neck. She was about to use a beautiful pair of scissors feet to twist Xiang Nan to the ground. Xiang Nan used his left hand to support Morong Wanqing's back. His right elbow collided between her legs, preventing her legs from joining together. Then, his left hand threw her up and pushed Morong Wanqing into the air. That deadly scissors leg was perfectly neutralized. Morong Wanqing grabbed the long sword in midair, and as she descended, she hacked towards Xiang Nan's head. Xiang Nan raised his right hand and grabbed the huge saber that had fallen from midair. He swept the saber horizontally and swung it on the long sword. The two of them were shaken back at the same time. Looking at the other students, they were all dumbfounded. They felt their scalps go numb and they were indescribably terrified. How had they ever seen such brilliant melee battles? Morong Wanqing and Xiang Nan were very particular about every move and stance. Absolutely not. My God, Li Jian and the others exchanged glances, unable to understand. As soon as Morong Wanqing stepped back, her eyes glowed with unusual excitement. Good. What a good Xiang Nan, she shouted coquettishly. Make way. Xiang Nan clasped his fists. As expected, I didn't misjudge you. Morong Wanqing seemed to have discovered a new toy. She said happily, you are very different from those martial artists who only know how to randomly use their yuan qi to bombard each other. However, this isn't over yet. Morong Wanqing licked her lips. Her right hand trembled and the sword buzzed. Immediately after, a mass of air suddenly spread out around her. At this time, Morong Wanqing was like a sharp sword blade. Even the fallen leaves around her were silently shredded. Xiantian Dipper Chi. Everyone was a disciple of the Haoran sect, so they shouted out in unison. This was the signature technique of the sword sect, Xiantian Dipper Chi. She actually succeeded. Li Jian and the others cried out in fright. Li Jian said, we have just joined the nature sect, but this Morong Wanqing has actually mastered the innate Dipper Chi. The group of martial artists behind Morong Wanqing were all hugging their shoulders with incomparable pride. That's. The tall woman Ruoxuan said, Sunset is the first martial artist in our sword sect to use the fastest time to cultivate Xiantian Astral Qi. Xiantian Astral Qi was extremely powerful. It was also like a long sword being polished. The sharper it was polished, the sharper it became. At this moment, everyone retreated again. The distance between them was already very unsafe because Xiantian Astral Qi was too sharp. Everyone looked at Xiang Nan again, all of them holding a joking attitude. We cultivated the Xiantian Dipper Qi in Sunset, yet you still don't admit defeat? As a result, Xiang Nan smiled faintly and raised his left hand high into the air, his fingers forming a sword. From the night sky, a fierce beam of light suddenly descended, fiercely hitting Xiang Nan's fingertips. This sun god technique that the 9 transformations of thunder had imitated had also attracted a fifth of the sun's power. At this time, Xiang Nan's entire body shone slightly, and the huge saber in his hand turned into a light saber. Holy shit! Behind Morong Wanqing, a male disciple couldn't help but curse. Sun god technique. Damn it, this thing can actually be practiced. Am I dreaming? Another male disciple opened his mouth wide. Didn't he say that he couldn't cultivate the sun god technique? Whoever practiced it would die. Could it be that this was just a rumor? You really succeeded? The shock on Morong Wanqing's face was no less than that of the others. She stared at Xiang Nan in shock, and then the shock turned into excitement and excitement. All right, let me use Xiantian Astral Qi to test the power of your sun god technique. Morong Wanqing walked away with her sword in her hand. She followed the sword and borrowed her sword's momentum to stab out 6 sword lights. One of the 6 sword lights came from the main body of the sword. The other 5 sword lights surrounded the center of the sword, and the 5 sword lights spread out at the same time, like a beautiful white flower. Heavenly Dipper, 6 Harmonies sword. Following Morong Wanqing's tender shout, The beautiful flower immediately pierced towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan twisted his waist and swung his saber horizontally with the help of his waist force. The saber light swung out like a crescent moon and collided violently with the 6 sword lights. However, the 5 open sword lights suddenly shrank. They bit down on Xiangnan's crescent blade, and with a swing of Murong Wanqing's sword, it actually shattered the blade. Xiangnan's saber light had always been domineering. Today, it was the first time that someone had destroyed it before it could display its full power. It was unprecedented. Xiangnan's heart trembled. Seeing the 6 streaks of sword light continue to attack him, he decisively stabbed the huge saber into the ground, and a violent azure dragon went out to sea on the spot. No matter how fancy your sword radiance is, I will descend 10 times in one go and directly charge in front of you to see what other tricks you have. What a domineering saber skill! Murong Wanqing was incomparably decisive. Her right foot touched the ground and her body flew backwards and upwards lightly. The sword in her right hand stabbed again. Heavenly Dipper. 36 units. Each of the 6 sword lights was divided into 6, and a total of 6 to 36 shocking sword lights shone in the night sky. Xiangnan immediately stopped the momentum of his advance. His body spun rapidly, swinging 10 times in a row. 10 rays of saber light shot into the sky, merging into a 10-meter-tall saber light. Then, Xiangnan jumped into the air and stabbed into the giant saber light. Shocking dragon sunshine. Murong Wanqing's 36 sword lights were arranged in 3 rings. It was as if a heaven-swallowing behemoth had opened its mouth. The 36 teeth on the 3rd floor were about to be gritted down at any moment. As for Xiangnan's enormous saber light, it was like a heaven-splitting blade that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Incomparably spectacular. Everyone was stunned. They all jumped into the air one by one, afraid that the 2 of them would smash down and directly drag them in. The corner of Murong Wanqing's mouth slightly rose. The exam of the Special Academy is coming soon. Do you and I have to be here to force out each other's final trump cards? I still have a stronger move. Xiangnan laughed loudly. If you don't fight, I will stop. If you insist on fighting, I will accompany you to the end. Murong Wanqing's right hand trembled, and the 36 sword lights dissipated at the same time. Xiangnan's right hand trembled as the giant blade light turned into specks of light and dissipated into the night sky. Murong Wanqing carried her sword behind her back and said, I didn't have enough fun today. You and I will definitely fight until the end when we take the exam. I'll wait for you. Xiangnan put the giant saber into his storage ring. Let's go. Murong Wanqing did not hesitate to fight as she turned around and walked out of the courtyard. Seeing that Murong Wanqing had already left, the fox-like and tiger-like companions who had followed her hurriedly followed her. Before leaving, they all turned to look at Xiangnan with ghost-like eyes. Wow, Xiangnan, you're too ruthless. Li Jian and the others stared at Xiangnan with admiration. You actually forced Murong Wanqing from our first-grade academy to retreat. Haha. Now some of our Class C Class 10 students are blowing it off. Xiangnan smiled and said, Don't think that she only has this ability. Can't you see that she didn't display her strength at the 3rd level of Origin Return? She only used the strength of the 1st level of Origin Return to fight against me. Ah? Why did she do this? Li Jian and the others were dumbfounded. Xiangnan picked up his glass and thought for a moment. Because she wants too much face. For some reason, at this moment, Xiangnan felt that Murong Wanqing wasn't that annoying. Sunset, why did you let him off just now? Look at how arrogant he is. On the other side, Murong Wanqing's group stamped their feet angrily. Murong Wanqing said, Do you think Xiangnan has used all of his strength? I heard that the sun god technique is not used like that. I didn't see a ray of light enveloping him. He is clearly hiding his strength. When everyone heard this, they were all thoughtful, as if this was really the case. Then let him go like this? Ruoxuan asked unwillingly. Murong Wanqing said, Normally, I would have fought him to the end, but the entrance exam to the Special Academy is imminent. I must retain my trump card. The more trump cards you expose, the more detrimental it will be to me. Don't forget, Xiangnan is only one of my enemies. Apart from him, there are also Shen Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, Jiang Yu, and the others. In the courtyard. Drink! Xiangnan was very happy in his heart and clapped his glasses with everyone. It wasn't because he forced Murong Wanqing to retreat that he felt comfortable, but because he discovered that the Haoran sect was really a place where crouching tigers hid dragons. Not in vain. Every martial artist had a desire to fight in their blood, and Xiangnan was no exception. He was pleased to discover a strong opponent. Miss inside. Just as Xiangnan and the others thought that they could drink peacefully, another voice suddenly came from outside the door. Immediately after, another large group of people squeezed in. Is it really endless? Xiangnan frowned. This courtyard is so popular? Everyone wants it. The large group of people who rushed in was none other than one of the 5 great families, Jiang Yu from the Jiang clan. Apart from Murong Wanqing, she was also the second woman in the 5 aristocratic families. Seeing Jiang Yu's face, Xiangnan couldn't help but frown. He didn't have a deep impression of this woman, as if she had always kept a low profile. Moreover, she was the only one among the 5 great families that had no hostility towards her. It's you, Xiangnan? When Jiang Yu saw Xiangnan, she smiled and said, So it was you who occupied this courtyard. All right, let's find another place. Ah! Xiangnan didn't expect it to be so simple. He thought that he would have to argue for a while. Haha! Why did you change the courtyard? We're here to drink together. A person flashed out from behind the team. Ah! Xiangnan suddenly stood up and said in surprise, Senior brother Yunfan. The one laughing was none other than Xiangnan's leader, Zhang Yunfan. Could also be said that he was Xiangnan's bull. Junior brother Xiangnan, do you welcome me? Zhang Yunfan stepped forward and gave Xiangnan a big bear hug. Senior brother Yunfan, you and Jiang Yu. Xiangnan warmly pulled Zhang Yunfan to sit down. Jiang Yu and the others also entered the seats with smiles on their faces. Zhang Yunfan picked up the wine bowl and drank it dry. He smiled heartily and said, Xiao Yu is my younger sister. Oh, no wonder. Xiangnan suddenly realized why he hadn't thought of it. One is called Zhang Yunfan, the other is called Jiang Yu. So they are siblings. Then it's nobody else. Xiangnan hurriedly greeted Jiang Yu. Sorry, I didn't know you were senior brother Yunfan's younger sister, but I never greeted you. Jiang Yu smiled and said, I've always heard my brother mention you, but I've always been observing you secretly, right? They just called you Miss. Xiangnan suddenly recalled that the waiter outside the courtyard called Jiang Yu Mississippi. Jiang Yu nodded. This drunken dream pavilion is our Jiang clan's property. Amazing. Xiangnan laughed. How is it? Are you still used to it at Sun Peak? Yunfan Jiang hugged Xiangnan's shoulder and said, If you're not used to it, come to our sword sect. I welcome you very much. Taiyang Peak is quite good. Master, she treats me as if she were herself. I am very satisfied. Xiangnan was very relaxed. He had always been grateful to Zhang Yunfan. Not only did Zhang Yunfan bring Xiangnan into the Haoran sect, he also saved the Xiang clan. Could be said that he was Xiangnan's great benefactor. Zhang Yunfan wasn't disappointed either. He patted Xiangnan on the shoulder and said, From now on, you and Xiao Yu have to take care of each other. We are all our own people, so we won't talk to each other. Please take care of me. Xiangnan and Jiang Yu stood up at the same time and toasted each other. Only now did Xiangnan observe Jiang Yu and realized that she was actually very beautiful. However, she was not the kind of beauty that attracted people over with a single glance, but the type that was pleasing to the eye. Perhaps a large part of it had something to do with her unflashy personality. Zhang Yunfan hugged Xiangnan's shoulder and said, I will shoulder our expenses tonight. Everyone, just play and drink. Everyone cheered in unison. We have some special services here. Junior brother Xiangnan, do you want to give it a try? Zhang Yunfan frankly winked at Xiangnan. Cough, then, forget it. Xiangnan coughed dryly twice and hurriedly concealed his unnaturalness. As a woman, Jiang Yu blushed slightly and pretended not to hear. Yunfan Jiang was a straightforward and carefree person. He always said whatever he wanted and never hid anything. Xiang Nan liked this kind of personality. As soon as the Jiang siblings arrived, the tables and chairs on the scene were immediately removed and replaced with the highest standard of food and wine, as well as high-grade tables and chairs and benches. Everyone ate hot dishes and drank hard liquor, chatting happily. Do you have any plans for the future? Continue with the mission, Zhang Yunfan asked. Yes, the academy exam is imminent. Of course, I need to prepare well. However, I will set off after preparing for a rest in the near future, Xiang Nan said. Actually, Xiang Nan was worried about Su Kaiwei and planned to continue taking care of Su Kaiwei for a while. Only after seeing that she didn't have any other problems would he dare to go to the northern region. Xiang Nan, Zhang Yu said, I know that your relationship with Sunset is rather tense, but she is just too strong, and her heart is not bad. I know, Xiang Nan nodded. Zhang Yu added, but you have to be careful of her. She is very strong, and she has a very powerful trump card. Even I don't know. Everyone shouted and chatted. It wasn't until the second half of the night that the banquet ended. Originally, Zhang Yunfan had prepared a good guest room for everyone. A group of people cheerfully went to take a bath before going to sleep. However, Xiang Nan was worried about his master, so he bid farewell in advance and returned to the Haoran sect. Serving Haoyan City in early spring, near dawn, the night breeze was still somewhat cool. Xiang Nan walked alone on the sparsely populated streets, and his mind had already begun to plan his journey to the northern border. At this moment, Xiang Nan suddenly stiffened. It was as if his entire body had fallen into an ice cave. This was definitely not just an illusion, but even the surrounding air had reached a freezing point. An unprecedented sense of death enveloped Xiang Nan fiercely. This sense of crisis even made Xiang Nan pull out his giant saber immediately. In front of him was a beautiful woman. The woman was dressed in a long pitch-black dress, her black hair tied into a big bow at the back. Excuse me, are you a disciple of the Haoran sect? The woman playfully tilted her head and asked. Xiang Nan held the huge saber in his hand and did not say a word. He was completely unable to see through this woman. The woman looked around 17 or 18 years old, but he couldn't see her face clearly no matter what. Xiang Nan couldn't tell what it felt like, because the woman didn't wear a veil, nor did she use any facial disguise. But I just can't see it clearly. The closer Xiang Nan looked, the more he felt that the woman's facial features were blurry. However, if he didn't look carefully, he would only use the corner of his eyes to see that her face was clearer. Excuse me, are you a disciple of the Haoran sect? The woman asked again. So what? Who are you? Xiang Nan said vigilantly. Who was she? What realm was it? Xiang Nan could not tell, but instinctively felt that she was in danger. Here is a letter. Please hand it over to Senior Half-Gourd. The woman turned her right hand and handed a black letter to Xiang Nan with her 2 fingers. Just tell him that the Sacred Church is about to convene an alchemist conference. Please make sure that he attends. Holy sect. Xiang Nan's mind buzzed. Are you the witch of the Sacred Church? Xiang Nan raised his saber and looked again. The woman was gone. Only then did Xiang Nan realize that he was covered in cold sweat. It was because he did not personally receive the letter, but it was already stuffed into his embrace. If she could quietly put a letter in Xiang Nan's arms, she would definitely be able to quietly remove Xiang Nan's heart. Xiang Nan's expression was uncertain as he returned to the Haoran sect. The word, sacred sect, could be said to resound throughout every continent, and its influence spread throughout the world. However, righteous people generally referred to the sacred religion as the heavenly demon religion. The heavenly devil religion was the most notorious sect among the dark forces. Their methods were unbelievably cruel. They would often launch suicide attacks on decent people. Sometimes, a few heavenly devil cult members would suddenly rush forward, hug a decent expert, and self-destruct their spiritual seas without hesitation, and die with them. It was as if they had never been afraid of death, and were even proud of sacrificing their lives for the Holy Church. Many years ago, the 8 great sects had launched the largest operation, and one of the important targets was the heavenly devil religion. However, the result was extremely tragic. Although the heavenly devil religion was heavily suppressed and its yuan qi was seriously injured, the 8 great sects did not obtain any benefits. In that battle, countless righteous experts had perished, and their deaths were incomparably tragic. After that battle, the heavenly devil religion was officially exposed, becoming a terrifying existence that countless martial artists talked about. Most importantly, there were no fewer geniuses in the heavenly devil sect than in the righteous Tao sect, and there was even a faint tendency to surpass the 8 great sections. The reason was very simple. The so-called geniuses had strange personalities. A large portion of them had entered the righteous Tao sect, but there were even more geniuses who were unwilling to obey the strict rules of the sect and chose to enter the dark forces. With a heavy heart, Xianxia took the envelope to the fortune peak and personally handed the letter to half a gourd. The half gourd didn't even look at it, and it burned the envelope with a wave of his hand. It was not rare. He solemnly said to Xianxia, "In the future, when you see the people of the heavenly devil religion, walk around. They are a bunch of lunatics. No matter what, you shouldn't have any friction with them. That won't do you any good." Half a gourd was rarely serious, so it could be seen that he was secretive towards the heavenly devil religion. After returning to Sun Peak, Xianxia went to greet his master before returning to his room to rest. For the next 3 days, Xianxia hadn't left Sun Peak. Master had just gone mad, and Xianxia was afraid that something would happen to her again. When he was fine, Xianxia would cultivate the sun god technique alone, striving to reach the 2nd level of the earth yang as soon as possible. However, it was easy to say but too difficult to do. 3 days later, Su Kaiwe took the initiative to find Xianxia and said, "If you should leave, then leave. Don't worry about me. I have my own limits." But Xianxia was a little worried. Su Kaiwe waved her hand and interrupted Xianxia. "I'm not as unbearable as you think. Disciple doesn't mean that." Xianxia was helpless. Since his master had already said so, what else could he do? He could only nod and say yes. "Master, I'm going to leave in 3 days. I'll try to come back before the academy exam. Take care of yourself during this period of time." Xianxia backed away and went to the academy. The trip to the northern border would probably take some time, so it was hard to say why he didn't show up at the academy. After arriving at the academy, Xianxia discovered that the students' faces were as heavy as water. As soon as they saw Xianxia, their expressions immediately became strange. What was even stranger was that everyone who saw Xianxia would follow behind him. At first, Xianxia didn't care, but after a large group of people followed behind him, he realized that something was wrong. "Why are you following me?" Xianxia asked with a frown. However, the students remained silent. It seemed that they were all sulking, and it was not Xianxia who was angry. When Xianxia left, the more people followed behind him. He simply couldn't find out why, so Xianxia ignored them. When he arrived at the corridor of Class C, Class 10, he discovered that the situation was getting more and more complicated. This corridor was surrounded by a large number of people from the A-Class Academy. Even the courtyard outside the corridor was filled with A-Class Academy experts. At the entrance of Class C, Murong Wanqing, Xin Linhai, Feng Zhaoqi, Luo Yuan, Zhang Yu, and the other 5 disciples of aristocratic families had all arrived. Even the 5 of them had gloomy expressions and looked very unhappy. At first, Xianxia thought that they were coming for him, but later, he realized that this was not the case. "You've finally appeared." Murong Wanqing looked coldly at Xianxia and said, "I thought you were going to be a cowardly turtle for the rest of your life. What do you mean?" Xianxia frowned. Murong Wanqing pointed her chin at Class C, Class 10 and said, "Look for yourself." Xianxia walked over quickly and surprisingly discovered that a large group of Class 10 students were surrounding the classroom near the entrance. As soon as they saw Xianxia, their anger spread out, making way for a path. What they were surrounding earlier was actually a stretcher. On the stretcher was a person, Li Jian. Li Jian had turned into a bloody man. Nearly 40% of his bones were completely shattered, and there were 13 deep bone wounds on his skin. It was clear that his arms had been forcefully snapped off by someone with terrifying strength, and were twisting at a strange angle. Even one of his fingers had been broken, one at a time, tilting at a crooked angle. Who did it? Xianxia immediately went berserk. 3 days. 3 days ago, he was chatting and laughing with Li Jian, and was invited to drink in Drunken Dream Pavilion by Li Jian. 3 days later, Li Jian was beaten to the brink of death. Anyone who looked at Li Jian's miserable state would feel their teeth turning sour. Xiangxia's anger was almost out of control. He suddenly turned to look at Murong Wanqing and said coldly, "Who did it?" When he said this, Xiangxia's voice already carried killing intent. Xiangxia's eyes were red. He shouted at Murong Wanqing and the other 5. "I already fucking said it. If you have any dissatisfaction, come at me, Xiangxia. You guys are holding on to Li Jian, a Fortune Peak disciple. Do you want him to be shameless?" This time, Xiangxian was really angry because Li Jian was seriously injured for the second time, and he was beaten to half his life. This had already touched Xiangxian's bottom line. Unexpectedly, Murong Wanqing and the others did not retort in the face of Xiangxian's curses. "Xiangxian, we really didn't do it this time." Zhang Yu stood out and pointed at the door of Class C and Class 10. Xiangxian looked in the direction and discovered that there was a red letter stuck to the door. On the letter was a large black word, "Battle." Zhang Yu said, "The person who seriously injured Li Jian is Li Hu's older brother, Li Hai of the 2nd Grade Academy. He didn't find you for 3 days, and he heard that injuring Li Jian could lure you out. That's why he attacked Li Jian ruthlessly." Upon hearing that the mastermind behind the scenes was not from the 5 great families, Xiangxian immediately turned around and squatted down, using the Haoyin Chun Yuan technique to treat Li Jian's injuries. The last time the people from the 1st Grade Academy injured Li Jian, it was at best a lesson, but Li Hai's attack this time really beat Li Jian to death. Xiangxian lowered his head and said, "I don't need to ask anything else. I just want to know that the people from the 2nd Grade Academy bullied us at our doorstep. Are you all indifferent?" Murong Wanqing's voice was very cold. This time, it was Li Hai who used a scheme to deliberately create friction with Li Jian, thus launching a formal challenge to Li Jian. They are fighting in the martial arts exercise hall. Other than the 2 participating parties, no one else, including the mentor, has the right to interfere. At this time, the people at the entrance of Class C and Class 10 were all gathered. No wonder they were all filled with righteous indignation. It turned out that everyone was furious with the 2nd Grade Academy. Everyone wanted to know what Xiangxian was going to do. "Xiangxian." Shin Linhai hugged his shoulders and said, "The letter on the door is Li Hai's invitation card to you." Someone from Class 10 whispered, "Xiangxian, don't fight. Li Hai is from the 2nd Grade Academy. They are experts at the 3rd level of the Origin Realm." Murong Wanqing was furious like never before. She coldly said, "Xiangxian, I will ask you if you dare to accept the challenge. If you don't dare, I will go find Li Hai myself and send him an invitation card." Feng Zhaoqi grinned. "Xiangxian, we are on your side this time. If you dare to fight, we will follow you wherever you go today. If you are afraid of the people from the 2nd Grade Academy, we have nothing to say. Turn around and leave." Xiangxian saw that Li Jian's life was no longer in danger, so he said to his 2 companion students, "Take Li Jian back to Fortune Peak to treat his injuries." After saying that, Xiangxian stood up and tore off the invitation card on the door. He gritted his teeth and said, "Those who want revenge, follow me. Let's go." The students at the scene were all boiling with excitement. Xiangxian held the invitation card and walked in front with a livid expression. Behind him, the 3,000 students of the entire 1st Grade Academy followed behind him. "I'm not mistaken about you." Murong Wanqing nodded. This should be the first time in the history of a 1st grade college that such a large-scale conflict had occurred with a 2nd grade college. The reason for that was because Xiangxian had no background and no backing. If Li Hu had been injured by any one of the 5 aristocratic families, Li Hai wouldn't have made such a fuss and sent Li Jian to the class entrance even if he had been beaten half to death. However, it was precisely because Xiangxian was a nobody that Li Hai couldn't breathe a sigh of relief. In addition, a few days ago, Li Hai was forced to kneel on the spot by Su Kaiyue, and this new enmity and old hatred were counted together. As such, the 3,000 students of the first grade academy surged through the first grade academy area and directly reached the second grade academy area. Such a grand formation attracted the attention of many mentors. When they arrived at the main courtyard of the second grade academy, a large number of second grade students who were resting and chatting in the courtyard also looked over. Xianxia stabbed his saber into the ground and shouted at the second grade academy, "Li Hai! Get out of here!" The students of the second grade academy were also shocked, and almost all of them came out. The two sides immediately confronted each other in the courtyard. "Little brats of the first grade academy, you dare to come to our second grade academy and make a fool of yourself." Many second grade students were naturally unwilling to be shouted at by their junior brothers and cursed at beasts one by one. "Bullshit! Who the hell are you calling a brat?" The first grade students immediately cursed. "What the hell is your second grade academy? Do you believe I picked your tendons?" The conflict between the two sides became more and more intense, and there was an imposing posture of starting a war if there was a big disagreement. There were people from 5 great clans in the first grade academy, but there were also disciples from 4 great clans in the second grade academy. The 5 aristocratic families were the spheres of influence of Donghai province, while the 4 great families were the local families of Haoyan City. Donghai province covered a wide range of areas, but everyone knew that Haoyan City was the most elite place in the entire Donghai province. Therefore, neither side was afraid of the other, and neither of them liked the other. "Put your mouths clean for me." Murong Wanqing coldly drew her sword. Murong clan's little girl. A person stood out from the other party's crowd. The Chu clan of Haoyan City, Chu Yen. Chu Yen sneered and pointed at the ground. "This is Haoyan City, the territory of our 4 great clans. It's not your Murong clan's turn to act wildly here. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. The 4 great clans do not place the 5 great clans in their eyes at all. The two sides are originally in a competitive relationship. All of you, shut up." Xianxia poured his yuan qi into his throat and shouted, "Hand over Li Hai." 3 people walked out of the crowd of the second grade academy. They were Li Hai, the 3rd-level Guyuan expert, Han Yu, and Lu Feng. "You're finally willing to show your face?" Li Hai shouted at Xianxia. "Who hurt Li Jian?" Xianxia said with a gloomy face. "Attention, it was me." Li Hai said. "I humiliated Li Jian and provoked him to accept the invitation." Han Yu said. Lu Feng chuckled. "I did it myself and crippled Li Jian." Xianxia nodded and raised the invitation card in his hand, tearing it apart on the spot. This scene caused everyone to be stunned for a moment, and then the students of the second grade academy roared with laughter. The students of the first grade academy all stared at Xianxia in shock and fury. They simply couldn't believe that Xianxia had actually torn apart the invitation card. Murong Wanqing was so furious that she wished she could personally kill Xianxia on the spot. As a result, Xianxia pointed at the 3 people and said, "Li Hai initiated the invitation. I have already torn it apart. And now I want to challenge the 3 of you. Do you dare to accept it?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and squeezed out these 2 words. "Are you crazy?" The laughter of the students from the second grade academy abruptly stopped. A student from a first grade academy had no chance of winning against a second grade academy, let alone a one-on-one duel. Xianxia pointed at the ground and said, "Either the 3 of you kneel down and apologize on the spot, or follow me to the martial arts exercise hall." Li Hai and the others almost couldn't react. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Then Li Hai shouted, "What the hell am I going to do? You're courting death yourself. I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go. Let's go." The first and second grade academies choked. No one was convinced, and they pushed and shoved towards the martial arts hall. The martial arts exercise hall was an extremely spacious place. In terms of area, it was even larger than the Eagle Hall of the Credit Hall. This was because this was the place where the mentors taught the students practical lessons. In other words, the students from the 1st to 6th grade academies would all use the martial arts exercise hall. However, the students of the higher academy were not usually in the sect, either wandering outside or doing some high-level missions. Therefore, at this moment, The martial arts exercise hall was practically filled with students from the first and second grade academies. Only a few dozen people from higher academies were practicing the new martial skills they had just learned in the martial arts exercise hall. Look, aren't those 23rd generation disciples? 4 or 5 senior brothers of the 3rd grade academy looked over. And look at that kid with the giant saber on his back. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the only successor of Sun Peak, right? Oh? Haha, I heard that the 23 generations of disciples have been making a ruckus recently. Let's go take a look. As they were chatting, dozens of 3rd and 4th grade senior brothers and sisters came to the 2nd floor of the stage and looked up at the junior brothers and sisters. This martial arts exercise hall was built to be very solid. First, it was a place for actual combat lessons. Second, it was also a place for disciples to challenge each other. There was no restriction on the use of yuan qi here. In the deepest part of the entire arena, there were a total of 10 enormous arenas. Each arena was the same length and width, reaching an astonishing 100 meters. It was enough for the martial artists to charge, jump, and so on. You're too foolish. Morong Wanqing tugged at Xiangnan's arm and said in a deep voice, "You want to challenge the 3 of them? Why didn't you say it in advance? At least Lin Hai and I can help you challenge them together. It's only fair to fight 3 against 3. I know." Xiangnan was angry and did not intend to explain to Morong Wanqing. "What's the count?" Morong Wanqing shouted. "Do you think the difference between you and Li Hai is just a realm? If it's just a realm, then that would be good. You have to know that their greatest advantage is their sectarian techniques. They came to the Haoran sect more than a year earlier than us. In other words, they learned more than a year more than us. Li Hai, Han Yu, and Lu Feng were all disciples of Dongyang Peak and Saber sect. The corresponding faction technique was the primordial Dipper Chi. Just as Morong Wanqing said, you, Xiangnan, have just arrived at the Haoran sect. Even if you really learned the Sun God technique, how much can you learn? However, he had already learned the primordial astral chi for more than a year. However, Xiangnan had challenged Li Hai and the others without consulting anyone, and Morong Wanqing had no other choice. If you really can't admit defeat, Morong Wanqing whispered, 1 versus 3, and challenging 3 senior brothers. It's not embarrassing to lose. If you come down, Lin Hai and Feng Zhaoqi can take the lead. We can also challenge Li Hai. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment. Surprisingly, Morong Wanqing was actually worried about his own life. Over there, Li Hai, Han Yu, and Lu Feng had already jumped onto the arena and were waiting for Xiangnan. Under everyone's gaze, Xiangnan carried a huge saber on his back and stepped onto the arena. Li Hai hugged his shoulders and shouted, "Martial Arts Exercise Hall. There is no restriction on martial skills and yuan qi. I'm sure you already know this. Therefore, if you have any abilities, hurry up and take them out to avoid losing too unsightly." As they spoke, the 3 of them took a collective step forward, and each of their bodies erupted with a powerful aura. This kind of aura was the unique primordial aura of the Saber sect. Furthermore, what they released was flowing clouds and flowing water. They were obviously already very skilled at it. The primordial Dipper Chi of the Saber sect was very different from the Xiantian Dipper Chi of the Sword sect. It was not as sharp as the Xiantian Dipper Chi, but rather it was heavily restrained. Once this primordial Dipper Chi was released, their origin Chi, physical body strength, and strength would greatly increase. Xiangnan was also unambiguous. He raised his saber too high. From the dome of the martial arts exercise hall, there was a thin and narrow ray of sunlight that fiercely bombarded the saber. At this moment, a hazy layer of gentle light appeared on Xiangnan's body. One of the easiest things to distinguish between this type of quenching sun that was imitated by the 9 transformations of thunder was that the quenching sun only gave Xiangnan a gentle glow, while the pure quenching sun would shoot down a beam of light to envelop Xiangnan. He actually learned the sun god technique. None of the other disciples had ever seen Xiangnan use the sun god technique before. At this moment, the scene was filled with a cold breath. All right, how much of a show-off you are. If you want to fight, hurry up and fight. Don't whine about it. Li Hai noticed that Xiangnan had attracted a lot of attention. He was very unhappy in his heart, so he seized this opportunity to mock Xianxia. As he spoke, Li Hai took out his weapon. It was actually an exaggerated giant shield. This Li Hai was a martial artist with a special style. Very few people would use the shield as their own weapon, especially the giant shield, which was 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall, felt extremely heavy at a glance. Moreover, it almost defended Li Hai's entire body. Han Yu and Lu Feng were more normal. Both of them used 2-meter-long blades. Begin. More than 90% of Li Hai's body was hidden behind the giant shield, and he asked mockingly, "Begin." Xianxia raised his saber horizontally, his expression grave. "You're looking for trouble yourself. No wonder we're here." Li Hai immediately charged forward, his huge shield ferociously pushing towards Xianxia. Primordial Dipper Chi, Tyrant Body Shield. As Li Hai charged forward, he suddenly used a defensive martial skill, and the defensive martial skill was actually the Yuan Qi shield. In an instant, the originally incomparably huge shield was immediately wrapped in a thick layer of Yuan Qi shield. Xianxia was the first to bear the brunt. He saw that Li Hai's charge was an Iron Mountain leaning, and there were Han Yu and Lu Feng standing on the left and right sides. He did not have any space to hide. Xianxia gritted his teeth and charged forward, using the Azure Dragon to go out to sea on the spot. Once the two of them collided halfway, Xianxia's heart sank. Something's wrong. There was something wrong with Li Hai's Yuan Qi shield. His Yuan Qi shield was not strong, but the thick layer of Yuan Qi had a strong elasticity and toughness. His huge saber collided with the saber light. The saber light actually had the sign of falling into the Yuan Qi shield. In just this moment, Xianxia's charge was sucked away by a large amount of impact. Coupled with Li Hai's Xiantian third-layer strength, Xianxia's first charge was inferior, and his entire body was pushed backwards by Li Hai. "Look at that brat's charge." Han Yu stared coldly at Xianxia and said, "His blade light enveloping the giant saber is crazily increasing its power. Let's go and neutralize him." Han Yu and Lu Feng saw the peculiarities of Xianxia's Azure Dragon coming out of the sea with a single glance. They both went forward and chopped down the long sabers from the left and right sides. The so-called crazy increase in power between the two of them was actually the drawing saber slash that Xianxia was nurturing. Although there was indeed a difference in strength between the people who could enter the Howran sect, at the very least, everyone was not an idiot on the path of martial arts. Han Yu and Lu Feng actually saw a trace of the latter half of the Azure Dragon's attack. Sure enough, before Xianxia could use the drawing saber slash, he felt a strong saber light coming from both sides. He could only quickly retract his momentum and kick his right foot on the Yuan Qi shield. With the help of the rebound force, he shot backwards. Han Yu and Lu Feng weren't that strong. Both of them were at the second level of origin return. The two of them missed their saber strikes and actually followed Xianxia's example. They both stepped on Li Hai's Yuan Qi shield and rushed towards Xianxia with the help of the rebound force. 2 long blades fell towards Xianxia alone. The power of the primordial Dipper Chi's Yuan Qi was extremely heavy. Before the 2 slashes arrived, Xianxia felt that he was being forcefully pushed down by a strong gust of wind. Xianxia was not afraid at all and raised his saber to slash. The 3 blades collided in midair at the same time. This collision caused Xianxia to take half a step back. The primordial astral qi was indeed fierce and heavy. However, Sunshin technique was not a vegetarian, and it knocked Han Yu and Lu Feng backwards. The Sun God technique is so strong, everyone cried out in alarm. With Xianxia's first-level origin return realm, he actually managed to knock back 2 second-level origin return realm senior brothers in one fell swoop. Xianxia felt his wrist go numb, but now was not the time to recover. He caught up with them and took advantage of the fact that Han Yu and Lu Feng were flipping backwards to take them down in one fell swoop. However, just as Xianxia's saber was about to slash down, a figure suddenly flashed and stood right in front of Han Yu and Lu Feng. It was Li Hai. Xianxia's saber slammed into the Yuan Qi shield without any bias. The soft but extremely resilient shield once again removed nearly 40% of Xianxia's chopping power. Han Yu waved his leg to the left and kicked Xianxia to the right. Lu Feng raised his saber and slashed down on Xianxia, who was flying over. Apparently, the three of them had worked together frequently and had practiced their tacit understanding to the extreme. I'm going to be hit. Feng Zhaoqi's eyes slightly moved as he said, the people of Xianxia are in midair, unable to change their trajectory. They will definitely be hacked by Lu Feng. However, with a thought, Xianxia chopped at Li Hai's chaos with his 3-meter-long saber. With the help of the recoil, he twisted the trajectory of his body. He saw Lu Feng's saber flash, just as he was about to land on Xianxia's arm, and was sent flying by Xianxia at an oblique angle. After Xianxia landed on the ground, blood gushed out of his left arm. A large piece of skin and flesh was cut off, and his entire sleeve was soaked in blood. Eat my saber! Han Yu followed closely behind, and the long saber condensed a fierce saber light in midair, hacking towards Xianxia. Xianxia's body swayed, and he used an extremely beautiful movement technique to dodge the saber light. However, because the two were too close, the 3-meter-long saber was not easy to display. Xianxia turned the saber around and used the hilt of the saber to ruthlessly smash into Han Yu's stomach. Han Yu coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. When he fell within 2 meters of Xianxia's giant saber reversed once again and slashed towards Han Yu's shoulder. Everyone secretly applauded. Xianxia's actions of turning the giant saber these 2 times had completely made up for the weakness of the giant saber, which was too large to be used in close combat. Unfortunately, Xianxia's winning saber was neutralized by Li Hai again. Li Hai instantly drilled between the two of them and used the giant shield to block Xianxia's fatal blow. At the same time, he raised the giant shield high up and smashed it heavily onto Xianxia's head. Xianxia used the giant saber lattice to block the giant shield. It felt like a mountain pressing down on him. The giant shield carried an incomprehensible force, causing Xianxia's body to bend and almost kneel on one knee. Han Yu and Lu Feng, the 2 troublesome flies, found an opportunity to surround them from both sides. Let's see where you run to this time. Li Hai, hold him down. Don't let him escape. Han Yu's blade was aimed at Xianxia's chest and Lu Feng's blade was aimed at Xianxia's thigh. Damn it, Li Hai obviously specializes in defensive martial skills. If we don't get rid of him, Xianxia won't be able to use it. Zhang Yu frowned deeply. Everyone could tell that Xianxia's strength wasn't any weaker than the 3 of them. But every time Xianxia's victorious attack was neutralized by Li Hai, who was 2 meters tall, had an innate advantage that far surpassed ordinary people and was most suitable for cultivating defensive martial skills. At this moment, Xianxia was in a desperate situation, unable to advance or retreat, facing enemies on both. This is the price of arrogance. In the 2nd grade academy, Chu Yen chuckled coldly. If you dare to fight 3 without even understanding the enemy's abilities, it's truly laughable. The students of the other 2nd grade colleges also laughed coldly. All right, I don't have much to look forward to anymore. Another man from the 4 great clans said proudly, Xianxia's defeat has been decided. Let's go back. However, the students of the 1st grade academy were still unwilling to give up. Even though they knew that Xianxia was going to lose, they were still very unwilling to give up. They didn't want to see the last second, nor were they willing to admit the cruel reality. The conversation between them took place at the moment Li Hai pressed down his shield. At this moment, Xianxia was in a desperate situation and was about to lose. At this moment, Thunder King, Thunder Group formation, a low, muffled roar pierced through the giant shield. Immediately after, thunderbolts suddenly appeared in the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. Before everyone could recover their strength, bolts of lightning had already bombarded down madly. Han Yu and Lu Feng, who had ambushed Xianxia from both sides, were completely unprepared and were struck by lightning on the spot. The terrifying lightning struck the 2 of them, instantly disintegrating their charging states. The 2 of them were blasted to the ground and rebounded high. However, in the midst of the rebound, they encountered another bolt of lightning and were blasted down again. However, the terrifying aspect of the primordial Dipper Chi was also revealed. If it was an ordinary origin returning third-stage martial artist, a bolt of lightning would probably leave a small piercing wound on their bodies. However, they had the primordial Dipper Chi to defend themselves, and the place where their bodies were struck by lightning was only an inch-deep bloody hole. Oh my God! What the hell is that? Many disciples grabbed their hair, unable to understand what was happening in front of them. Come in! Li Hai flashed left and right, grabbing Han Yu and Lu Feng to the left and right, and lifting the 2-meter shield high. The three of them were arranged in a single word, hiding under the giant shield. The lightning that fell like a violent storm landed on the giant shield, unable to harm the three people hiding below. However, every bolt of lightning made Li Hai feel heavy. He desperately supported the giant shield, and the enormous pressure caused his bones to crackle. Han Yu hurriedly raised his hands and supported his shield with Li Hai. Oh, the situation has changed. Chu Yen and a few other second-grade academy experts had originally planned to leave, but when they suddenly saw the situation reversing, they all stopped in their tracks. Xiang Nan was very decisive. He immediately stopped the Thunder Group array. Since the other party already had a way to defend himself, it would be a meaningless waste of his Yuan Qi to continue releasing the Thunder Group array. But at this moment, Xiang Nan already had a target in his eyes. If he wanted to kill Li Hai, he had to bypass the giant shield. He went to hit Li Hai's back, while Han Yu and Lu Feng swam around Li Hai, forming a natural barrier of martial power. At the same time, when Li Hai attacked, he could give the enemy a strong oppressive force and create an opportunity for Han Yu and Lu Feng to attack. It could be said that the cooperation of these three people was flawless. Although their strengths weren't at the peak, good cooperation could often make up for the lack of strength, and even surpass the might of individual strength. It's time to make a choice. If he didn't want to be injured and win the battle, it was obviously impossible. Brat, let's go again. Lu Feng hid under the giant shield and shouted, just like Li Jian, you will be beaten half to death by us. If you dare to hurt me, I will teach you how to be a human today. Han Yu rubbed his arm and cursed angrily. There was a bloody hole in his left shoulder that had been hit by falling lightning, and his entire arm was dripping with blood. Dragon, Tiger, Eagle. Li Hai shouted a secret language that no one else understood. Then he took the lead and rushed towards Xiang Nan. Primordial Desolation, Origin Forging Shield. The Yuan Qi shield that was wrapped around the giant shield grew larger once again. It was already 3 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and had doubled in thickness. Li Hai's collision caused a fierce gale to rise on both sides of the giant shield. The fierce wind howled like a false dragon roar. The strong wind was so strong that even the students watching the match outside were blown into a mess. What was even more peculiar was that Han Yu's Lu Feng was following behind Li Hai. The strong wind that was rolling up had just played a powerful role in helping the two of them. Li Hai was a dragon, and Han Yu leapt into the air. With the help of the strong wind, his long saber descended from the sky. The sharp sound of the long saber was called an eagle. Lu Feng's body was in the shape of a bow, as if he was a ferocious beast pouncing on food. He lowered his posture and brandished the long saber in his hand horizontally. The saber light roared. It was a tiger. The top, middle, and bottom 3 positions were occupied by the 3 of them. These 3 fellows weren't just shameless villains who knew how to play tricks. They truly had the strength to be proud of. Xiang Nan will definitely lose this time. Last time, Chu Yen said that Xiang Nan had lost, but in the end, Xiang Nan had turned the tables, which made her feel very embarrassed. At this moment, the attacks launched by Li Hai and the others were completely flawless. Even the top experts of the second-grade academy would be afraid of such a scene. Xiang Nan of the first-grade academy had no reason not to lose. As a result, Xiang Nan shouted, "Body Tyrant Lightning Body." In an instant, the Yuan Qi in his body burned rapidly. The surging Yuan Qi was violently and irritably beating. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. A ray of sunlight descended from the sky and struck his finger, connecting the power of the sun god technique back together. In that instant, the surging Yuan Qi on his body suddenly exploded. Boom! The violent origin energy shockwaves swept away crazily. slowing down the momentum of the three of them rushing over. Then, Xiangnan quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Thunder King, lightning! Pooh! A large mouthful of lightning ball was sprayed out by Xiangnan. The lightning ball instantly engulfed the three of them, causing their impeccable charging speed to have an instant stalemate. Charge! Xiangnan's eyes turned cold as he flew out. After this, Xiangnan only used a short second. The speed of his luxurious lightning seal was extremely fast. It was the result of a long period of practice. Another lightning attribute, martial skill. Everyone paled in shock. Fortunately, this was the Howran sect. Everyone had a strong tolerance for soul shocks. If anyone saw a lightning-attributed martial skill outside, they would probably have been restless long ago. However, everyone here had seen the world before, so it was relatively easy to accept. However, while everyone was still immersed in the shock of the lightning, Xiangnan's attack had already begun. Xiangnan's target was Han Yu. He charged towards Han Yu at an extremely fast speed, with a long tail of lightning behind him. Just as Xiangnan's berserk strength was about to be realized on Han Yu, Li Hai hurriedly changed the trajectory of the collision and inserted himself in front of Han Yu, trying to protect Han Yu. I knew you would come. Halfway through the sprint, Xiangnan suddenly changed his stance. On the spot, an azure dragon went out to sea and charged out at an oblique angle. Everyone was shocked. Only then did they realize that Xiangnan was aiming for Li Hai. Li Hai rushed out to protect Han Yu. Xiangnan changed course halfway and also slanted towards Li Hai. This azure dragon that was blessed by the tyrannical body lightning body and the quenching sun was extremely powerful. When he collided with the powerful origin casting shield martial skill, he immediately pushed Li Hai out. However, Xiangnan did not want to fight. Once he pushed Li Hai away, he turned around and slashed at Han Yu with his saber. Behind him, Lu Feng had already rushed up and slashed down on Xiangnan's back. Everyone thought that Xiangnan would dodge Lu Feng, thus losing the best opportunity to attack Han Yu. However, Xiangnan did not. Xiangnan had actually temporarily condensed a relatively weak Yuan Qi shield on his back, and the huge saber in his hand was still falling towards Han Yu. At this moment, Han Yu's pupils contracted. He was truly scared. He cried out in alarm, "You lunatic! Stay away from me!" Han Yu had never seen such a life-threatening fighting style. Wasn't Xiangnan afraid of being cut in half by Lu Feng? However, Han Yu no longer had time to worry about so much. He hurriedly raised his saber and was struck by Xiangnan's saber. With this slash, Han Yu's wrists were fractured at the same time. He simply couldn't withstand the impact of Xiangnan's tyrannical lightning body. But at the same time, Xiangnan's back let out a loud tearing sound. Xiangnan's Yuan Qi shield was split open by Lu Feng, and the sharp blade on Xiangnan's back also cut off a ferocious and bone-piercing giant saber wound. Xiangnan ignored his injuries and didn't even look at Lu Feng. He raised his saber high in his hand and frantically slashed at Han Yu again. "Oh, are you crazy? Are you going to kill me?" Han Yu was scared out of his wits. He felt his crotch get hot and he peed. Xiangnan didn't do that. If he killed someone here, he would probably be expelled from the sect. Immediately, just as the blade was about to slash Han Yu's waist, the blade was abruptly swapped and smashed into Han Yu's chest with the back of the blade. Pooh! Han Yu's entire body rebounded, his ribs fractured, and he screamed in pain as he shot backwards in midair, spitting out a mist of blood. Blood sparkled behind Xiangnan's back. He sliced Han Yu apart and suddenly turned around. His blood-red eyes stared at Lu Feng. That Lu Feng was actually frightened to the point that his face turned pale by Xiangnan's single glance, and he took 3 steps back in succession. Lu Feng was also frightened. He clearly saw how Xiangnan treated Han Yu. As for the audience, they were shocked by Xiangnan's reckless fighting style from the depths of their hearts. Alchemy is like playing chess. When it's time to sacrifice, you must be willing to sacrifice. This was what half a gourd had said to Xiangnan. This sentence was applicable to pill refining techniques as well as martial arts. Xiangnan knew the meaning of the giant saber in his hand. The saber itself represented unstoppable progress and no way to retreat. The sword has 2 blades. can attack, retreat, defend, avoid, and detach. However, the saber only had a single blade. It did not have so many dazzling attention, only one word: charge. Without leaving any way back, he rushed forward. He charged forward without fear of death. Li Hai collided from the side. At this moment, Xianxia had just turned around and had no time to dodge. He was knocked flying by Li Hai. Xianxia could only feel half of his body numb from the collision, and his left body was completely unconscious within a breath. However, Xianxia didn't care at all. When he was flying horizontally, he actually threw a huge saber towards Lu Feng. The giant saber was shrouded in yuan qi and lightning, dragging a strand of lightning tail towards Lu Feng. As Xianxia flew halfway, his right foot suddenly touched the ground and he sprinted towards Lu Feng. Li Hai twisted his body and immediately moved horizontally, placing the giant shield between the two of them. The moment Xianxia caught up with the giant saber, he held the hilt of the saber in his hand and stabbed the giant saber into the ground. On the spot, an azure dragon went out to sea. This charge actually brought with it a faint dragon roar, which was countless times louder than Li Hai's dragon roar. Boom! Xianxia instantly knocked Li Hai away and pulled out the huge saber from the ground. He smashed the hilt of the saber onto Lu Feng's nose, causing Lu Feng to spit out blood and scream miserably as he retreated. Xianxia's saber turned around and sliced Lu Feng's shoulder with its back, smashing Lu Feng's knees to the ground. This time, kneeling down was so powerful that one's scalp felt numb. Lu Feng knelt on the ground and forcefully knelt on the ground with two cracks. At the same time, the knee bone emitted an ear-piercing and unpleasant smashing sound. Kiki! Lu Feng's throat chuckled endlessly, blood flowing out of his mouth as he slowly poured it backwards. Pong! A gigantic shield slammed into Xianxia's back, knocking Xianxia to the ground. However, the powerful impact caused Xianxia's chest to brush forward against the ground. Li Hai leapt high into the air, and a huge shield descended from the sky. It was about to smash into Xianxia's stomach, shattering Xianxia's internal organs. Upon seeing this scene, the senior students frowned deeply. A senior brother frowned and said, "Then Li Hai is really shameless." Xianxia did not have the intention to kill him twice and let Han Yu and Lu Feng live. However, his bangs are actually shameless to such an extent. They are clearly two small realms higher than Xianxia's. Are they even planning to kill Xianxia now? Fuck! Shameless. Xianxia is merciful, but you are so vicious. The students of the first grade academy cursed loudly. Haha. Second grade academy is nothing more than this. They're just a bunch of bastards who can't afford to lose. Facing the curses of the students of the first grade academy, the students of the second grade academy were unable to refute them at this moment, and their faces were ashen. That Chu Yen clenched her teeth and said, "Li Hai, this bastard is really embarrassing." However, no one had the right to control the battlefield. Li Hai's fatal blow had already fallen. Just as everyone was worried about Xianxia's fate, the figure lying on the ground, still wiping away, suddenly disappeared with a whoosh. Boom! The terrifying giant shield landed on the ground, causing the entire arena to jump violently. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads. Xianxia had appeared on the left side at some unknown time and was already rushing towards Li Hai with his saber in hand. So fast! What kind of movement technique is this? Feng Zhaoqi's eyes widened as he asked curiously. Murong Wanqing and the others were also stunned. Especially, Murong Wanqing couldn't help but sigh. Xianxia suffered a huge loss in this battle. He was forced to play a lot of trump cards. But for the sake of the dignity of a first-grade college, it's worth it. At this moment, Murong Wanqing began to admire Xianxia in her heart. This man who exposed his trump card for the sake of his friend was quite arrogant. Where are you fleeing to? Li Hai was already shameless. He knew that he would definitely be insulted, but he didn't care anymore. He only wanted to win against Xianxia. If a person gave up even his dignity, then he would become very troublesome. Xianxia charged forward and slashed heavily at the origin casting shield. With a buzzing sound, Xianxia was bounced back 3 or 4 steps. The terrifying power of the tyrant lightning body sent Li Hai flying back 30 feet. Xianxia gritted his teeth and attacked again. Li Hai adjusted his posture and continued to rush towards Xianxia. Boom! Another saber slashed down and Li Hai was repelled again, but he wasn't hurt at all. Once his body stopped, he quickly ran wildly. You can't break through my origin casting shield. The origin casting shield was very different from Wang Jingyun's black tortoise shield. The origin casting shield could automatically absorb the impact force, rather than simply clashing head-on. In other words, the origin casting shield was the natural nemesis of most tyrannical attacks. However, Xianxia was so angry that he didn't care about that much. He had already used the Berserk Dragon Battle Tide. Every blade that struck the origin casting shield was much more powerful. When Li Hai was struck 3 or 4 times and retreated again, his hands were already trembling, and he was secretly shocked. What kind of ghost power was this? When the 5th, 6th, and 7th chop fell, both of Li Hai's arms began to numb, almost unable to hold onto the giant shield. If you want to break Li Hai's shield, you need to use much more strength than Li Hai. Shen Linhai frowned and said. Xianxia continued to charge forward. He continued to chop the 8th, 9th, and 10th slashes. The bones on Li Hai's arms started to crack. With the Yuan casting shield completely blocking Xianxia's direct attack, one could imagine how powerful the Xianxia slash was. At this moment, the tyrant body Thunder Body had already reached its 4th second and was about to lose its effectiveness. Li Hai also retreated to the edge of the arena and was about to land. At that moment, Xianxia leapt up high, his hands holding the hilt of the saber, descending majestically from the sky. At that moment, a beam of sunlight shone down, enveloping Xianxia's entire body. The sun was quenched and completely transformed. The dazzling sunlight illuminated the entire arena, illuminating the dumbstruck and dumbstruck faces. Ah! Li Hai shouted frantically and filled the origin casting shield with all his yuan qi regardless of the cost. However, Xianxia's saber had already arrived. Here! Me! Kneel! Boom! Knife fall! A heaven-shaking explosion. The huge and sturdy arena was actually blasted into pieces, turning into 5 giant boulders that flew in all directions. The defensive power was as strong as Li Hai's. He was also struck to the point that his horse was thrown upside down. The giant shield's defensive power was instantly blasted apart. A large shield swirled and flew diagonally, mercilessly embedded into the wall of the martial arts exercise hall. As for Li Hai, he knelt on the ground and raised his head high. His eyes, ears, mouth, and nose were all bleeding from the earth-shattering impact. Li Hai couldn't even make a sound, and his mouth was wide open. Blood started to roar, and even his teeth shattered into 7 or 8 pieces. Xianxia immediately withdrew his sun god technique and tyrant body lightning body. He walked forward with his saber in hand and stepped on Li Hai's head. When Li Hai's head landed heavily on the ground, it formed a kneeling and kowtowing posture. Xianxia's entire body was bathed in blood, as if he was a war god crawling out of hell. His bloody eyes swept across the scene and said word by word, "Still, there is who? Pa, 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 pa." In the silent martial arts exercise hall, a sparse round of applause sounded out first. It was the seniors of the high-level academy who were standing on the 2nd floor. "Good job, Xianxia." A senior from a 3rd-grade college gave Xianxia a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Another senior dug his ears and said lazily, "This new batch of little fellows is amazing." "Yes." Another person nodded solemnly. "Amongst the 23rd generation disciples of our Haoran sect, they really are crouching tigers and hiding dragons. Perhaps they should be the strongest batch of people in the past 10 generations. Naturally. The applauding senior nodded his head. It has never happened before that one person is competing against 3 seniors from a 2nd-grade college. After a short period of shock, the students of the 1st-grade academy went mad one by one. "Xianxia! Xianxia!" The cheers of the students of the 1st-grade academy rang out. "Breathe heavily." He was really proud of himself. "Heh! Murong Wanqing heaved a sigh of relief and smiled faintly. It's all right. I don't think it's embarrassing for the first grade academy. I feel so stressed. Feng Zhaoqi shook his head. This Xiangnan is really tough. It's a tough bone to chew on. Xiangnan, this is a spring restoration pill. You should quickly eat it. Jiang Yu jumped onto the ruins of the arena and quickly handed Xiangnan a Tier 2 rejuvenation pill. Xiangnan, I challenge you. While the students of the first grade academy were rejoicing, 2 martial artists from the second grade academy walked out. Li Hai and the others were only from Class B Class 10 of the second grade academy, but these 2 were from Class A Class 5 of the second grade academy. Moreover, both of them were experts who had half a foot into the 4th level of the Origin Return realm. Dead pigs are not afraid of boiling water. The first grade academy exploded. Someone scolded angrily. So the people of the second grade academy are so shameless. Xiangnan has just experienced a great battle. Yet you guys are actually challenging him again? That's right. Furthermore, the 2 of them are going to challenge Xiangnan together. Hurry up and go home. Xiangnan is going to fight 3 of them because he has guts. The 2 of you are taking the initiative to fight against each other. You are treating shamelessness as glory. You are truly shameless. Shut up. The 2 martial artists were enraged and shouted. Aren't the little brats of your first grade academy arrogant? Don't they feel that they are invincible under the heavens? Come on. Then Xiangnan can play 3 against 1. Of course, he can also play 2 against 1. Why wouldn't he dare to fight? After Xiangnan swallowed the rejuvenation pill, he heard the voices of the other 2 martial artists from the second grade academy and pushed Jiang Yu away. At this moment, a burst of laughter suddenly came from high up in the sky. TSK, TSK, TSK. Dozens of high-level students jumped down from the sky and landed beside Xiangnan. One of the students from the third grade academy said to the second grade academy, "You guys are really dog skin plasters. It's endless. Isn't it embarrassing to lose a match? You want to challenge me? All right, if you dare challenge Xiangnan, we will challenge you." After saying this, the 2 students of the second grade academy immediately turned pale with shock. One of them angrily said, "What does it have to do with you guys when we challenge Xiangnan? Do the people of your higher academy still want to bully others? Aren't you a second grade college challenging a first grade college? Are you qualified to say such words?" The senior of the third grade college immediately laughed. The 2 students immediately blushed, awkwardly chuckling, but they refused to let go. They continued to shout, "This is our personal grudge against Xiangnan. Who are you from Xiangnan? Why should you interfere? We have nothing to do with Xiangnan, but we just don't like you. What are you going to do?" said a senior from a third grade college coldly. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand and a surging Xiantian Dipper Chi rumbled out, blowing back nearly 6,000 people from the 2 academies by a total of 50 feet. This move shocked all the students. With a flip of his hand, 6,000 students were pushed back. However, only the 2 students from the second grade academy were left behind. The senior of the third grade academy stared at the 2 second grade students and said, "Come, come. If you dare to touch a hair on Xiangnan today, you can meet me on the arena. Don't you want to fight more and less? It doesn't matter to me. Pick 20 of you and fight together. I'll fight you one-on-one." Once these words were spoken, the people of the second grade academy were frightened to the point that they were frightened dogs. The 2 second grade students in particular felt their third grade seniors get angry and hurriedly said, No, we won't fight anymore. We'll give up. Ha 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 ha. You bunch of trash. If you have a 10th of Xiangnan's courage, I'll treat you differently. Scram. The third grade student laughed wildly. Strange. Everyone said that the elders loved their grandchildren. Grandpa generally loved his grandson very much, but he was very strict with his son. As a result, this situation was generally the same in the sect. The people of the third grade academy looked down on the second grade academy, but they were very considerate towards the junior brothers of the first grade academy. Many thanks to the seniors for their righteous actions. Xiangnan thanked the seniors of the third and fourth grade academies gratefully. Those people waved their hands, and the third grade student patted Xiangnan on the shoulder. Good boy. There's ruthlessness in his bones. I like it. You must be the person old Zhang brought back. I've heard of you, but I've never seen you before. When I saw you today, old Zhang was indeed very discerning. Old Zhang was naturally referring to Zhang Yunfan. Upon hearing this, Xianxia knew that senior brother Yunfan was a heaven origin realm expert. According to the grade of the academy, it wasn't hard to guess that most of the first-grade academies were Xiantian 9th level, Guyuan 3rd level martial artists. Second-grade academy is the second level of origin return, 5th level of origin return. Third grade corresponds to 5th level of origin returning, 1st level of heaven origin. Tier 4 is Tianyuan 1st layer, Tianyuan 5th layer. Tier 5 is Tianyuan Tier 5 Heaven Scryer Tier 1. As for the highest grade 6 academy, it was the 1st level of Heaven Scryer, the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. Of course, this was only a rough average. According to the martial arts attainments of the martial artists themselves, there would be small deviations in the realms of the students of the Great Academy from top to bottom. Alright, today is your Xianxia's time. I'll leave it to you. A group of seniors giggled and left the martial arts exercise hall. This time, you have truly become a famous figure in our first grade academy. Zhang Yu smiled and walked over. He's just lucky, Murong Wanqing said indifferently. If I were to fight today, I would definitely do better than Xianxia. Xianxia did not care what Murong Wanqing thought, nor did he care about the stupid names of those influential figures. However, sometimes, when a person was forced into a desperate situation, they could only pick up their weapons and fight back. Moreover, Xianxia was the kind of person who would resist to the maximum extent as long as he resisted. Xianxia's injuries weren't light, but they weren't fatal. Although he was surrounded by everyone, he was looking for an opportunity to slip away quietly. The first thing he did was to visit Li Jian in Zhaohua Peak. In Xianxia's heart, he had always felt guilty for Li Jian, because Li Jian had suffered 2 accidents because of him. Xianxia, your injury. Li Jian apologized. Did you get it because you wanted to avenge me again? Xianxia grinned and said, Li Jian, your heart is too good. You were hurt because of me, but you apologized to me. Li Jian smiled weakly and said, I really can't blame you this time. I was too impulsive. I was provoked by them and dared to receive the invitation. Xianxia patted Li Jian on the shoulder and said, Don't be so reckless next time. You are a disciple of Zhaohua Peak, so don't compete with them. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in the future, just ignore them. Wait for me to come back. Are you leaving? Li Jian hurriedly propped himself up and sat up. Xianxia nodded and said, I've made quite a commotion in the sect this time. I'm afraid I won't be able to stay peacefully. Therefore, I plan to leave for the northern border tonight. Take good care of yourself and work hard to learn alchemy during this period of time. Remember, we are not here to fight for strength and ruthlessness. We are here to learn martial arts skills. Stupid brat. Let's drink together when I get back. Xianxia left Zhaohua Peak and went back to Sun Peak to bid farewell to his master. He rented a griffin overnight and took advantage of the night to spread his wings and fly north. Under the night sky, Xianxia looked at the 2 mission scrolls in his hand. These 2 missions were received from the credit hall before he left. Xianxia had to be fully prepared for the upcoming entrance exam to the special hospital. Xianxia flipped through the 2 mission scrolls. Both missions were second-class special-purpose missions, and the reward was 100 credits each. As Xianxia was still only able to complete the Hawk Palace quest, he could only complete the second-level special-level quest. As for rank 3 missions, they needed to be promoted to rank 3 academies and enter the Tiger rankings. However, the general value of the resources Xianxia needed right now was not too high. If he could accumulate 100 credits at a time, he would be able to do so. These 2 missions were: Mission Content 100 Beast Cliff. Steal an egg from a 7th level origin returning fire python. Time limit: 1 month. Calculate the time from the start of the mission. Reward 100 credits. Mission Desolate Swamp. Rescue the disciples of the cavalry sect trapped in the desolate swamp. No time limit, 100 credits rewarded. Fortunately, I only stole the blazing fire python's eggs. Not let me kill the blazing fire python. Xiang Nan mumbled to himself. How could that 7th-level origin returning fire python be joking? If he fought with it, he would definitely die without a chance of survival. As for the quest in the primordial swamp, Xiang Nan deliberately followed it up. First, the earth-desolate wood was there. Second, Elder Yu of the cavalry sect had taken care of him. This time, it could be considered as repaying Elder Yu for taking care of him. Beijiang 100 Beast Cliff was located in the north of the Haoyan Empire. It spanned 2 provinces along with Donghai Province, with a total distance of 200,000 li. The northern wilderness swamp was located in the northwest of northern Xinjiang, 50,000 kilometers away from the 100 Beast Cliff. With the speed of a griffin, it could reach the 100 Beast Cliff in about 25 days. That was because even though a griffin traveled thousands of miles every day, it still needed to rest. Along the way, Xiang Nan chose a total of 4 landing spots, each landing 50,000 miles to replenish food and freshwater resources, and let the griffins rest before continuing forward. The 100 Beast Cliff was originally located in the barren region of the northern border. It was not suitable for humans to live there, but because there were a large number of demonic beast herbs within the 100 Beast Cliff, a Baisho city had been developed near the 100 Beast Cliff over a long period of time. This 100 Beast city had a similar flavor to Bluestone Town, but the difference was that there wasn't a single native inhabitant in the 100 Beast city. The entire city was completely constructed by foreign martial artists and merchants in the wilderness. When Xiang Nan reached the vicinity of 100 Beast city, he could see that it was really a 10,000-mile wilderness. Not to mention humans, even wild beasts were rare. However, as he continued to advance, a magnificent city that stood tall in the wilderness rose up from the ground. It was like a pearl in the desert. Why did he use the word magnificent to describe 100 Beast City? It was because 100 Beast City was too luxurious. The 100 Beast City, which was jointly established by warriors, hunters, caravans, and herbal medicine merchants, attracted millions of humans to come here, and thus developed a large number of recreational facilities. Brothels, restaurants, gambling houses, and so on are all available. From afar, the 100 Beast City was like a city pasted with countless gemstones, shining with colorful colors under the sunlight. Outside 100 Beast City, there was a large-scale beast pen that specialized in stopping mounts. At a glance, countless land-based demonic beasts and flying demonic beasts couldn't see the boundaries. Xiang Nan spent a lot of money to rent a place in the beast pen before he stepped into the beautiful city. Xiang Nan swallowed an aging pill and entered Baisho City. Xiang Nan was attracted by the dazzling beauty. Even the huge stone road on the ground was painted golden and dazzling. On the streets, it was almost impossible to see ordinary people. All of them were martial artists or businessmen who came here to do business. Few commoners appeared, and they had heard of Baisho City for a long time. They came here to spend money and play. Many powerful figures in the outside world immediately tore off their disguises as soon as they arrived, exposing the most primitive dark side of humanity. On both sides of the road, the brothel was openly open. Moreover, day and night, every brothel's entrance was filled with dressed girls welcoming guests. The more exaggerated girl, not even wearing a coat, was barely wearing her upper body, which attracted the attention of the passers-by. On the other side, there were many gaming houses that shouted out loud, ranging from ordinary small gaming houses to the gigantic gaming houses on the 7th or 8th floor. Amazing! Xiang Nan shook his head and opened the 100 Beast City quest scroll, searching for the starting point of the acceptance quest. The one who issued the mission was an auction house located in the southern district of 100 Beast City, not far from where Xiang Nan was. Big brother, please save my sister. Just as Xiang Nan put away the scroll and exclaimed in admiration at the magnificence of the huge gold dissipation cave in 100 Beast City, a child with a face full of mud suddenly hugged Xiang Nan's leg and pleaded bitterly. The child looked at most 7 or 8 years old, and his face was black and purple. It was obvious that he had been beaten while pleading with passers-by. Xiang Nan was moved by pity and asked curiously, "What happened to your sister? How can I just have her?" When the child saw Xiang Nan's words, he immediately cried out in excitement, "My sister has been ruined. She is already dying. Brother, I beg you, even if you give my sister some herbs, it will be fine. Xianxia frowned deeply and said, Take me there quickly. Places like Hundred Beast City were chaotic and filled with thieves and criminals. If an ordinary person didn't have any defensive abilities or powerful backgrounds, they might encounter something if they came here. Because Baisho City did not have native civilians, and more than 90% of them were martial artists. The Haotian Empire's military did not set up a base here. In other words, in Hundred Beast City they could directly start a war. Xianxia followed the little child along the way. What he saw in front of him also confirmed this point. Although the buildings in Hundred Beast City were gorgeous and numb, it was not difficult to see ruins of destroyed buildings. These were all scenes created by martial artists who did not draw their sabers at all. The child brought Xianxia around and arrived in front of a ruin. It's inside. Brother, come with me. The child's body shortened and he entered between the two broken pillars in front of the door. Xianxia hurriedly followed up and saw the little child's sister at a glance. Upon seeing this, Xianxia was furious. The little child's sister was only 13 or 14 years old at most. She was currently lying on Ling Yi's dilapidated stone table, her face extremely pale. What kind of damn bastard was he? He wouldn't even let such a young girl go. Little girl, how are you? Xianxia crouched beside the little girl and asked worriedly. He reached out to feel the girl's pulse. At this moment, the little girl suddenly opened her eyes and spat out a pale red powder at Xianxia with a puff of her mouth. Xianxia reacted very quickly and quickly raised his head to dodge. However, behind him, the little boy also sprinkled a piece of powder. Xianxia was completely defenseless. How could he have imagined that these two young children, who had no martial arts realm, would harm him? Xianxia was already very careful. He immediately dodged the powder and even held his breath to avoid inhaling too much poisonous gas. However, when the powder contaminated his body, his heart suddenly sank and he thought that something was wrong. These two children were no ordinary people. The pale red powder could actually enter his body through human skin. Even if Xianxia held his breath, he would not be able to guard against it. At this moment, Xianxia felt a top-heavy weight on his feet and sat on the ground with a soft body. The little girl's movements were rather sophisticated and swift. When she got off the stone table, she had already removed the storage ring from Xianxia's hand. Then a boy and a woman and two children drilled into a hole in the wall and disappeared. Xianxia quickly circulated the Haotian Chun Yuan technique in his body, clearing away the remaining toxins in his body in an instant and chasing after him closely. However, outside the cave was the street, and at a glance, there was a vast sea of people. Where can I find that pair of children? The key point was that the two children didn't have a martial arts realm, and it was impossible for Xianxia to track their yuan qi fluctuations. Touching his empty fingers, Xianxia cursed himself for being too careless. But he wasn't particularly worried. First, after a martial artist wears a storage ring, they need to drop blood to recognize the owner. Unless the owner personally opens the storage ring, or the owner hands over the outstanding seal of the storage ring to someone else, other people will not be able to open the storage ring after obtaining it. Secondly, if those two children were just ordinary thieves, they would really be hard to find. But the poison in their hands was definitely not ordinary. A child with such a thing must have a huge gang of thieves behind him. Anyway, let's go to the auction house first. Fortunately, when he was checking the mission scroll earlier, he casually stuffed it into his arms. As long as there were more scrolls, it would be fine. The auction house that issued the 100 Beast Cliff quest was called the Hongyun Pavilion. To be honest, this auction house was not big, and it could be considered rather shabby in Baisho City. When Xianxia arrived here, there were 3 auction halls in the Hongyun Pavilion. Hello, I'm here for a mission. Xianxia found the head of the auction house and displayed the mission scroll. Oh, so it's a friend from the sect. The person in charge of the auction house immediately greeted Xianxia politely and poured some water for him. This mission was different from the one Xianxia did last time. Last time, it was a mission issued directly by the Sunset Moon City military, so Sun Chun knew that Xianxia was a member of the Haoran sect. However, the missions issued by ordinary people or clans were directly distributed to the official institutions, which then sent them to the various sects. Therefore, there was an official in between, and the person in charge of the auction house did not know which sect Xianxia belonged to. Do you want the snake eggs of the blazing fire python? There are many martial artists here. As long as you give them some benefits, there will be a large number of people helping you get them. Why are you looking for help from the sect? Furthermore, you are an auction house. Could it be that you can't find such a snake egg? Xianxia asked as he held the teacup in his hand. The person in charge nodded. Sigh. It's a long story. The person in charge of the Hongyun Pavilion had an only child. For some reason, he was bitten by a purple-scaled scarlet-eyed snake. This snake venom was extremely cold, and only the eggs of the blazing fire python could detoxify it. However, the snake egg of the blazing fire python only had this kind of function. Other than that, it was worthless. In addition, the blazing fire python had a cruel nature and strong strength. Basically, no one would eat enough of it to steal the snake egg. Therefore, even though the auction house auctioned the treasures of the Five Flowers sect every day, there was no fire snake egg. The person in charge had hired some idle martial artists to steal the eggs some time ago. As a result, those people didn't come back because they weren't strong enough. If a martial artist with a higher cultivation realm was hired, the Hongyun Pavilion would not be able to offer such a large commission, so they could only seek help from the government. So that's how it is. Xianxia took a sip of tea and said, I can try it for you. But there's one more thing I need to ask you. Then, Xianxia told the person in charge about the loss of his storage ring. Are you sure it's light red powder? The person in charge's eyes lit up and said, That's easy. Only a group of thieves in Baisho City know how to use this poison. Moreover, my relationship with the leader of the thieves is pretty good. I can help you get it back directly. This is the best. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Anyone who could open an auction house in one place would have some connections, especially an institution like the auction house, which would often help some underground gangs sell their stolen goods. Therefore, what the owner of the auction house said still carried a bit of weight. The person in charge was eager to save the girl and was eager for Xianxia to retrieve the storage ring. So he immediately left with Xianxia without saying a word. This group of thieves weren't very powerful. They were called the Haoqing Guild, and their names didn't quite correspond to what they had done. The Haoqing Guild was located in the south of the city, and they arrived not far away. When the person in charge of the auction house revealed his intention, the mustached guild leader immediately burst into laughter and said, So we stole the storage ring of little brother Xianxia. It was really a flood that rushed the Dragon King Temple. It doesn't matter. These are all small matters. Follow me. I'll bring you guys to look for the two children. The two children lived in a shabby house in the side yard, and there were quite a few thieves drinking and shouting in the yard. As soon as they entered the room, what they saw in front of them stunned Xianxia and the others. It was indeed the two children, a man and a woman, but at this moment, the two of them were already dead. It was a knife that pierced through their hearts and instantly killed them. The eight-bearded guild leader was instantly shocked. This? There's actually someone who can kill under our noses. Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward and said in a deep voice, Not long after they died. I'm afraid the time of their death is less than a minute. The person in charge of the auction house said in shock, Xianxia, did you have a grudge against someone? Otherwise, why would they chase after you here to kill people and steal your storage ring? No, I just arrived at 100 Beast City today. Xianxia touched the little girl's sleeve and rolled out a round bead. Hawkeye! Xiangxia's pupils constricted and he turned around. He said angrily to the mustache, How dare you? You even dare to steal the eagle's eye. The eight-bearded captain was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and waved his hand in panic. No. Give me 100 guts. I don't dare to steal this kind of thing. Xianxia held the eagle eye in his hand and his heart slowly grew heavy. This seemingly petty thieving matter seemed to have become complicated. Xianxia had a strange feeling, as if he had fallen into an invisible net. However, Xianxia couldn't figure out who was targeting him and why he was targeting him. Xianxia, you have to believe him. The person in charge of the auction house also pleaded for mercy on behalf of the eight-bearded captain. Even if he dares to steal something like the eagle eye, no one would dare to buy it. Even my auction house would not dare to accept the eagle eye. Hawkeye was a communication facility that had been modified based on signaling. Could communicate in real time. If one person held the eagle eye and the other held the corresponding eagle eye, then the two eagle eyes could communicate in words directly. There was no need to save a paragraph of text or voice like a signaling order, release the signaling order, and wait for the target mission to receive the signaling order before knowing the information inside. However, eagle's eye was extremely expensive, and it's for the military. Normally, only military scouts on the front lines would use the eagle's eye to send a message to their subordinate officers. Or, during the war, the high-ranking military commander could directly transmit his orders to the generals on the front lines through the eagle's eye. This was called the eagle eye. That was something that was absolutely impossible to buy on the market. Even in the military, it was a very precious resource that ordinary soldiers were unable to access. Xianxia had already believed the commander's words. Stealing the eagle's eye was equivalent to fighting against the military. How many lives did he have to do such a thing? I don't care. This matter has nothing to do with me. The mustached captain fled the scene in panic. Once this matter was related to the military, it would become a big deal. How could a mustached captain dare to get involved? It shouldn't be a military operation. Xianxia turned his eagle eye, but there was no number on it. The person in charge of the auction house nodded thoughtfully. There is no special number on the eagle's eye, which means that it was taken away by someone just after it was created. But the person in charge didn't say anything else. But Xianxia had already guessed it. But how many people had this kind of energy? Who can secretly get Hawkeye? Xianxia, if there are no special items in your storage ring, I advise you not to look for them. The person in charge said something very pertinent. Xianxia shook his head. Not only did he have his own saber in his storage ring, he also had the Sun God technique and the White Flame Lightning Talisman. These two things must not be lost. If you want to find it, you have to hurry up. The person in charge added. Although the storage ring has a contract with the master and cannot be opened easily, if there are artifact forging experts, they can open your storage ring within 3 days at the fastest. Who is it? Suddenly, Xianxia looked at the southeast corner of the room. At the southeast corner of the roof, there was a shadow lying on the ground. The shadow immediately flew out. Xianxia smashed through the roof and saw the shadow swiftly floating north. Good skill. Xianxia's pupils narrowed as he poked the roof with his right foot and chased after him with a whoosh. At this moment, Xianxia had a 100% chance of proving that this matter had nothing to do with the military. One was that the eagle eye did not have a number, and the other was that the martial skill used by the escapee did not belong to the military. But that person's skill was excellent, bouncing back and forth between towering buildings, turning into broken shadows. With such skill, even if it was a thief, he was still an elite among thieves. It was impossible for the mustache guild leader to have such skill. Fortunately, Xianxia was not an ordinary person. He chased after the shadow along the escape route. Moreover, the distance between the two of them was slowly closing. The shadow turned around and looked at Xianxia. Obviously, he did not expect Xianxia to be so strong. However, his next move infuriated Xianxia. That shadow actually raised the storage ring in his hand. It was clearly a provocation. My storage ring. Xianxia recognized it at a glance. It must be the shadow that secretly killed the two children and got the storage ring in his hand. Those two are just children. Although they were petty thieves, in the end, they had no parents and were led astray by the mustache, so why would they be stabbed to death by someone else? Looking at the shadow again, he realized that he was not as fast as Xianxia. So he threw the storage ring in his hand down the northeast slope. At the same time, the shadow quickly fled towards the southeast. In the crowd below the northeast slope, a person wearing a black robe silently reached out to catch the storage ring and disappeared from the crowd. Change hands. Xianxia had heard of the rules for thieves to steal things. Normally, after a thief stole something, He would immediately hand it over to the other thieves and then continue to change hands until he was out of danger. If Xianxia chased after the black-clothed man in the crowd, he would probably lose him after a few chases. Thus, he ignored his storage ring and continued to chase after the shadows of high-rise buildings. The shadow was very smart. It never kept moving in a straight line. Instead, it circled around the building in order to prevent Xianxia from shooting a hidden weapon at him. Although Xianxia was fast, he was not familiar with the terrain here, and he almost lost it several times. Finally, when the two of them were on the same horizontal line, Xianxia shouted and immediately used the shadow steps. In an instant, he arrived right in front of the shadow and discovered that the shadow was a fellow who covered his nose and mouth with a black cloth. That person was suddenly shocked, and he actually directly smashed into Xianxia's arms. He held a cold dagger in his hand, and the weather was filled with it. Xiantian 9th layer, not bad skill, not high realm. Xianxia shook off the dagger with one hand, and at the same time he turned around and kicked the man's leg. With this kick, Xianxia mercilessly kicked the man's knee to shreds on the spot. Even the calf bone was broken, and the dense white bone pierced out of the skin and flesh. That person was also decisive. He actually ignored the intense pain and turned around to slash the dagger towards Xianxia's neck. Xianxia snapped the man's left arm. His left hand turned into a hand knife, and then smashed his right arm. The man finally screamed out in pain. Xianxia lifted the black cloth off his face, and was surprised to discover that it was only a 4- or 5-year-old child. No wonder his movement technique was so good. But his cultivation realm wasn't enough. "Who are you? Why did you steal my storage ring? Why did you kill them?" Xianxia asked coldly. The current child was also ruthless enough. With a puff, the child spat out a mouthful of blood on Xianxia's face and was dodged by Xianxia. Then, the child sneered, "You're finished, you're dead. How dare you speak so hard?" Xianxia exerted force on his hand, and the child screamed miserably again. "Hurry up and tell me. Who did you hand over my storage ring to? Take me to find it," Xianxia shouted. Unexpectedly, a strange and sinister smile appeared on the child's face. "I don't know the person who took over the storage ring. Even if I was willing to help you find him, I wouldn't be able to find him." At this moment, a cold blade of light suddenly shot over from the southwest. Xianxia didn't have a weapon in his hand, so he couldn't block it, so he could only dodge. The blade of light sliced past Xianxia, but a small lancet appeared beneath the blade of light. The lancet accurately hit the child's heart. The child's face was filled with a sinister smile, and he died just like that. Xianxia took a deep breath and looked towards the southwest with a shocked expression. Another shadow flashed by. As for the dead child, something fell out of his sleeve. Xianxia reached out to take it, and it was another eagle's eye. Damn it! Xianxia, who had been toyed with 3 times and 4 times, was already deeply enraged. He immediately chased after the sneak attackers in the southwest. However, Xianxia's time to receive the eagle's eye had already been delayed. The sneak attacker had somewhere to run, and it was very likely that he had disappeared into the vast sea of people below. "You want to run?" Xianxia held the willow leaf blade from the child's corpse in his hand, and then used his lightning photo-electric eye. The willow blade was accompanied by residual yuan qi fluctuations. After Xianxia clearly recognized it, his pair of eyes lit up with lightning as he looked down at the sea of people. He saw that the vast sea of people immediately formed a vast expanse of whiteness light in his field of vision. As long as a martial artist had the first weather and yuan qi in his body, it would definitely emit corresponding fluctuations. Xianxia accurately found the same yuan qi fluctuation as the remaining yuan qi on the willow leaf blade. The man is sprinting north in the crowd. Xianxia also landed on the ground from the building, quickly chasing after them from the crowd, and opened his 2 eagle eyes. He always felt that this matter was a bit strange. He clearly didn't have any enmity with anyone, but he was targeted as soon as he arrived at 100 Beast City. In particular, their people were so vicious that they even killed their own companions without hesitation. The child said that he didn't know the person who changed hands to accept the rings. Xianxia pondered for a moment before opening his two eagle eyes. But they were empty. The information inside should have been erased. Putting away his eagle eye, Xianxia continued to pursue. The shadow in front of him did not know that he was being followed by Xianxia. After walking 2 blocks, his speed slowed down. Xianxia was not in a hurry to expose himself for the sake of fishing for a long time. Instead, he hung behind the man and followed him slowly. When Xianxia arrived at 100 Beast City, it was already close to dusk. As soon as he left, night fell. In an instant, the magnificent Baisho city immediately turned into a city of light. Countless lights of different colors lit up, illuminating the entire city like a gorgeous rainbow. Those lights were all emitted from expensive colored moonstones. Some large entertainment venues even used astonishingly expensive sunstones. Moonstone and sunstone were ores that could emit light of their own, and they had no other use than to shine. Xianxia followed the sneak attacker to a huge abandoned building. This should have been a gambling house. The outer and inner walls of the building were inlaid with a large amount of moonstones, but the interior had been severely damaged. Heh! This time, I have accumulated quite a few rewards, right? A voice came from inside the building. Xianxia used his yuan qi to absorb the wall and climbed inside like a gecko. He always wandered in the shadows that were impossible to reach. When he arrived at the hall, he discovered that there were 4 people standing in the abandoned hall. Adding in the sneak attackers, there were a total of 5 people. These people's cultivation bases were generally not high, and they looked around 24 or 15 years old. However, 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm, the other 2 were at the 1st level of the Origin realm, and the sneak attacker was at the 1st level of the Origin realm. The sneak attacker held the eagle eye and said excitedly, "The reward I received this time is very generous. After finishing this, I will withdraw." However, the other 4 remained silent. From their gazes, they could tell that they were very panicked, or even scared. At this moment, Xianxia slowly descended from the shadows. The 5 people were immediately shocked. The sneak attacker stared at Xianxia and said in shock, "How did you find me?" Xianxia said in a low voice, "I have no grievances or enmity with you. Why are you constantly targeting me? Tell me where my storage ring is." The 5 of them exchanged glances, gritted their teeth and rushed towards Xianxia. Although these people's realms weren't high, they weren't too bad either. Only the cultivation methods and martial skills they cultivated were truly too ordinary. How could Xianxia, a disciple of the Haoran sect, be afraid of them? On the spot, he flipped his right hand and sent all 5 of them flying with just his powerful yuan qi. When the 5 of them got up from the ground and looked at Xianxia again, their eyes were filled with fear. Obviously, they did not expect Xianxia to be so powerful. The 5 of them immediately got up and fled in all directions in panic. While the sneak attacker was escaping, he also shot out 5 light blades condensed from yuan qi towards Xianxia. 5 lancets, at the same time that Xianxia was about to chase after him. Ding! 5 crisp voices sounded at the same time. Eagle Eye Xianxia frowned. This was the sound of information coming from Eagle Eye. The 5 people who had escaped were about to escape from the interior of the building. After hearing the sound of the eagle's eyes, their bodies stiffened. The 5 of them lowered their heads and glanced at Eagle Eyes. The faces of the 5 of them changed drastically. They were pale and deathly pale. Then, a strange scene occurred. The 5 of them took out their weapons and charged towards Xianxia with fear on their faces. "You're courting death? You don't want to die." Xianxia never thought that not only would these 5 fellows not escape, they would actually dare to charge forward. However, those 5 people's attacks were fatal moves. All of them struck at Xianxia's throat, heart, and temples. In that manner, they were risking their lives to fight Xianxia to the end. "You want to kill me? Xianxia is so angry. I came to Baisho City to carry out a mission. Not only did you steal my storage ring, but you are also killing me with your eyes wide open." Xianxia furiously pushed away the first person's attack and ruthlessly stamped a palm on that person's chest. This palm completely shattered the ribs of the first person, and even his internal organs were also shattered into pieces of meat, causing him to die on the spot. When the other four saw Xiang Nan's astonishing strength, their faces were filled with fear. Even their attacking hands began to tremble. However, they were still unwilling to stop, as if they would never give up until they personally killed Xiang Nan. "Stop!" Xiang Nan roared. The four of them ignored Xiang Nan's words and repeatedly attacked Xiang Nan's vital parts with cold weapons and sharp blades. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and poured his yuan qi into his right leg. He kicked the second person's chest with his heart-piercing leg. A fierce yuan qi pierced through that person's chest, shattering a beating heart on the spot. Then, he waved his right hand horizontally. His right hand, which was glittering with yuan qi, sliced into the neck of the third person, causing that person's neck to break, and he instantly died. The fourth person actually rushed forward, ignoring Xiang Nan's attack. He immediately lay on Xiang Nan's back, but hysterically opened his mouth to bite Xiang Nan's neck. Xiang Nan pointed backwards and directly stabbed the person's temple. The fourth person didn't even snort and immediately lost his life. "Are you all crazy?" Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and roared angrily. The last thing left was the sneak attacker. Xiang Nan had seen many desperate martial artists. However, he had never seen anyone who had no reason, no hatred, and no hatred to fight to the death. Especially when they knew that they would die, they still rushed forward like crazy. "Stop!" Xiang Nan pointed with his hand and shouted sternly. The sneak attacker was originally holding the willow leaf blade and rushing towards Xiang Nan, but when he heard Xiang Nan's words, he immediately stopped in his tracks. "Try it further. I will not show mercy," Xiang Nan shouted. Unexpectedly, the sneak attacker knelt on the ground with a putong sound. He actually covered his face and cried, "I don't want to die. I really don't want to die." Xiang Nan felt that what had happened to him was simply unimaginable. He shouted, "Who exactly are you, and for what purpose did you sneak attack me? Who did you hand over my storage ring to?" Xiang Nan was worried that this person wouldn't be able to understand, so he advised, "Don't worry. I understand the rules of the road. If I lose something, it means that I'm not strong enough. Please make a price. I'm willing to redeem my storage ring, so you don't have to fight me to the death." Thieves easily wouldn't risk their lives with others, unless someone who had lost something came looking for them. Even if they returned the stolen treasure, the owner wouldn't let it go and would still kill them in pain. That's why Xiang Nan said that, "Let the sneak attacker be free from the psychological pressure. Let me tell you, if I don't kill you, I can't afford to buy the storage ring back." Xiang Nan had already done his utmost to be benevolent. However, the sneak attacker did not relax in the slightest. Instead, he cried and shouted, "I don't want to die." Suddenly, he collided with Xiang Nan. The lancet in the sneak attacker's hand stared blankly at Xiang Nan's throat. He still intended to kill Xiang Nan. "Damn it!" Xiang Nan kicked the sneak attacker to the ground with a heartless kick. Then, he grabbed the man's throat and twisted it hard. Finally, the sneak attacker died as well. "Who the hell is playing with me? Get out of here!" Xiang Nan was furious and smashed his fist on the ground, causing the entire building to jump. Blade enemies were naturally incomparably carefree, but the people Xiang Nan had killed were all without grievances or enmity, and they had never even met before. Xiang Nan angrily roared twice, but no one came out to pay attention to him. He could only fumble through the clothes of the 5 people and find 5 eagle eyes. Opening the eagle eyes again, the 5 eagle eyes were completely empty. They had clearly heard their eagle eyes earlier, but now there was nothing left, and they were temporarily erased. With a heavy and angry heart, Xiang Nan left the building and prepared to return to the Hongyun Pavilion auction house first. He felt aggrieved and powerless. If the enemy were to openly fight him, it would be better. However, he did not even know who the enemy was. Xiang Nan did not randomly kill people. He had always paid attention to the details and observed the connections between these people. It turned out that those people had almost nothing in common. The martial techniques they used were all different, and they did not speak like acquaintances. It was as if they were a group of people they did not know each other. They suddenly rushed out to kill themselves. The night in Baisho City was very lively. Countless men and women were enjoying their youth and enjoying the refreshing feeling this city brought them. When Xianxia returned to the street where the Hongyun Pavilion auction house was located, he felt a sense of hostility and locked himself in. Xianxia's footsteps slowed down as he raised his head and looked in the direction of the hostility. His gaze pierced through the dense crowd and finally landed in the distance on a man wearing a light yellow robe with a knife in his arms. The man lowered his head, his pale yellow hood hanging down, and the shadows shrouded his face, making it impossible to see clearly. Xianxia relied on the keen sense of smell of a martial artist to feel that the person holding the saber was no ordinary martial artist. When Xianxia was observing him, the yellow-robed man also raised his head. His sharp eyes penetrated through the shadows and connected with Xianxia's gaze. "Master, come in and play." 3 naked women rushed up from both sides, hugging Xianxia and rubbing against Xianxia's body. At this moment, Huang Yiren, who was standing far away, suddenly stepped on the ground. Under this foot, waves of air surged over, blowing the people all over the street to the east and the west. What a disappointment! The brothel girls curled their lips and walked away carelessly like the pedestrians. In less than a minute, the entire street was dancing. These people from 100 Beast City had truly seen the world. If they were in other cities, as long as there were martial artists about to fight, then the civilians would definitely flee in a panic. However, the people from 100 Beast City seemed to be used to seeing this scene and just casually left. The yellow-robed man waved his body and drew a large arc that floated 5 meters in front of Xianxia. "Are you also those people?" Xianxia stared at the yellow-robed man and said in a deep voice. The yellow-robed man lifted his hood. He had a face that was 18 or 19 years old, and there was a scar on his chin. He was at the 2nd level of the Origin Return realm. Then the yellow-robed man said something meaningful. "Hand over the 3 fingers of your right hand. Even if this matter is over, it will be good for you and me." Xianxia laughed furiously and said, "Is it good for you? What good is it for me? Who exactly are you? Why did you become that cowardly turtle and not dare to openly start a war with me?" The yellow-robed man held onto his saber and said, "There are some things that you'd better not inquire about. Judging from your strength, you should be quite strong. I only want to tell you that someone is eyeing you. If you do as I say, then both of us will be happy. Otherwise, it will not be good for you or me." "Listen to you," Xianxia frowned. "It seems like you can't help it? Looks like I can't persuade you." The yellow-robed man shook his head. With his right thumb, he pushed a snowy saber out of its sheath, revealing a cold light. The yellow-robed man used an ordinary-sized saber. The entire blade was less than a meter long, very light and fast. He should be using a speed-type saber technique. "How about this?" Xianxia hugged his shoulders and said, "Go back and tell the people behind the scenes that if they give me my storage ring, I will not continue to participate in this matter. Otherwise, as long as you dare to pull out your saber now, then let's just fight to the end. If I don't find the mastermind behind the scenes, I will never stop. Consider carefully for yourselves. Is it worth provoking me? Your tone is quite loud, but you have no idea who you are fighting against. No matter who you are, no matter what background you have, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot afford to offend those people behind me." The yellow-robed man pulled out his saber and didn't care about Xianxia's threat at all. "Before you die, I can tell you that you are indeed innocent. At first, those people didn't plan to do anything to you. They just wanted to take away your storage ring. But you're not willing to let it go. You insist on investigating. Now that you're getting deeper and deeper, there's no way to retreat." After saying that, the yellow-robed man rose from the ground and shouted, "Clear wind slash!" The saber in his hand was swung hundreds of times in an instant. More than 102 fingers wide and more than half a meter long saber lights shot down towards Xianxia like a violent storm. Not everyone is able to walk a long way on the path of martial arts. Most of them are not talented enough, and they often stagnate when they reach the Xiantian realm for the rest of their lives. The martial arts realm relied on diligence and hard work on the one hand, and martial arts talent on the other. Zhao San was such a person. 100 Beast City. A month ago. Zhao San was a bloodlicker. Ever since he was 25 years old, he had discovered that his cultivation had stayed at the 8th level of the Xianxia realm. He hadn't moved for 5 years, so he gave up on his plan to continue practicing martial arts. Instead, he became a mercenary and joined others to form a group of more than 40 mercenaries. Normally, he would go outside the 100 Beast Cliff to beat demonic beasts and get some fur and claws to sell. In exchange for some gold coins, he would squander them in Baisho City. This kind of person pinned his head to his belt to earn money. There was no tomorrow. He didn't know when he would die under the claws of a demonic beast. Therefore, he paid more attention to enjoyment. Could be said that he was good at eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. On this day, as usual, Zhao San came out of the casino and his pocket was empty. The 3,000 gold coins he had earned in the past few days were all squandered. Damn! Your luck isn't good lately. If you go back to the 100 Beast Cliff and earn the gambling money, you'll definitely win back even more. Fuck! No eyes! In the crowd, Zhao San had been hit, and he was already unhappy, but now he felt even more unlucky. When he cursed and rubbed his waist, he suddenly found that his pocket was bulging. He reached out to touch it and took out a bright silver ball. What the hell is this? I wonder if it's worth anything. Zhao San was curious as he held the sphere. At this moment, the sphere gave a crisp ding sound. The ball opened and the fluorescence inside formed a line of text. Touch any woman's butt. The reward is 200 gold coins. What is it? Zhao San scratched his head and threw the ball into the rubbish on the roadside. However, after taking a few steps, he laughed and grabbed the buttocks of a woman who was passing by the side of the road. He ignored the woman's insults and continued to whistle proudly. Beside him, a silent passerby appeared. That person quickly stuffed something into Zhao San's hand and hurriedly left. Zhao San was puzzled. He opened the bag and his eyes immediately lit up. The bag was actually filled with gold coins. But the ball beneath the gold coin surprised Zhao San. Hey? Isn't this the thing I just threw away? Why did it come back? Who gave me the money? Ah, that's right. Zhao San suddenly recalled the words that had appeared in the ball. Could it be true? Ding. The sphere rang again. The sphere opened, and the fluorescence inside formed a new line of words. Steal a steamed bun. Time limit is 5 minutes. The reward is 500 gold coins. Ah, there's such a good thing. Zhao San looked left and right and found a shop selling steamed buns. He quickly rushed forward and stuffed a steamed buns into his bosom. With his skill, this was not difficult to accomplish. After he got the steamed bun, within 10 minutes, a silent person walked over and stuffed a bag into Zhao San's hand. When the bag opened, there was a bag of gold coins inside. It was exactly 500 gold coins. Heavens! Is this okay? Then the money is too fast. It's much easier than me going to the 100 Beast Cliff to do the quest. Zhao San smiled. He didn't know who gave him the money and why, but he didn't care about it. A person who could earn money with his life, a person who could lose all the money he earned with his life in just a few days would not think that much. In the next 3 days, Zhao San received all sorts of strange missions. Each of these missions was more difficult and the rewards were higher than the other. Until the 4th day, he received a killing mission. The reward for this mission was 3,000 gold coins. Zhao San was ruthless. Cut to the chase late at night. A drunkard staggered past the alley. Zhao San suddenly jumped out of the alley and stabbed the drunkard to death. Half an hour later, he received 3,000 gold coins. The ball rang. The next mission was to kill 5 people. The reward was 10,000 gold coins. Although Zhao San was a mercenary who exchanged his life for money, he was by no means an extremely vicious bandit. It was just that these past few days, he had been doing missions continuously and easily received a pen and brush reward, which had slowly lured out the desire in his heart. In fact, it was even out of control, and he had finally embarked on the path of killing people. But now, killing 1 was killing 5 was also killing. This night, Zhao San was always in an extremely excited mood. He did not rest at all. He traveled all over the western city, looking for opportunities all the time. At dawn, he had finally killed 5 innocent passersby, and 10,000 gold coins had arrived on time. Ha ha! Ha ha! Zhao San laughed wildly while holding the money. His brain was paralyzed and he could no longer feel the guilt of killing. He was only blinded by this easy way of earning money. As long as he could earn money, he could do anything. Ding! Ball open, next quest. Serial quest. Comma, reward. After completing the next 5 missions perfectly, you will obtain a 2nd-grade low-grade origin tempering pill. Zhao San was stunned. A Tier 2 origin tempering pill. It was a treasure that could temper a martial artist's meridians. If he could obtain such a pill, perhaps his realm would rise a little. If he advanced to the 9th level of the Xianxia realm, then his weight in the mercenary ranks would greatly increase. Immediately after, the first mission appeared. Within 5 hours, kill a martial artist who possesses at least the 3rd level of the Xianxia realm. Martial artist Zhao San was shocked. Previously, he had only killed ordinary people, but this time, his mission was to kill martial artists. However, he was only at the 3rd level of the Xianxia realm. He was at the 8th level of the Xianxia realm. Would he still be afraid? After a soul-stirring ambush, Zhao San's heart skipped a beat, but he easily ambushed a Xianxia 3rd layer martial artist. The second mission appeared. Within 5 hours, kill a martial artist who possesses at least the 5th level of the Xianxia realm. Zhao San successfully completed the task. A third mission appeared. Within 5 hours, kill a martial artist who possesses at least the 7th level of the Xianxia realm. Zhao Sanyi gritted his teeth for the sake of the Tier 2 origin tempering pill. Before dusk, he had waited for a Xianxia 7 Dan drunkard for a long time, and after waiting for the right opportunity, he took the opportunity to kill him. The fourth mission appeared. Within 10 hours, kill a martial artist who possesses at least the 8th level of the Xianxia realm. This mission Zhao San failed. His strength wasn't that exquisite. He was a Xianxia 8th layer martial artist who escaped with serious injuries after the battle. Ding! The ball rang. Mission failed. Punishment. Death. I'm not playing anymore. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'll give you all the money. Zhao San was scared. He shouted at the ball in horror, but didn't get any response. Zhao San escaped and flew in the cold night wind. However, a black shadow suddenly jumped down from the building in midair. The shadow raised his saber and took away Zhao San's head. After the shadow landed on the ground, a crisp ding sound came from his body. The silhouette opened the sphere, and there were 4 words on it. Mission complete. Over the past month, 100 Beast City had become less peaceful. Many people had received an inexplicable ball and received even more inexplicable quests under the inexplicable circumstances. Those missions didn't seem to be related to each other, but the rewards were often exceptionally generous. Some people didn't care and directly threw away the ball. Others started to get excited after tasting the sweetness and started to do one task after another. Most of the time, they do their own tasks after receiving a mission, but sometimes some of their tasks will overlap. After completing the mission together, they will be rewarded collectively. As time passed, some people began to feel bad because the difficulty of those missions would always increase, until it exceeds their capabilities. When they were about to give up, they were told not to quit the game. At this time, some inexplicable people would come out and execute these defectors. All of a sudden, all the game members in 100 Beast City, who had already involved in a difficult task, started to panic, because they knew how severe the punishment was. Many of the game members had even personally executed some defectors. It was at this moment that dawn appeared, saving the terrified members of the game from despair. The game will last for 40 days. After 40 days, it will be over completely. Those who survive will receive a secret manual of local body refining techniques. This reward naturally made countless game members go crazy, but what made them even crazier was that they knew where the end of the game was. As long as they persisted, they would be able to live to the end. When the game progressed to the 35th day, only the last 5 days, when a large number of game members were overjoyed, they began to receive some very special quests. At first, nearly 20% of the quest players received overlapping quests, Then 30% received overlapping quests, and then 40% or even 50%. These overlapping quests all pointed at the same person, the black-clothed man. From then on, whoever received an overlapping mission, the eagle's eyes in their hands began to ring at a high frequency. Almost every time, they would tell the black-clothed man where he was at this moment. Meng Yuan was a second-level origin returning martial artist, and he believed that his strength was extraordinary, so he could definitely survive until the end. On this day, he received another mission from the black-clothed man, the contents of the mission monitoring the black-clothed man, and executing the mission player who tried to escape. Meng Yuan was an expert in sneak attacks and assassinations. He played with Eagle's Eye and sneered, "That black-clothed man is very close to me. He really has a unique advantage." Following the mission prompt, Meng Yuan arrived at South City. He arrived at that destination of the mission, found a building, hid in it, and peeped through the window into the street. Today, the street was exceptionally deserted. There was a man dressed in black standing on the street. On the other side of the street, a man dressed in yellow robes was sitting in a pool of blood. "It's him." Meng Yuan nodded silently and finally saw the mysterious black-clothed man for the first time. "I don't know how powerful this kid is." He actually alerted nearly 50% of the game players. Everyone is revolving around him. Meng Yuan was very curious and continued to watch. "You think I'll kill you?" On the street, the black-clothed man lowered his head and was talking to the yellow-robed man. The yellow-robed man coughed out a large mouthful of blood and smiled dispiritedly. "I didn't expect you actually can defeat me. Kill me," the black-clothed man said in a deep voice. "I said before, from the moment you drew your saber, this matter will not end. Are you all begging for death? I won't let you guys get what you want." After saying that, the black-clothed man left unrestrained, his figure gradually disappearing into the night. Meng Yuan nodded silently. After the black-clothed man completely disappeared, he jumped into the street through the window and landed beside the yellow-robed man. "Sorry, friend." Meng Yuan pulled out a snowy dagger and said to the yellow-robed man, "You know, I can't help but kill you for the mission." The yellow-robed man was surprised at first, but then he had a calm expression that accepted the reality. "Let's do it." Meng Yuan nodded and stabbed the yellow-robed man's heart with the dagger in his hand. Almost at the same time, Meng Yuan's dagger was about to pierce through the yellow-robed man's flesh and blood. A huge force suddenly came and fiercely kicked Meng Yuan's leg. This kick directly kicked Meng Yuan to the ground on one knee. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that his pupils immediately contracted. Didn't you leave?" Behind him was the black-clothed man who was looking down at him with an indifferent gaze. "If I'm not mistaken, you should have an eagle eye on you," the black-clothed man said indifferently. Meng Yuan was greatly shocked. He shook his right hand and wrapped his yuan qi around the dagger as he flew towards the black-clothed man. At the same time, Meng Yuan turned around and fled without any reluctance to fight. However, the strength of the black-clothed man was a bit unimaginable. The dagger that Meng Yuan threw out was a mid-grade spirit-grade martial skill, the life-seizing flying leaf hand. However, such a powerful martial skill was sent flying by the black-clothed man with a slap. Immediately after, the black-clothed man bullied Meng Yuan with his left hand supporting his chin and his right hand grabbing Meng Yuan's head. With a forceful twist, Meng Yuan's heart stopped beating as his eyes turned deathly gray with an expression of disbelief. "Why did you save me?" The yellow-robed man leaned against the corner and asked with a wretched smile. "Don't tell me you sympathize with me," the black-clothed man said indifferently. "From the tone of your words, you should know more about the mastermind behind this matter." "You can't save me," the yellow-robed man said miserably. "You can save me once, but you can't save me for the rest of my life." The black-clothed man squatted down and put his face close to the yellow-robed man's face. He whispered, "I never intended to save you. I'm afraid you will definitely die. But I was just thinking, are you really willing to be played with by others like this? Even if you die, you never thought of resisting? Tell me everything you know. Perhaps I can avenge you." The yellow-robed man was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. I like your arrogance, although I don't think you can really defeat them. Even if it's just disgusting, it's worth it. Brat, come over here. I have something to say to you. The black-clothed man lowered his head and quietly listened to the yellow-robed man. At this moment, on the other side of the street, in a building opposite the building where Meng Yuan had been hiding, a man next to the window looked at the black-clothed man and the yellow-robed man whispering to each other. He turned around and slowly squatted down, opening the eagle's eye in his hand. 2 game players have failed. One died, the other betrayed. Request new mission instructions. As he spoke, the man turned around and prepared to continue observing the changes in the streets. But when he turned around, he saw a person squatting on the windowsill. That person was looking at him with an indifferent expression. The man's entire body trembled. The one squatting on the windowsill was the black-clothed man. At this moment, the black-clothed man said indifferently, "You don't have to wait for the next mission instruction." As he spoke, Yuan Qi flashed in the black-clothed man's hand. The man felt his gaze suddenly turn upside down, and his head rolled on the ground. The black-clothed man gently jumped down from the windowsill and took the eagle's eye from the man's hand. "It's time to talk," he said. "Somewhere in 100 Beast City. The view here was very good. At night, one could see the prosperity of 100 Beast City. However, there were no moonstones in the room and they were trapped in a faint darkness. A man wearing a strange smile mask was leaning against a chair, playing with the eagle eyes in his hands with interest. It was because 3 seconds ago, a voice that wasn't part of the mission came from within Eagle's eyes. "It's time to talk." Beside the masked man stood 4 solemn but muscular guards. These 4 guards did not dare to laugh. From the killing intent on their faces, they could tell that they were 4 martial arts veterans who had experienced many life and death battles. These 4 guards were extremely accomplished. When the masked man did not greet them, they were like 4 sculptures, motionless. They could not even hear the sound of breathing. The masked man did not say anything, but in Eagle's eyes, ever since the black-clothed man said his first sentence, there was no sound either. But they all knew in their hearts that they were all here. This was like a silent game. It depended on whose patience was better and who could last until the end. After a full 5 minutes, the masked man finally laughed. He put his eagle's eye close to the masked man's mouth and whispered, "I have to admit, your performance made me feel refreshed. You were originally just a small mission target for us. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. I admire you very much, so now I formally extend an invitation to you. Are you willing to join us?" From prey to hunter. After 5 minutes of silence, the black-clothed man finally said, "Thank you for looking up to me, but I refuse." "Haha." The masked man leaned lazily against the back of his seat and said, "Based on my analysis of your personality, I expected that you would answer like this. Since you've already decided to fight me, then I might as well tell you. You have no idea who I am, nor do you know how powerful I am." A voice came from the eagle's eyes. "This sentence also tells you that you don't know who I am, nor do you know how powerful I am." At this point, the connection between the 2 eagle eyes was unilaterally cut off by the black-clothed man. "Interesting." The masked man crossed his legs and said, "I didn't expect that I would actually come to 100 Beasts City this time. I actually met such an interesting person." At this time, one of the guards was very surprised. Without receiving a summons from the masked man, he took a step forward and said, "Young lord, there was wind in Eagle's eyes just now." "Wind?" The masked man was stunned. In the next moment, one of the rows of eagle eyes on the table in front of him let out a crisp ding sound. After that, the eagle eye sent a message. "We have arrived at the target location." The yellow-robed player died and the black-robed man disappeared. "Please give us instructions for the next step." "When did you disappear?" The masked man's voice did not reach the player's ears directly, but turned into words. Immediately after, the player's voice sounded out from Eagle's eyes again. "I'm not sure." The masked man played with his eagle eyes and said thoughtfully, "The sound of the wind disappeared. The sound of the wind." Suddenly, the masked man shouted, "Not good! The yellow-robed man knows where the black-robed man's storage ring is." He grabbed one of the eagle eyes on the table and hurriedly said to it, "The black-clothed man is approaching you. Damn it!" The masked man struck the table with his fist and coldly said, "That black-clothed man deliberately slowed down the pace of his speech just now. He was trying to buy time." Within a weapons forging factory in 100 Beast City, South City, many workers were smashing and forging weapons. They mixed some high-grade demonic beast blood with the cooling water to increase the toughness of the weapons. There were also some weapons that were forged from the sharp claws and teeth of demonic beasts. These weapons were much more intelligent than ordinary weapons, but they were difficult to forge. "Heh! What black-clothed man? He's just playing tricks on me," Tyrant Tiger said disdainfully on a pile of weapons that had failed to forge and were piled up into a small mountain. Beside him stood 6 martial artists, plus the Tyrant Tiger, a total of 7 people. Each of them was a second-level Origin Realm expert, while the Tyrant Tiger was a rare third-level Origin Realm expert. "I think so." A female martial artist was looking into the mirror and elegantly dressed herself. "That black-clothed man is only a mere goon first-layer martial artist. What's there to worry about? I think they were too careless." A bunch of trash underestimated the black-clothed man, and that's why the black-clothed man succeeded many times. A muffled voice came from the mouth of a sturdy man who did not look like a human. The man's height had already reached an astonishing 2.5 meters, and he was constantly tossing and playing with a 3-meter-tall axe in his hand. The weight of the axe was frightening. Every time it was thrown up and landed in the hands of the strong man, even the ground trembled violently. "Unfortunately, I haven't had the chance to fight him yet." On the other side, a skinny man with a long sword in his arms shrieked, "Relying on my speed, the Tyrant Tiger realm, and the Thunder Dragon's strength. Keep it safe and let that black-clothed brat come and go. I say, Senior Lee." Tyrant Tiger turned his head towards the distance and cynicized. "How long will it take for the black-clothed man to undo his storage ring?" An old voice came from afar. "Give me 2 more days." "Boring," Tyrant Tiger lazily whispered. "Why can't we take on the mission to fight the black-clothed man? We really have nothing to do. There's no place for us to use it." Right at this moment, the eagle's eyes beside Tyrant's body made a crisp ding sound, followed by a line of words. "The black-clothed man is approaching you. Mission instruction: move the location immediately. Don't let the black-clothed man get the storage ring." "Why don't you let us fight?" The burly Thunder Dragon jumped up and roared like a bell. "I want to personally slaughter that black-clothed brat." "Thunder Dragon," Tyrant Tiger berated. "You know what happens to the rebellion mission. We can't." "Is that so?" A faint voice interrupted Tyrant Tiger's words, and that voice actually came from behind the 7 of them. The 7 of them turned around at the same time. A man in a black robe was quietly looking at him. "Hiss, so fast." Tyrant Tiger jumped up in shock and shouted, "Fight! Not good. The storage ring has been robbed." The old voice in the distance suddenly became anxious. "What?" The 7 of them were stunned at the same time. Looking again, the black-clothed man raised his right hand with a faint smile. He was clearly holding his own storage ring in his hand. At that moment, the black-clothed man's wrist that was holding the storage ring trembled, and a 3-meter-tall saber soared into the sky. "My weapon is finally back. Ha! What a rich weapon. I like it." Thunder Dragon's eyes turned red with excitement when he saw the black-clothed man's 3-meter saber. The Thunder Dragon shouted, "Men should use heavy weapons. Black-clothed brat, today we will compete. I will teach you how to use heavy weapons to kill." As he spoke, the Thunder Dragon roared and moved its 2 long legs, rumbling towards the black-clothed man. The other 6 shrugged helplessly. "Sigh, I was taken 1 step ahead by this brat Thunder Dragon. This brat Thunder Dragon's strength is astonishing. Under his hands, the black-clothed man is probably going to be smashed into meat paste." Tyrant Tiger let out a sigh of relief, his gaze clearly filled with incomparable regret. Forget it, the Thunder Dragon has been holding it back for a long time. Today, it's time for him to start killing and have a good time. The woman smiled and her flower branches trembled. Forget it. The Thunder Dragon has been holding it back for a long time. Boom! These people were chatting abusively when a shocking explosion suddenly came from the scene. A violent shockwave nearly knocked all 6 of them over. Everyone looked over and their hearts couldn't help but stop. Tyrant Tiger opened his mouth wide and said, "I can handle it." The lightning dragon that used the 3-meter war axe actually didn't have the slightest advantage against the black-clothed man. How is this possible? The mirror in the woman's hand shattered to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. The Thunder Dragon laughed wildly, and the muscles in his arms suddenly bulged, twice as thick as they were under normal conditions. Immediately after, the terrifying power of the Thunder Dragon surged out. He raised his shocking battle axe high and smashed it towards the black-clothed man once again. Interesting? Then I'll play with you to the end. The black-clothed man stabbed his saber into the ground, followed by a violent charge. The black-clothed man's entire body was enveloped in flames. On top of the terrifying saber, there was an incomparably thick saber light. The saber light was so strong that both the blade and Yuan Qi started to buzz. Boom! In a single collision, the black-clothed man directly knocked over the lightning dragon that was said to be comparable to a demonic beast on the spot. The lightning dragon was actually unable to even hold onto the battle axe. His enormous body fell backwards, and the giant battle axe buzzed as it flew into the sky. But this wasn't the end. The moment the black-clothed man retracted his momentum, he drew his saber and slashed into the sky. That fierce saber light slashed the lightning dragon's waist on the spot. Damn it! The skinny man with the long sword in his arms' eyes turned cold as he turned into a phantom and rushed towards the black-clothed man. But at the same time, the black-clothed man also disappeared. Almost at the same time, the other 5 people pointed at the skinny man's back and cried out in unison, "Behind you!" How could he? The skinny man could not believe that someone could catch up with his speed. However, his incredulous gaze flew up and permanently lingered. This kid is weird. Let's go together. Tyrant Tiger was so frightened that cold sweat poured. How could it be? How could there be such a powerful origin returning first-stage martial artist in this world? Then how could he be at the first level of the origin realm? He was clearly much more powerful than at the 3rd level of the origin realm. Who could have such strength? Could it be that the black-clothed man was an expert from a second-rate sect? When he thought of a second-rate sect, Tyrant Tiger's entire body trembled. However, the saber light flashed, killing 4 of their own experts in an instant, leaving only Tyrant Tiger and the woman behind. Xianxia! Tyrant Tiger cried out in panic. The woman clenched her hands together and formed a strange imprint. Then, her pupils were split into 3 petals. The 2 petals quickly rotated. Soul-snatching beauty technique. The woman named Xianxia was quite confident and shouted, "Tyrant Tiger, he is already under my control. Quickly go up and cut off his head." Oh, is that so? Unexpectedly, the black-clothed man was not affected at all by the seductive technique. He said, "Your seductive technique is more than 3 levels inferior to that monster in the Qingshui forest." Impossible! Xianxia screamed. "Why are you able to resist my soul-snatching beauty technique?" At this moment, Tyrant Tiger had already pulled out his saber and stepped forward, trembling and wanting to sneak attack the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man took a big step forward. He swept his huge saber across Xianxia and slashed her at the waist on the spot. At the same time, he quickly formed a seal with both of his hands and raised his left fingers high up. As the black-clothed man raised his fingers high, a bolt of lightning descended out of thin air and landed on the head of the sneak attacker, Tyrant Tiger. The falling lightning pierced down from above the Tyrant Tiger's head, piercing through its crotch, heavily hitting the ground, leaving behind an unfathomable circular hole. Tyrant Tiger's body stiffened. He still maintained his sneak attack, but he died on the ground in a moment. The black-clothed man took out his eagle eye from Tyrant Tiger's sleeve and said indifferently, "You should regret provoking me, but by the way, It's too late to regret it now. A sentence came from Eagle's eyes. I'll accompany you to the end. Somewhere in Baisho City, the masked man opened all the eagle eyes on the table at the same time and released a new game quest in a solemn tone. All game participants, enter the new game mission. Target: the black-clothed man. Mission reward: those who bring back the black-clothed man's head will be rewarded with an Earth-level movement technique manual and 2 origin transformation pills. All the game members were in a state of madness. It was night. Xianxia stood at the top of the highest clock tower in Baisho City. He crossed his shoulders and silently looked at the beautiful night sky. In his mind, he recalled what the yellow-robed man had said to him when he was alive. That's right, this is a game. This cruel incident that killed countless people, and even many children, is just a damn game. And the initiator of the game was the son and daughter of some great figures in Haojing who could see through the heavens. Those people could be said to be existences that could cause the Haoyan Empire to tremble. Initially, the initiators of this game were only for fun, and the missions they issued were usually irrelevant. They were just teasing some useless martial artists that were worthless in their eyes. Either a martial artist steals something, or someone from a poor background goes to a rich woman to woo her, and is ruthlessly ridiculed by others. The mission initiator was secretly laughing at how miserable the poor man was. However, slowly, this game started by the second generation of officials in Haojing, and the second generation of rich people began to receive more attention and more money. As a result, the game changed its flavor. From the beginning of the small fight, everyone could no longer satisfy it. They began to twist their thirst for the smell of blood. Later on, this small game has formed a grand scale, allowing more officials rich second generation to enjoy the survival game. They gathered together and held a fame banquet. But in fact, it was through the eagle's eye that the images were transmitted back, to enjoy the progress of the game at all times. The most important thing was that the rules of the game had changed. Every guest watching the game had the right to issue a mission. This was an interrogation of human nature. Those upper echelons who normally wore decent clothes and behaved appropriately would lose control of the game once they could hide in the shadows and vent their darkest human nature to the fullest. Rather than saying that a few people were controlling the direction of the game, it was better to say that at this moment, it had already evolved into a situation where everyone who participated in the game was controlling the game at the same time. When a person can hide in the shadows without thinking about the consequences or taking responsibility for his actions, this person will become a wild beast. Xianxia looked at the eagle eye in his hand and fell into deep thought for a long time. Many parts of the current game quests were released by the game members themselves. For example, about yourself. It wasn't the game organizers behind the scenes that first noticed him. Instead, a game member issued a mission to hire a man and a woman and 2 children to steal Xianxia's storage ring. The rule of this survival game is that anyone can issue a mission. As long as your mission reward is attractive enough, someone will definitely do it. Therefore, Xianxia did not think that he had committed murder. Those game members who had been killed by him deserved to die. This was like an ant colony, formed from countless ants into a big ball. However, if one were to carefully analyze it, it was actually every ant that was playing a role. Every member of the game was afraid that they would be killed by other members of the game, afraid that they would become the target of other members of the game, so they would attack each other first and issue missions that hurt each other. The situation did not change until this game that had already lost control was thrown into a huge rock, and that rock was Xianxia. Xianxia could not imagine that human nature could be so dark that it was inconceivable. Do you think you can be foolish without paying any price by hiding in the dark? Xianxia crushed the eagle eye in his hand and said, "Then I hope that when I pull you out of the darkness, you can still be so tough. Would this offend the great figures of Haojing?" Xianxia didn't care. "You have your masks, and I have my own." Xianxia had swallowed the pill before coming here. He was already 27 or 28 years old. Not only could this pill change a person's age, it could also change their face to a certain extent. Xianxia took a deep breath and tore a piece of cloth from his black robe, covering his face. "You want to play a game? Then I'll play with you to the end." At this moment, many people below had already noticed Xianxia. The reason Xianxia chose such a conspicuous position was to expose himself. Instead of searching for them one by one, it was better to lure them over together. Behind him, 3 members of the game had already climbed up. Xianxia turned around and said, "I'll ask you a question first. Whether you answer it or not is up to you." The 3 of them didn't care what Xianxia said. For the sake of the Earth-level elementary movement technique, for the sake of the extremely expensive origin transformation pill, they had already lost their rationality and rushed forward like crazy. Xianxia's body flashed and he kicked the first person's knee into pieces. He removed the second person's arm with his right hand and grabbed the third person's throat with his backhand. These 3 experts of the first level of origin return didn't even have a chance to meet Xianxia. So they were all subdued. One of them paled in pain, but shouted, "Even if you kill me, I won't answer any of your questions." He understood that even if he wasn't killed by Xianxia, the other mission members would treat him as a defector and eliminate him. However, as a defector, he would be deprived of all rewards. If that was the case, he might as well die at Xianxia's hands. At the very least, the rewards he had obtained might be left to his family. However, he had forgotten that their so-called rewards were stained with the blood of innocent people. "Don't worry. I won't ask any more questions until you're willing to answer them." Xianxia raised his right hand and condensed his 2 fingers into a steel needle made of yuan qi. "I know that you are not afraid of death, but next time, you will beg me to kill you." Xianxia inserted the yuan qi steel needle through the back of the martial artist's neck and directly into the martial artist's spinal cord. This kind of pain was not something that ordinary people could endure. The martial artist's face instantly turned purple-red, and his entire body began to spasm. The pain caused him to lose all sensory abilities, only pain, pain, pain. In his previous life, Xianxia had read quite a few books on extorting a confession by torture, but that was only for the sake of increasing his knowledge, but because his methods were too cruel, he had never used them before. I didn't expect that in this life, there would actually be a place to use it. These cruel methods were obtained after killing some inhumane alchemists and artificers. Xianxia pulled out the yuan qi steel needle. When the martial artist was finally able to catch his breath and was about to let out a miserable scream, he immediately poured a stream of yuan qi into the bloody hole in the back of his neck. The yuan qi flowed through the martial artist's body. At first, it was only a smooth stream of yuan qi. However, after reaching his body, small thorns immediately appeared on the surface of the yuan qi. Following that, the thorn-shaped yuan qi began to rotate within the martial artist's body. At this moment, the martial artist spat out a large mouthful of vomit. Blood vessels burst out from his eyes due to the intense pain, and tears of blood rolled down his face. I said, "You ask any questions, I will answer." Xianxia covered the martial artist's mouth with his hand and whispered, "Sorry, you answered too late. You've already exceeded my tolerance." As he spoke, Xianxia flipped his right hand, and the essence thorns in the martial artist's body began to spin crazily. The martial artist let out a miserable scream like a ghost. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the martial artist's flesh and blood shattered inch by inch, turning into a pool of blood. Xianxia frowned. To be honest, he didn't like to torture people like this. But when he thought of those damn gamers, Xianxia clenched his teeth. "Come, let's see who's more ruthless." Xianxia took a deep breath and looked at the second person. "Now it's your turn." The second man was so scared that he peed his pants. Before Xianxia could get close, he screamed, "I'll say anything." Xianxia nodded and said, "You know the positions of a few members of the game. Tell me all of them." The martial artist told Xianxia everything he knew. "What about you?" Xianxia looked at the third person. The third person didn't dare to hesitate and immediately spoke out. "I know that we are sinners. We don't beg for forgiveness. We just beg you to give us a quick death." The two cried bitterly and pleaded. Xianxia did not want to ask how many innocent people they had killed or how many innocent children they had killed. He raised his saber on the spot and 2 heads fell from the clock tower. Then, Xianxia jumped down and disappeared into the night. The 2 of them didn't know much about the situation, but Xianxia could follow the vine and slowly bring out the position of the big shot. The night was not peaceful, and all parts of 100 Beast City were filled with screams like ghosts. Everyone was looking for Xianxia, but they didn't know that the rules of the game had changed. Once, this was a game where all players hunted down black-clothed men, but now it was a game where all players were hunted down by the black-clothed man alone. 100 Beast City, Northern District. Pong! Xianxia kicked a second-level origin returning martial artist's shoulder and shattered it on the ground. I know a secret location, but I don't know who is hiding there. The martial artist shuddered in cold sweat. You can try it. Please give me a good time. I personally killed my sister for a tier 2 pill. I don't want to live anymore. Only after experiencing the torture of life and death would a person wake up from a dream and suddenly realize that his hands were stained with blood. Xianxia was smiling, but his smile carried traces of tears. A person could kill his own flesh and blood for the pill that a martial artist dreamed of. Damn it! Thousands of sliced beasts. Xianxia stomped the martial artist's head and ruthlessly crushed it twice on the ground. This was the 31st game member Xianxia had killed tonight. The guilt that every member of the game poured out would cause Xianxia's heart to ache fiercely. He no longer wanted to ask any more questions. Because when he killed the 27th player, that person was laughing out of control, picking out a baby from a pregnant woman's stomach with a knife. Following the prompt of the last person in the game, Xianxia found the so-called secret place. This was a huge dome-shaped building located in the center of 100 Beast City. The height at the top of the dome could reach nearly 500 meters, and it had a hemispherical shape as a whole. Judging from the name outside the building, this should be a huge demonic beast trading ground. Because Baisho City was close to the 100 Beast Cliff, there would usually be a large number of martial artists who would capture demonic beasts from the 100 Beast Cliff and come here to sell them. At this moment, the demonic beast exchange was pitch black. It was obvious that it was not operating or had been rented out. Xianxia held his breath, placed the huge saber on his back, and quietly entered through the side door. This place was indeed a good hiding place. If he hadn't asked for information, it was unlikely that Xianxia would have come to such a place to find someone. In particular, the demonic beast trading ground was extremely open. In order to provide a large number of demonic beasts with access and passage to those oversized demonic beasts, there were a total of 32 giant gates that were 50 meters tall. Whichever gate Xianxia entered from, the mastermind behind the scenes could immediately discover Xianxia and quickly escape from any other gate. In order not to alarm him, Xianxia maintained his calm and did not feel excited because the final victory was about to arrive. He pressed his breathing to its weakest state, almost inaudible. There was no intricate structure in the trading floor. The overall framework was very simple. It was a huge trading platform with a circular shape and a diameter of 2,000 meters. After Xianxia entered, he discovered that in the pitch-black environment, there was a little bit of fluorescence shining in the center of the trading floor. From afar, there was a wooden table in the illuminated area. Behind the wooden table sat a person wearing a strange white mask. In the entire arena, there was only a tiny bit of light, proving that only Xianxia could see him at this moment, but he could not see Xianxia. However, this situation was a bit strange. Isn't this place too spacious and quiet? The person wearing the sly smile mask exposed himself to the light just like that. Xianxia instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this was a trap? Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly turned around and immediately ran towards the direction he came from. At this moment, a loud rumble came from the side door where Xianxia entered. Shit! Xianxia thought to himself. He rushed to the end and kicked the side door fiercely. This side door was a gate that was 50 meters tall, but no matter how hard Xianxia kicked it, the side door didn't move at all. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and condensed his yuan qi. He slashed down on the gate with his saber. However, the violent recoil forced Xianxia to slide 7 or 8 meters backwards. However, the side door was still undamaged, not leaving even a single blade mark. At this moment, countless sunstones shone, illuminating the entire trading floor as bright as day. Raising his head, Xianxia saw himself in a large cage. The cage was also hemispherical, about 300 meters tall, and the edge of the cage was connected to 32 gates. On both sides of the cage there was a viewing stand. It was about 300 meters high and was on par with the top of the cage. This viewing stand was usually used for buyers to observe demonic beasts. They could watch condescendingly as the demonic beast sellers showed how outstanding the demonic beasts they had captured were. However, at this moment, the people standing on the viewing stand were all wearing black cloaks and wearing snow-white masks. A person slowly walked towards the center of the cage. Only the person's mask had an expression. It was that kind of strange laughter. The black-clothed man, the man wearing the sly smile mask, stopped. He put his hands behind his back and said, "It's an honor to finally meet you. You deliberately lured me here." Xianxia's face was covered in black cloth, and he pulled off the mask on the face of the man behind the table and covered his face. Behind the wooden table was not a human, but a wooden human model. "And, to be honest, I really want to see you." The masked man nodded. Xianxia said, "You really made the wrong decision. You should run away." The masked man chuckled softly. "Looks like I've disappointed you, but I think that no matter who stands in my position, he won't let go of such an interesting game prey like you." Mian-Ju spread out his hands and said excitedly, "Your performance is truly amazing. It can be said to be the most outstanding prey of our open DAO game right now. You have aroused my keen interest, so in your words, I risked my life not to leave. I chose to stay and continue playing with you. You know, not every time I meet someone like you. This is a rare opportunity. This opportunity will kill you," Xianxian said in a deep voice. The masked man smiled again and said, "Perhaps, but the possibility is very small." As he spoke, the masked man squatted down and touched the iron bar of the cage with his hand. "This cage is made of silver motherstones," he said. "Hiss." Xianxian sucked in a breath of cold air. "You also know about silver motherstones, don't you?" The masked man laughed. "Silver motherstone is a very solid metal, or it can defend against the attacks of heavenly Yuan first-layer martial artists at the highest level. You know, I made this for you, but it cost me a lot of money, but I think you're worth it. What do you want?" Xianxian asked coldly. "Play a game." The masked man shrugged his shoulders. "Today is the last day of the 100 Beasts City survival game. There are still 5 hours until dawn. If you can keep watching the sunrise, then the game is over and you can leave alive. Of course, it depends on your personal abilities. Alright, don't keep our game players waiting for too long. Now, let's begin the game." As soon as he finished speaking, a person wearing a snow-white mask walked up to the top of the cage. Suddenly, a small opening was opened at the top, allowing only one person to pass through, and the white-masked person was left out. 300 meters was neither high nor low. As long as a martial artist reached the 8th level of body tempering, they would not be injured if they directly jumped down. Once the snow-white masked man landed on the ground, he took out 2 daggers from his bosom. On the cage, the sneer mask said, "Man in black, enjoy the game as much as you can. This is a new game system that I created for you alone." Those wearing snow-white masks were all members of the game? So many people? Xianxian frowned. There were about 400 to 500 people standing in the spectator stands. Could it be that these were all game members of 100 Beast City? "Where are you looking?" The masked man opposite Xianxian shouted coldly and rushed towards Xianxian. "New game, player 1. Your sister has already been favored by a third-rate sect, but because she is too old, the sect has set a deadline for her to reach the first level of the origin realm before she is 22 years old. Otherwise, your sister will be completely out of luck with the sect. Player number 1. As long as you can kill the Black Silver Man, I will help you fulfill your sister's wish. However, you need to ask yourself how much you are willing to pay for this." Xianxian looked at the masked man rushing towards him. This person was clearly only at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm. In Xianxian's eyes, he could not be any weaker. "You want a Xiantian 6th-layer martial artist to fight me?" Xianxian frowned and kicked his opponent away while talking to the sly smile masked man. "So what? Everyone has dreams and the right to fight for them. Coincidentally, I am the one who can help them realize their dreams. Bullshit, your grandmother. Xianxia cursed loudly. People like you are simply using other people's dreams as an excuse to play with their applause and use their lives for fun. So what? The sly masked man shrugged his shoulders. They have needs. It's fair that I can satisfy them. Xianxia kicked the Xiantian sixth-layer martial artist away again and shouted, Don't rush up again. You're not my match. The masked man wiped the blood from his chin and continued to charge forward with a dagger in his hand. Xianxia frowned and kicked the masked man in the crotch. With this kick, the masked man flew backwards and rolled far away. However, his crotch was heavily injured and he could no longer get up. Tisk tsk 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 TSK, 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 TISK. But reality has proved that dreams can't be used as food. The black-clothed man killed your opponent and he has failed. In your dreams, do you think I will listen to your orders? Xianxia sneered. He had already seen that when his opponent flew out, his mask had fallen off. He was clearly a 14 or 15-year-old child. No wonder his cultivation level was so low. The child's face was still childish, but it carried with it an unyielding ruthlessness. Next, there will be people challenging you continuously. Their fate is not in my hands, but in yours. If you pity them, then let them kill you. Otherwise, either you die or they die. Now, our number 1 player has failed. The sly masked man looked at the masked audience and said, He has 2 outcomes. He will either continue to live until the end or die now. This right is in your hands. Those who agreed to kill player 1, please raise your hand. Looking at the masked people after a minute of silence, someone really started to raise their hands. Do you still have humanity? Xianxia roared angrily. However, his roar had instead stimulated the bloodthirsty desire in the hearts of the masked people. For a moment, more than half of the people raised their hands to vote. The sly masked man shrugged his shoulders. This is everyone's idea. I can't control it personally. Player 1, I'll give you 2 choices now. Either commit suicide or have your sister die for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly looked at his opponent. The young youth cut his neck without hesitation. Xianxia was stunned. The 5-hour battle was very difficult, so I prepared some good things for you. Please look at the wooden table. Xianxia turned around and walked over. He opened the drawer of the wooden table. There were 15 intermediary spirit stones inside. The purity of these spirit stones was extremely high. They could recover the yuan qi Xianxia had consumed in a very short period of time. But that was all. Other than spirit stones, there were no pills to recover his injuries. Then now, let's invite our number 2 player to enter the arena. The cage in the sky opened, and the second white masked man jumped down. From the fluctuations of his yuan qi, it could be seen that he was a first-level origin reversion martial artist. Player 2, your mother suffers from congenital fever. She has to swallow a 5,000 gold stalk every 3 days. Only a Tier 2 snow lotus can sustain her life, the sly mask said. In order to save your mother, you have used up all your savings and sold your family property. You no longer have any money, but I do. As long as you can kill the black-clothed man, I will give you 8 million gold coins in one go. This money is nothing to me, but it means a lot to you. How much are you willing to pay? The second player gritted his teeth and removed the mask on his face. It was surprisingly a man around 25 years old. The man pulled out his sword and rushed towards Xianxia, shouting. The sword in his hand slashed down, and it was a sharp sword light. Xianxia frowned. This person's talent was not bad. If not for his mother's delay, he should be able to reach the first level of origin return at the age of 20. Xianxia raised his saber horizontally and blocked the man's sword light. The two of them collided. Xianxia said in a deep voice, Stop. With your cultivation, it shouldn't be difficult to earn money. Although I don't have much money, I can still give you 500,000 gold coins if I sell anything. You can take advantage of this time to earn money. 5,000 gold coins in 3 days was 600,000 a year, but for a first-level origin reversion martial artist, as long as they were willing to work hard, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain it. It's already too late. The man gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, I haven't received any demonic beast missions for a whole year. Do you think they will let me go? A whole year? Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and he immediately understood that it must be the masked man who had tricked him. He first used his powerful power to force this man into desperation, and then forced this man to play the game of survival. Damn it! Xianxia forced the second man back with a single blade. The second man looked at Xianxia and smiled miserably. There's no need to be merciful. In this place, either you die or I die. There's no second possibility. As he spoke, the man rushed up again. The sword in his hand descended from the sky, and a rainbow of saber energy shot down towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his hand and slashed out with an even more powerful saber light, shattering the sword energy rainbow. He then raised his leg and kicked the second man in the stomach, kicking the second man so hard that he coughed up blood and flew away. I lost. You are the only one who is willing to help me. I will not make things difficult for you, the second man said sadly to Xianxia. Don't. Xianxia quickly rushed forward, but it was already too late. The second man's sword sliced open his throat and blood sprayed out. Next, there were 10 consecutive people, all of them like this. All of them had something to do with the sly smile masked man, and each of them had their own difficulties. The key point was that everyone's strength was far inferior to Xianxia's. It wasn't that the sly masked man didn't know how strong Xianxia was, but since that was the case, he still sent these people over to die. Even if Xianxia refuses to personally kill those pitiful people, the other game members will vote to let the losers choose to commit suicide. At the beginning, the spectators were still hesitant. They were suffering in their hearts when they voted, but slowly, their voting movements became faster and faster. They were already paralyzed, and could even be said to be a little excited. Xianxia had already guessed something. He held a huge saber in his hand, lowered his head, and didn't say a word. However, his shoulders trembled from anger. You can tell, right? The sly smile masked man said meaningfully. I just want them to die. I just want your hands to be stained with blood. You claim to be a decent person and despise us with your lofty moral high ground. And I want to drag you down and become like us. You didn't personally kill these people, but they all died because of you. Man in black, do you still think you're very clean now? Aren't you very noble? Since you like sympathy for others so much, why don't you commit suicide? You hypocritical mad dog, you commit suicide. Sacrifice yourself to save them. The sly masked man was excited and waved his arm vigorously. If you like sympathy for others so much, then why don't you commit suicide? You hypocritical mad dog. You sacrifice yourself to save them. Don't you pretend to be benevolent and righteous in front of me? Let me tell you, there is no benevolence and righteousness in this world. There are only the rich and the poor. This is a world where the weak eat the strong. The sly smirk masked man pointed at the corpses one by one and shouted, They are just the lowest reptiles in society, so they should accept their miserable fate. Why can't they die? Xianxia silently raised his head and said, If you weren't born into a high-ranking family, then what are you? Ha! Poor man theory. The sly smirk masked man shook his head. So you, like these lowly reptiles, will never rise to prominence. Release the demonic beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the gates on both sides rumbled open, and 2 gigantic first-level origin returning demonic beasts slowly walked in. These demonic beasts were trapped in separate cages. Once the cages were opened, they could fight directly. These 2 demonic beasts, one was a berserk bear and the other was a triangular rhinoceros, both of which belonged to a high defense and high explosive race. Against demonic beasts, the so-called combat techniques were not very useful. They were mainly focused on movement and strength. At this moment, Xianxia's 3-meter saber gave full play to its advantages. The heavy saber slashed down fiercely, and its yuan qi was tyrannical, easily slicing the head-measuring demonic beast under the saber. Then, release the demonic beast. This time, it was 3 demonic beasts at the first level of origin return. After exhausting some yuan qi, Xianxia still killed the demonic beasts. Afterwards, the difficulty increased, and 2 second-level origin returning demonic beasts were released. Since Xianxia had fought until now, the consumption of yuan qi had already become more serious. He could only take out an intermediary spirit stone to absorb it and replenish the rapidly consuming yuan qi. At this moment, Xianxia had been fighting for 3 hours on the demonic beast exchange. A second-level origin returning demonic beast was much more powerful than a second-level origin returning ordinary martial artist. Xianxia used even more powerful methods to slash the demonic beasts under his saber with a large opening and closing saber technique. The members of the game who were watching the battle, on the one hand, enjoyed the intense stimulation of their senses, and on the other hand, were shocked by Xianxia's strength. This black-clothed man's strength is a bit unreasonable. Hearing everyone's comments, the sly smile mask said, "It's just the beginning of a good show." As he spoke, he waved his right hand and walked out of the crowd. 10 masked men wearing black robes appeared. The masks of these 10 people were different from everyone else. The masks on their faces were red. The moment these 10 red masked men appeared, their auras were clearly different from those of the people in front of them. The sly smile masked man lowered his head and said to Xianxia, "I'm honored to introduce you to these 10 people. They are all outstanding players who have emerged from other game areas and cruel environments." Lightning flashed in Xianxia's pupils. He observed that the realms of the 10 people weren't high either. The highest was at the 3rd level of origin return, and the lowest was at the 2nd level of origin return. From the looks of it, this so-called survival game still had an upper limit. The game members they chose were generally below the 5th level of origin return. After all, once such a damn game was exposed, it would be a heaven-shattering scandal, and the people behind this game would not dare to make too much noise. The lower the martial arts level of the game members, the higher the controllability. You are all my best game hunters, and this time, I will give you an arduous character, that is, to kill the black-clothed man. The sly smile masked man said to the 10 red masked men. Reward? A local grade beginner rank martial skill. I'll go first. No, I'll go first. The 10 red masked men were immediately excited when they heard the Earth-level elementary cultivation technique. They were all scrambling to kill Xianxia for fear that they would fall behind and be snatched away by others. I have always been willing to listen to everyone's opinions. Number 1 to 10. Show your hand. The masked man smiled. Hundreds of game players raised their hands. Some stretched out a finger to represent number 1, while others spread out their fingers to represent number 10. In the end, at the 2nd level of the origin realm, the red masked man number 5 won by the highest number of votes. He laughed wildly and said, "Sorry guys, this black-clothed man is mine." As he spoke, hunter number 5 jumped down from the sky and stood opposite Xianxia. "Ha, this is interesting. My 10 best hunters, against the strongest prey of all time. What an exciting battle." The sly masked man said excitedly. The black-clothed man. The 5th hunter raised his right hand and held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was aimed at Xianxia. "You are my most challenging prey. I hope you won't disappoint me. Don't die immediately. I plan to have a good time." As he spoke, hunter number 5's body turned into a shadow and shot towards Xianxia. 3 meters in front of Xianxia, his figure suddenly turned around and drew a small arc around Xianxia's front, arriving behind Xianxia. As for the dagger in his hand, it slashed towards the back of Xianxia's neck. Everyone's line of sight was almost unable to catch up to hunter number 5, and hunter number 5 knew that he was going to win when he saw Xianxia's reaction to his speed. Thinking of this, the corner of hunter 5's mouth rose slightly, revealing a triumphant smile. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly moved. He leaned back with his left hand and accurately grabbed hunter 5's wrist. That dagger would no longer be able to move forward and be divided properly. Ah! Hunter number 5 was shocked. Then, Xianxia kicked hunter number 5 in the stomach, followed by the giant saber, cutting the outstanding hunter number 5 into 2 halves. Just like that? Is this one of your best hunters? Xianxia raised his head to look at the sly smile masked man. The most outstanding game hunter was only a martial artist who could be ranked at the top in a game area. And Xianxia? He was one of the martial practitioners of the same generation in the Nature's Nature sect who could walk horizontally. Everyone was shocked by Xianxia's neat killing methods. If there was no comparison, there would be no difference. Previously, it had been an ordinary martial artist fighting against Xianxia. After those people were killed by Xianxia, their visual impact was still average. But now, these 10 people were all experts who had experienced the baptism of blood. The contrast was the strongest when such a powerful expert was killed by Xianxia in an instant. You, the sly smirk masked man, also saw the difference between Xianxia and the others. If Xianxia wasn't too old, he would have suspected that Xianxia was a core disciple from a second-rate sect. Again, 2 game hunters this time. The sly smile masked man pondered for a moment and said, "If both of them can kill the black-clothed man, then the 2 of them will share an Earth-grade elementary martial skill." After voting on the spot, Hunter Guiyuan 2dan 4 and Hunter Guiyuan 2dan 7 fought together. The 2 of them descended from the sky, but they did not speak as loudly as Hunter number 5. Instead, they treated him with caution. Their brains weren't broken, so they could see how powerful Xianxia was. The 2 game hunters wearing red masks exchanged glances with each other before charging towards Xianxia from the left and right. What they thought was very good. Left and right folders could make Xianxia in a dilemma. As a result, Xianxia did not foolishly wait for their attacks. Instead, the moment the 2 of them attacked, he moved as well. Xianxia directly chose the game hunter on the left. As the target of his attack, he stomped his right foot on the ground and rushed out with a loud boom. The powerful impetus from the yuan qi beneath his feet actually exploded in a small area. This time, Xianxia directly exploded in front of the hunter on the left. On the other hand, the hunter on the right was farther away from Xianxia. He didn't even have time to support another hunter. The hunter on the left panicked. He hurriedly shook his arm and shouted, "Gale!" As the word "gale" was shouted out, the sword in the hunter's hand was suddenly wrapped in a layer of wind-attributed yuan qi. Unfortunately, Xianxia hadn't finished his words when he smashed the hunter's face with his saber, causing him to spit out blood and throw it backwards. Then, he raised his saber horizontally and slashed the hunter in the waist on the spot. The game hunter on the right had just rushed over to support him when he discovered that his companion had been killed by Xianxia in one move, even though he was cowardly. Xianxia shot backwards and chased after the hunter on the right. He positioned himself in mid-air and slashed down with a knife. The game hunter on the right hurriedly raised his sword to block, but when the sword and sword struck together, the hunter on the right turned pale. The power of the Xianxia saber was simply too terrifying. The right-hand hunter raised his sword and fractured both of his arms. With a crisp cracking sound, the sword was sent flying. An array of light flashed across the giant saber. One saber, the human head, soared into the sky. Xianxia landed on the ground and swung his saber. He threw away the blood on the blade and shouted, "This little bit of ability is not enough for me to plug the gaps between my teeth." Hiss! The game members sucked in a breath of cold air. The sneer-masked man clenched his teeth and shouted, "The remaining 7 people, attack together!" The cage above his head opened and the 7 red-masked men jumped down. Since both of them had been quickly dealt with by Xianxia, putting down 3 more people would also be suicidal. They might as well go all out together, housing somewhere. Within an exquisite and elegant manner, hundreds of high-ranking and distinguished people were wearing half-masks, enjoying the battle scenes of Baisho City with great interest. An eagle's eye floated in mid-air, projecting the battle image of the 100 Beasts City trading ground onto the wall. This type of eagle's eye was the highest among the eagle's eyes. It was called the Heaven Scryer Eagle's Eye. It was made from the eyeballs of Heaven Scryer demonic beasts. It could directly condense the information sent back by other eagle's eyes into a picture. Heaven Scryer realm demonic beast eyeballs. How expensive was this eagle eye? that can no longer be measured in terms of money. As for the hundreds of fat, normally unsmiling bigwigs, they were all carrying fine wine tastes. They watched the battle scenes, occasionally letting out a few soft laughter and whispering in their ears. Some dignified ladies slowly stroked the pet cat on their legs. When they saw the blood spraying from the trading floor, they excitedly licked their lips. The strength in their hands inadvertently increased, causing the pet cat to squeak nonstop. Occasionally, children who were playing would accidentally crash into this room and be kindly sent out by the elders. After sending the child away, the benevolent expression on their faces instantly disappeared, and their faces once again revealed an excited and unknown twisted expression. But at this moment, the scene on the wall suddenly flashed, as if the outline of a bird's beak had flashed, and then the scene was interrupted. 100 Beast City, demonic beast trading ground. The great battle was about to break out, and even the air seemed to have frozen. Everyone became nervous as never before. As for Xianxia, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. At the top of the trading floor, on the dome beam that was even taller than the sly masked man, the little bird was pecking through the eagle eyes that had stolen it one by one. Stealing? That was the little bird's ability to look after the family. Everyone focused their attention on Xianxia, not knowing that their eagle eyes had been stolen. Although the cage was only the size of a fist and humans were unable to pass through it, the little bird could still get out. At this moment, Xianxia saw the little bird's victorious posture and knew that his plan had succeeded. Whoosh! Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he could let go of the fight. Xianxia's standard martial skills were extremely high in discernment. Before the eagle's eye was destroyed, he would not dare to use them easily. But now there was no longer this kind of worry. The 7 so-called game hunters wearing red masks had already burst out with intense yuan qi and surrounded Xianxia. Xianxia stabbed his saber into the ground and a green dragon flew out to sea. The flames burned and surged on Xianxia's body, as if he was still accumulating rage. That blade light was the light that broke through the dark cage of humanity. Come on! Xianxia roared and sent the azure dragon flying, sending 7 people flying in an instant. The final drawing saber slash. The saber light soared into the sky, slashing 5 game hunters on the spot. Before anyone could react, Xianxia ran quickly and took the 6th person's life. Then, the hilt of the saber smashed into the 7th person's chest, shattering his chest. The beating heart was actually shocked into powder by the impact without Xianxia using the blade. Something's wrong. This kind of strength. Damn it, the black-clothed man is from a first-rate sect. The masked man shouted. Who could kill 7 second and 3rd level origin returning realm martial artists by themselves with just their 1st level origin returning realm? No matter how stupid the sly smirk masked man was, he could still guess Xianxia's origins. The peak strength displayed in that realm was impossible for even a core disciple of a 2nd-class sect. Other than a 1st-class sect, who else could it be? However, the sly smile masked man was still unable to guess which 1st-class sect disciple Xianxia was from, because he had seen Xiantian Astral Qi, Primordial Astral Qi, and 3rd Revolution Astral Qi before. However, when Xianxia exploded with strength, none of the 3 most classic cultivation methods of the nature sect had appeared. This caused the sly masked man to temporarily believe that Xianxia might be a first-rate sect disciple from another continent, an outsider disciple. However, after Xianxia killed the 7 red masked hunters, he did not stop. Instead, he grabbed a spirit stone with his left hand and absorbed it crazily. At the same time, he threw out a blade light of nearly 3 meters into the sky. The saber light soared into the sky, but suddenly stopped moving in midair. Immediately after, Xianxia slashed out a 2nd saber, and the 2nd saber light also flew into midair and stopped moving. What is he doing? The sly smirk masked man was stunned for a moment, but he had yet to see through Xianxia's intentions. Young master, it's time to go. Beside him, 4 guards surrounded him and whispered, the situation has already exceeded our expectations. You accidentally implicated a disciple of a 1st-class sect. It's time to leave. The sneer masked man gritted his teeth and said hatefully, We can't leave. If we know that he is a disciple of a first-rate sect, we can't leave. Don't worry, he can't get out. This cage is very strong. This was the reason why Xiangnan refused to reveal his identity. If Xiangnan was stupid enough to directly announce that he was a disciple of the Nature's Nature sect, it would be impossible to scare away the sly smile masked man. On the contrary, the sly smile masked man would definitely mobilize even stronger martial artists, or even Heaven Origin Realm experts to kill Xiangnan. The reason was the simplest. If the sly masked man knew that he had provoked a first-class disciple, would he be so stupid as to let Xiangnan leave? Stupid enough to wait for a first-rate sect to seek revenge on him in the future? At this moment, 10 blade lights had already appeared in the sky, but Xiangnan still did not stop. Originally, 10 saber lights were already Xiangnan's limit, but now that he had a large amount of intermediate-grade spirit stones, he had the power to continue. As he frantically absorbed the spirit stones, he continued to condense the saber lights. One of the biggest drawbacks of this dragon-shocking day was that it took too long to prepare. However, Xiangnan now had plenty of time. As long as he was given enough time and enough yuan qi to replenish his body, he would be able to condense the saber light to a greater extent. Soon, 15 saber lights hung in the air. Send word immediately and gather the closest Tianyuan 1 Dan expert. No. Tianyuan 5 Dan expert. Come over and finish. The sly masked man quickly said. He had to use a 100% chance of killing Xiangnan. Moreover, a Tianyuan 5th layer expert would be able to fly faster and arrive at the scene in the shortest time possible. Yes. One of the guards immediately reached into his pocket and found that the eagle eye was gone. When they were playing games, they needed to use their eagle eyes frequently. It would be too troublesome if they kept taking them out of their storage rings and putting them in. Therefore, they habitually kept them in their sleeves or pockets. Thus, the sly smile masked man and the other 3 guards hurriedly touched their pockets. They discovered that everyone was the same, and the eagle eyes had all disappeared. Don't worry, use signaling. The sly smirk masked man immediately took out a messenger and after saying a few words inside, he released the messenger. Gather a Tianyuan 5th layer expert for me and hurry to Baisho City. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The messenger transformed into a streak of light and flew into the sky in an instant. Little Sparrow had originally chased after the messenger, but unfortunately, the speed difference between the 2 sides was too great, so it was impossible for them to catch up. After that, the sly smile masked man waited and looked down. In the sky of the cage, 30 saber rays had already condensed. Xiangnan was panting heavily, obviously exhausted from exhausting too much yuan qi. What exactly is he doing? The masked man frowned. Do you want to use a large amount of saber light to attack the cage? Haha. It's a pity that this cage needs to use the strength of the first level of heavenly yuan to break through. At this moment, Xiangnan jumped high and stabbed his saber into the sky. The 30 saber lights seemed to have suddenly revived, and they instantly condensed together to form a terrifying saber light that was 50 meters long. This move is very impractical in battles. No one will wait for you to waste a minute to create a large blade light, but in this special environment, it just happens to be able to be used. Xiangnan didn't foolishly chop down the cage with his 50-meter tall saber light. Instead, he swiftly swung the saber light up after landing on the ground. With Xiangnan as the center of the circle, he swiftly rotated the 50-meter blade light clockwise, causing the blade light to tilt backwards. As a result, the blade light formed a huge one-blade fan, and an astonishing attraction descended from the sky. The sly smile masked man and all the game members were sucked onto the top of the cage. This is the heart of the sly smile masked man pounded wildly. But he wasn't worried because there was a cage. Haha, you won't be able to get out. No matter who you are, you must die today. And you will die without anyone noticing. The sly smile masked man gritted his teeth fiercely. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked to the side. There was a console there. Previously, there was always a guard in charge of controlling the console and landing the challengers. Ah, that damn thing, is that a bird? The sly smile masked man was suddenly stunned. Standing on the console was a bird. The bird was holding the rod in its mouth and pulling it to the end. No! The sly smirk masked man let out a hysterical scream. The cage rumbled open. Everyone was sucked into the cage by the strong wind. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Xianxia smiled. Hundreds of game members didn't even have time to scream when they were shredded into minced meat by the spinning 50-meter blade light. Protect young master. The 4th level origin returning guards immediately surrounded the sly smile masked man with their bodies, and violent yuan qi erupted from their bodies. The enormous saber light struck the 4 of them and immediately stopped spinning. Body tyrant lightning body. Xianxia instantly exploded with 5 times his strength before turning around. The blade light continued to bombard the 4 guards, bombarding them 33 times in a row. For guards at the 4th level of origin return had their internal organs ruptured and died on the spot. At this time, the saber light had also dissipated due to its huge consumption. There were only 2 people left, Xianxia and the sly masked man. Are you joking? You still dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? The sneer masked man sat on the ground and retreated repeatedly. Xianxia dragged his giant saber and approached the sly smile masked man step by step. Play a game. You don't come over. My father is. Xianxia raised his leg and kicked the sly smile masked man with his heart-piercing leg, causing him to slide backwards on the ground. That person's body smashed into a distant wall, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, and his mask fell off. He was surprisingly a handsome youth. No matter who you are, even if you are the son of Emperor Haoyan, you will not be able to leave today. Xianxia raised his saber and spat out furious flames in his eyes. You can't kill me. The youth screamed. I have a high status. How could I die? How could I be killed like those reptiles? If you stay in Haojing obediently. Xianxia grabbed the youth's collar and said, then you won't die. Unfortunately, you're courting death yourself. No one else can be blamed. I told you. You've provoked the wrong person. Xianxia smashed his saber into the youth's face, leaving a deep hole in his handsome face. One of his cheekbones shattered. The youth covered his face and screamed miserably. You dare to hit me? From childhood until now, not even my father has touched a single finger of mine. Yet you actually dare to hit me. Oh! Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, my noble young master, I have offended you. As he spoke, Xianxia slammed his saber onto the youth's shoulder. This little pain actually hurt so much that the youth cried out in a ghost voice. Didn't you like to play games? Xianxia stomped the youth's left ankle and said, come on, let's have a good time. There are still about 20 minutes before dawn. We have plenty of time. You dare! The youth screamed like a madman. Xianxia swung his hand and slapped the youth. The youth who only slapped him flew out, and the teeth in his mouth shattered a few times. The youth got up and looked at Xianxia's angry gaze. This time he was really scared. He knelt on the ground and begged repeatedly, I can't die. I really can't die. I have to do something big in the future. You can't kill me. Please let me go, please. Xianxia smiled. You can't die? Those who die because of their siblings, for their parents, deserve to die. Xianxia kicked again, crushing the youth's right ankle. The youth hugged his legs and rolled on the ground while crying and howling. Xianxia carried the huge saber and looked down at him condescendingly. Didn't you have some manners when you talked to me about human nature and dreams? He said. The way you talked was too different from the way you are now crying and rolling. I began to suspect that you are the same person. What? When you are outside, you can talk and laugh and guide other people's lives and deaths. When you become a member of the game, what about your demeanor? What about your determination? The youth had never suffered such humiliation and pain since he was young. It turned out that pain was such an uncomfortable feeling. It turned out that, before death, the fear in his heart would be so intense. Until now, he still couldn't believe that he would actually die. There was actually a day when he would be killed by someone else. What do you want? The youth held back his tears and said, I'll give you anything you want. Do you want a cultivation technique? I'll give you all the Earth-grade beginner movement techniques and martial skills. I'll give you the money. I'll give you 10 million gold coins. No, 50 million. No, I'll give you 100 million gold coins. Xianxia squatted down and patted the youth's face. Too little, not enough. The youth was delighted. It turned out that this black-clothed man was also greedy for money. That would be easy. 200 million. I'll give you 200 million. Not enough. Xianxia continued to shake his head. 500 million. Just how much do you want? The youth exclaimed. Give me a price. Xianxia said, I want your life. Ah! The youth was so scared that his face turned pale and he crawled out like a madman. Xianxia looked at the empty venue and said loudly, Now, please show your hand and vote. Do you want to execute this member of the game? After saying that, Xianxia raised his left hand and said, Looks like the vote is unanimous. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The youth crawled as he cried out with a mucus and tears. Mom! Mom! Save me. I don't want to die. Xianxia took a few steps forward and stepped on the youth's back with his right foot. The tip of the huge saber in his hand slowly pierced through the youth's skin and stabbed into his flesh. This downward thrust was very slow, so that the youth could fully enjoy the wonderful feeling of being cut open by the knife. The teenager opened his mouth, bleeding out one mouthful after another, but the shouts disappeared. To be honest, in my eyes, your life is not even worth a gold coin, Xianxia said as he leaned his mouth close to the youth's ear. The youth's eyes turned deathly gray. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known earlier, why would he have met a god of slaughter like the black-clothed man if he hadn't come to Baisho City? After Xianxia finished speaking, he jumped up and stepped on the hilt of the saber. The giant saber completely sunk into the youth's back. Then, it turned around and cut a huge bloody hole in the youth's body. His entire body was completely dead. Xianxia put away his saber and took a deep breath. This place is not suitable for staying for long. Little Sparrow, let's go. With that, he and Little Sparrow turned into two shadows and disappeared. Xianxia led Little Sparrow all the way out of 100 Beast City without stopping in the slightest. That 100 Beast City is no longer safe. Once the sly smile masked man dies, there will definitely be a large number of experts secretly investigating in 100 Beast City. He couldn't get his own griffin anymore. That place would definitely be under his control at the first possible moment. How troublesome. I don't have the money to buy another griffin. Xianxia frowned. How could the tens of thousands of gold coins he had on him be enough to buy a griffin? Even a continental mount couldn't afford it. However, after passing through the 100 Beast Cliff, they still had to head to the northern region. That journey was not too short. Running on two legs was obviously not a long-term plan. Let's see what's in that brat's storage ring. I hope he has gold coins with him. After leaving Baisho City, Xianxia ran for a while before stopping at a deserted mountain. This desolate mountain has been withered for countless years. There is not even a shadow of a bird, and there are huge cracks everywhere. Xianxia casually found a crack and hid inside the mountain. With the help of the sunlight from outside, he took out a storage ring from his bosom. This storage ring was removed by Xianxia from the masked man with the strange smile. At this moment, that brat was already dead, and the storage ring had lost its seal. High-grade storage ring. Unfortunately, it can't be used. Xianxia poured out all the contents of the storage ring and threw it away. The storage ring had once had a soul contract with its master. Even though that brat was already dead, the storage ring's contract had disappeared. However, if he accidentally encountered an expert in artifact forging, he could still find some clues from the storage ring. There was no need for Xianxia to take such a risk. Heh! This is it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. A small mountain of gold coins suddenly poured out of the sly smile masked man's storage ring. Using the naked eye to roughly estimate the amount, it was around 80 to 1.5 million gold coins. I wonder if this little bit of money is enough to buy a griffin. Xianxia didn't know much about the price of griffins. Within the pile of gold coins, there were 3 sparkling cards. Xianxia took them out and found that they were all purple gold cards. Xianxia shook his head regretfully and threw away the 3 purple gold cards. Each of the 3 cards contained at least 10 million gold coins. However, he wouldn't be so stupid as to take someone else's storage card and run to the bank to get money. Doesn't that mean that he told everyone that I, Xiangnan, killed this kid? Xiangnan pushed the small mountain of gold coins away and saw what was still buried inside. There were a few things that were exposed. 20 unnumbered, unused eagle eyes. Xiangnan crushed all of them one by one. Leaving them behind was also a problem. A waist plate with the words Zhenbei written on it. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly chopped up his waist token. Zhenbei? Wasn't that sneer-masked man the son of the great general of Zhenbei? In addition, there were 3 small porcelain bottles. Xiangnan held the porcelain bottles in his hand and looked at them. On them were written the names of the corresponding medicinal pills. 4th grade 100 spirits pill, 4th grade bodybuilding pill, and 4th grade Qi refining pill. Good stuff. Xiangnan's eyes lit up. The 4th grade 100 spirits pill was an extremely powerful antidote pill. There were a total of 10 of them. As for the 4th grade bodybuilding pill, it was a body refining pill that could greatly increase a martial artist's physical strength. The 4th grade Qi refining pill was a Qi refining pill that could allow a martial artist's spiritual Qi to expand a bit, increasing their Yuan Qi capacity by nearly 50% and Yuan Qi strength by 30%. However, a Tier 4 pill could only be consumed if it was at least at the 5th level of origin return. This was the reason why the sly masked man only wore the pill but did not consume it. My strength is 1 level higher than a martial artist of the same realm. I should be able to consume it 2 to 3 levels earlier. After absorbing the power of the white flame lightning again, I will use it. Looking down, it was a beginner local grade martial skill called the Scarlet Flame Sword. Unfortunately, it was a fire attribute martial skill that Xiangnan was unable to use, so he casually stuffed it into his storage ring. Finally, there was a local grade beginner movement technique called the Soaring Sky Technique. Haha! I really have no place to find after stepping through the iron shoes. Xiangnan grabbed the Soaring Sky Technique and was overjoyed. I had long heard that the sly smile masked man had been nagging about rewarding the winning members of the game with his own technique, but I didn't expect it to be the Soaring Sky Technique. With this movement technique, he would be able to learn how to fly before reaching the Heaven Origin realm. No more flying mounts. Xiangnan was overjoyed. He hurriedly flipped through the sky soaring art and found that this place was still more than 10,000 miles away from the 100 Beast Cliff. He still needed to rely on the sky soaring art to fly over. The cultivation requirement of this soaring sky art was at least at the 1st level of origin return, because it required the use of Yuan Qi. Of course, the higher the cultivation level, the better. Xiangnan flipped through the incantation and began to cultivate. Soaring Sky Technique was a movement technique that condensed Yuan Qi into Yuan Qi feathered wings and used to fly. Normally speaking, even without the Soaring Sky Technique, a martial artist could feel their Yuan Qi and imitate it into the shape of wings, flapping it as they struggled to ascend into the air. However, this method was extremely stupid and inefficient. Especially, the consumption of Yuan Qi was extremely frightening. For example, if Xiangnan condensed 2 enormous saber lights and waved them vigorously at all times, then no matter how much Yuan Qi Xiangnan had, it would be quickly depleted. Soaring Sky Technique was different. It had a special incantation to condense its wings, and it flapped its wings through the connection between its wings and its body. In doing so, the Yuan Qi feathers gathered and did not disperse. There was no need to fill the wings with Yuan Qi all the time, and the consumption of Yuan Qi was extremely small. It took Xiangnan a full day and night to practice the Soaring Sky Technique. At noon the next day, he stood at the top of the barren mountain. Then, his body trembled slightly, and a pair of 10-meter-long Yuan Qi feathered wings appeared behind him. Each wing was more than 5 meters long, because to withstand someone as tall as Xiangnan, it was necessary for them to spread their wings 10 meters. As expected, Xiangnan touched his Yuan Qi feathered wings and a clear feeling came from it. It was as if these 2 pairs of wings really grew on his body. He bowed and jumped 30 meters high. Then his enormous wings flapped violently. Wind swept past his wings and he soared into the sky. Ha ha! Xiangnan, who had just practiced the Soaring Sky Technique, felt incomparably fresh. He flapped his wings up and down, flipping left and right everywhere, rushing straight, diving, climbing up. He had to get used to the feeling of having wings in the shortest time possible. At first, the movements weren't smooth and often made mistakes. However, as the time of flight increased, the feeling of flying quickly became more proficient. After all, they were martial artists. They could use weapons to execute all sorts of complicated attacks at the same time, and they could do it like a fish in water, not to mention the simple flapping of their wings. In less than half a day's time, Xianxia was already completely proficient in flying and could control himself freely. Xianxia also knew how to fly in his previous life, but he advanced to the heaven origin realm as fast as he could, using his Yuan Qi to fly. Tian Yuan martial artists used their own Yuan Qi to communicate with the heavens and the earth, controlling their bodies as if they were shooting Yuan Qi. This type of flight was extremely fast, and it was as easy as returning a palm to perform all kinds of difficult movements. In contrast, soaring sky technique was a stupid type. It could be directly interpreted as being no different from a bird flying. It was purely a slap on the air. Whether it was speed or agility, the soaring sky technique couldn't compare to a Tian Yuan martial artist's flying speed, but it was already quite good for Xianxia. Target 100 Beast Cliff. Xianxia recognized the direction and immediately waved his enormous Yuan Qi feathered wings as he spread out his wings and soared. He let himself shuttle through the faint clouds so that he could minimize the probability of being discovered by others. As for the little bird, it stood on Xianxia's shoulder chirping. "You clearly know how to fly. Why are you still standing on my shoulder? Get off." Xianxia smiled. The little bird jumped down from Xianxia's shoulder and then circled around Xianxia's body. One moment it surpassed Xianxia and the other, it stared at Xianxia and flew backwards. It was clearly showing off that it was flying better. "Fuck off!" Xianxia roared angrily. "I know you're better than me, okay?" Not to mention Xianxia, who had only learned the soaring sky technique, even true flying demonic beasts could not compare to the gale sparrow. After flying for nearly a day, Xianxia estimated his flying speed. He probably didn't have much production compared to the griffin, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to travel 10,000 kilometers a day. If he flew with all his might, his speed would probably triple to 20,000 kilometers a day. Once he arrived at the 100 Beast Cliff, Xianxia tactfully landed on the ground. After all, he was a human, and his flexibility was the highest when fighting on the ground. If he were to fight a flying demonic beast in the air, then his movements would be useless. The enormous feathered wings turned into specks of light and scattered by themselves. Xianxia had previously looked at the overall outline of the 100 Beast Cliff in the sky. The entire 100 Beast Cliff had an area of nearly 70%. It was covered by huge trees. Most of the exposed parts were bare rocks and cliffs. The first thing he needed to do was search for the 7th level origin returning python's egg. "Little sparrow, go and see which area has the highest temperature." Xianxia waved his hand and let the bird go. The little bird itself was a demonic beast. It was normal for it to fly here. If Xianxia, as a human, flew around with a strong aura of primordial energy, he would definitely attract the attention of many flying demonic beasts. The little bird's speed was extremely fast. It returned in about a meal's time and raised its wings to point in a certain direction. Xianxia carefully sneaked into the 100 Beast Cliff. There were really many types of demonic beasts inside, and he would encounter a few every 10 minutes. Most of the demonic beasts weren't as strong as Xianxia, and they wouldn't take the initiative to attack. When they encountered some troublesome ones, there was nothing they could do, so Xianxia used the shadow steps to quickly draw a distance. After more than 2 hours, they finally arrived at an area with exceptionally shocking temperatures. This place seemed to be a volcanic area, but there were no craters as tall as a normal volcano. Instead, huge round holes were on the same level as the ground. Inside those round holes were still churning with blazing magma. Under his feet, several fiery red scorpions slowly crawled past. There were dozens of sparse trees on both sides. Those trees were very strange. Their bodies were fiery red, and their barks were cracked. There was light red magma flowing within them. These trees survive on magma? It looks like they're about to become demons. Xianxia felt very curious. Xianxia carefully swam between the volcanic craters on the ground, guarding against the attacks of demonic beasts at any time. The demonic beasts that could survive and cultivate in such an environment were not simple. Just as he was walking, magma suddenly moved in a small volcano about 100 meters in diameter on the left side of his body. Immediately after, the firefish jumped high and 4 rows of sharp teeth gritted towards Xianxia. This firefish was 5 to 6 meters long, and its huge mouth was enough to devour half of Xianxia's body. What the hell? Xianxia drew his hand and slashed the giant saber horizontally into the mouth of the firefish, cutting the jumping firefish in half. The 2 halves of the firefish's body fell from Xianxia's left and right sides. After landing on the ground, it was still spitting out lava-like blood. After the firefish became noisy, the temperature at the scene quickly rose. It's broken. Xianxia saw that magma was rolling in the crater. Before he could make a judgment, firefish pounced out. There were over 100 densely packed firefish. Xianxia hurriedly used his giant saber to cut down 7 or 8 of them in an instant. However, after those firefish were cut to death, the magma blood sprayed out of their bodies was extremely deadly. Little magma blood landed on Xianxia's body and immediately burned Xianxia's robe. After penetrating into his skin, a fierce pain quickly came from his skin. Protect your body with Yuan Qi. Xianxia shouted and condensed his Yuan Qi into an eggshell, completely wrapping himself around it. The firefishes collided with the Yuan Qi shield and used their sharp teeth to chi on the shield. Xianxia had never learned a special origin energy shield martial skill. This type of origin energy shield used the simplest method to condense his origin energy into the shape of a shield to protect himself. There was a big flaw in doing so, and that was that the shield consumed a lot of Yuan Qi. The reason for that was because once Yuan Qi left a martial artist's body, it would dissipate over time. At this moment, the shield was bitten by the firefish, and the rate of Yuan Qi consumption was even faster. Xianxia could only keep filling up the shield with Yuan Qi. He hurriedly jumped up, and with a loud sound of Yuan Qi winged, he wanted to fly up high. However, those firefishes were actually slapping their fins as well. Can fly? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately brandished his saber, shooting down with ordinary saber lights. Fortunately, Xianxia was high up in the sky, so he didn't have to worry about being contaminated by the magma blood. So he let go of it and started fighting. In less than 10 seconds, Xianxia had cleared one of the 100-odd firefish that had flown up. At this moment, a sharp scream came from behind him. Xianxia suddenly turned around, and a giant fire eagle with a wingspan of 50 meters behind him was diving towards him. I can't dodge. Xianxia gritted his teeth and waved his hand. At the same time as the saber light shot out, he absorbed the giant saber behind his back and immediately formed a seal with his hands. Sure enough, the fire eagle's realm was very high. It had already reached the 5th level of origin return. Xianxia's saber light flew out and was actually bitten to shreds by the fire eagle. At this time, Xianxia's seal was completed. His fingers sliced down, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing through the back of the fire eagle and piercing out from its lower abdomen. However, the crisis was not over. Fire Eagle's body was too large. The piercing wound caused by the lightning was simply unable to cause any fatal damage to it. It's like you can easily stab a butterfly to death with a steel needle, but if that butterfly has the size of a dog, then it can't be solved with 1 needle or 2 needles. This was also one of the important reasons why most martial artists would use giant weapons. Fortunately, after being struck by lightning, Fire Eagle's body stiffened for a moment and slid sideways from Xianxia's body. Xianxia used this time to quickly descend, striving to land on the ground. If he was in the sky, he definitely wasn't qualified to fight against the Fire Eagle. He could fly faster with a flap of his wings than he could with 10 flaps of his own. Little sparrow, Xianxia shouted, his hands quickly forming seals. The little bird dived down from the sky and passed through the mark in Xianxia's hand. Thunder King, King Sparrow Seal. The little bird transformed into a lightning bird, flapping its crackling wings and crashing into the Fire Eagle's body, but it was unable to pierce through it at once. The fire eagle was also anxious, and opened its mouth to spit out a large mouthful of flames at the little bird. The little bird's speed was extremely sensitive. It quickly dodged the blazing flames and shone on the spot where the fire eagle had just been struck. It came again. When the little bird hit the 5th time, it finally rushed in, penetrating through Fire Eagle's body and tossing around inside Fire Eagle's body. The Fire Eagle let out a miserable scream. Its eyes suddenly burned, and its wings turned into raging flames. Little Sparrow, quickly come out. It's going crazy. Seeing this, Xianxia was shocked. No matter how strong the King Sparrow seal was, it was only based on Xianxia's 1st level of origin return. However, that Fire Eagle was at the 5th level of origin return. Xianxia knew that he was no match for Fire Eagle. He only wanted to use the King Sparrow seal to make Fire Shadow retreat. Who knew that little sparrow would insist on going its own way and diving into Fire Eagle's stomach? Quickly come out. Xianxia was anxious. Regardless of how powerful the Fire Eagle was, he immediately rushed forward with a huge saber in his hand. Just as he was about to approach the Fire Eagle suddenly self-destructed with a loud boom. A 50-meter diameter fireball suddenly exploded, instantly sending Xianxia flying. Little Sparrow. Xianxia spread out his Yuan-Chi feathered wings and flapped it a few times before stopping its momentum and rushing towards the core of the explosion. At this time, a small fire eagle that was only about 3 meters long screamed and escaped from the explosion zone. Xianxia was stunned. He didn't expect the fire eagle to have this kind of self-saving ability. It was a bit like a gecko with a broken tail. It destroyed its body and turned into a smaller fire eagle to flee for its life. But what about the little bird? In the sky, Fire Eagle's broken body turned into a rain of fire and descended one after another. Xianxia hurriedly rushed down, regardless of how hot the pieces of flame meat were, but his eyes were red as he pickpocketed them. In the end, a bird whose entire body was pitch black and its voice was completely silent was pulled out. Little Sparrow Xianxia held the corpse of the little sparrow in his hand, and immediately felt that his heart had been hollowed out. Wake up! Wake up! Xianxia shook the bird hard and said with tears in his eyes, Bastard! Don't pretend to be dead. Wake up quickly. I still need to buy you a lot of gold, silver, jewelry, and beautiful gemstones. Back in Bluestone City, when Xianxia was the most helpless, this little fellow accompanied him. When Xianxia was alone and lonely, it was this little fellow who jumped on his shoulder and made him happy. But now, this wretched and naughty little fellow had actually died just like that. Xianxia held the little bird in his arms with tears in his eyes. He lowered his head motionlessly, feeling extremely angry and self-reproach in his heart. Right at this moment, an even larger volcano crater appeared behind him. Magma surged inside, and a fire fish that had reached an astonishing length of 100 meters charged out. When the fire fish pounced in the sky, it could be described as covering the sky and the sun. Perhaps it was the king of fish here. Under the sunlight, the enormous scales of the fish shone with a bright red luster. Inside the fish's mouth, there were 6 rows of sharp teeth. It was attracted by Xianxia's strong Yuan-Chi fluctuations and prepared to swallow Xianxia and have a good meal. As for this fish, it actually possessed a frightening realm at the 5th level of origin return. However, at this moment, half of Xianxia's heart was already dead. His tears fell down and landed on the little bird's corpse. Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't bother me. Get lost. Sun God technique. Sun tempering. A 2-meter-wide beam of sunlight suddenly descended, enveloping Xianxia's entire body. As for the Fire Fish King, it happened to be within the range of the sunlight. Once its body was contaminated with the sun's power, the surging demonic energy in its body immediately boiled. Chi 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 chi, the surface of the Fire Fish King's body immediately emitted a corrosive sound. In an instant, the big fish shook its body in horror and hurriedly fled back into the magma. Xianxia's eyes never left the bird's corpse. He let out a long sigh and said, You've accompanied me through so many hardships, but you finally died here. Little Sparrow, don't worry. I will definitely use a lot of gemstones to forge a tombstone for you. When the time comes. Before Xianxia could finish his words, the little bird in his arms suddenly moved. Ha! Xianxia's pupils contracted and his heart beat wildly. Could it be an illusion? The sun god technique was also hastily withdrawn. Looking again, the little bird's pitch-black body moved again. Still alive. From great sorrow to joy, Xianxia's entire body trembled with excitement. Immediately after, the pitch-black little bird jumped up, and after shaking off the ashes on its body, it actually revealed a fiery red feather. The color of the feather was somewhat similar to that of the fire eagle. A pair of small eyes blinked as they looked left and right, hopping happily on Xianxia's arm. Ha ha! Xianxia hugged the bird in his arms and said happily, I knew you wouldn't die. Why did you leave me alone? You actually stole the fire eagle's inner core. Obviously, the little bird had mutated. This fellow had secretly eaten the most precious yellow essence pill from a demonic snake before, and was destined to walk a different path. Now that he had swallowed the inner core cultivated in Fire Eagle's body, it actually mutated again. Let me see how you feel now. Xianxia hurriedly held the bird in his hand and watched. The little bird raised its neck and burped. This hiccup actually spat out a fireball the size of a grain of rice from its tiny bird's mouth. Xianxia felt speechless and said, You are much more heaven-defying than me. He didn't know how this fellow would evolve in the end. At this moment, the magma behind him started to roll again. Xianxia grabbed the bird and sprinted. Run! The Fish King is coming out again. Just now, it was Xianxia who used the sun god technique to blow up the Fish King regardless of life and death. This time, the little bird came back alive, so how could Xianxia be stupid again? Xianxia sprinted wildly, his body transforming into shadows, rapidly shuttling between the numerous volcanic craters. Flying was definitely not as fast as sprinting over. The Fish King chased after him relentlessly, jumping from one volcano crater to another, jumping back and forth in pursuit. The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder, raising its head high and pointing its wings at the Fish King behind it. You haven't had enough. Xianxia scolded angrily. You still want to eat the Fire Eagle inner pill? You were lucky enough to survive just now. Don't take such a risk again. Just now, the little bird had clearly died for a short period of time. To be able to survive was simply the blessing of the heavens. After all, its little bird was only at the first level of origin return. Swallowing the inner core of a demonic beast at the 5th level of origin return was a life-threatening act. Xianxia thought that he was already a master who dared to pull out his teeth and steal a cub from a wolf's den without fear of death. He didn't expect that the little bird was even more powerful than him and didn't know what death was. The Fish King chased after him reluctantly. As Xianxia sprinted wildly, he chopped out streaks of saber light from behind. The blade light of the 1st level of origin return encountered a demonic beast of the 5th level of origin return, which was still a fire-attributed demonic beast. Its effect was almost zero. If it weren't for Xianxia cultivating the vast heaven-pure essence technique, the saber light wouldn't even be able to get close to the fire fish's body and would have been dispersed by the demonic energy. As for this vast volcanic region, it was unknown how big it was. Xianxia had already been running at full speed for nearly 5 minutes, and there were still craters large and small ahead. As for the fire fish, because it was too large, every time it jumped, it would jump over 200 to 300 meters in length, quickly closing the distance between it and Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have a suitable martial skill that could force the Fish King back in an instant. Damn it! Do I need to use the sun god technique again? Xianxia gritted his teeth and became ruthless in his heart. However, the higher the frequency of using the sun god technique, the higher the probability of becoming enchanted. Right now, no one around him was able to save him. At this critical moment, when Xianxia was already preparing to circulate the sun god technique, a huge demonic beast suddenly pounced out from a huge volcano crater in front of him on the left. It was actually a fire lizard 50 meters long. This thing crossed Xianxia and directly bit the 100-meter-long Fish King in one bite. Although the flaming lizard was twice the size of the Fish King, there seemed to be some kind of poison in its teeth. The Fish King struggled to slap his body. In just 2 seconds, large patches of purple spots quickly spread out from the part that was bitten by the lizard. Immediately after, the entire fish was completely swallowed up by the purple mark and remained motionless. Seeing that the fire lizard was busy eating the Fish King's body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Are all the demonic beasts growing in this damned place so big?" Thinking of this, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. The one he wanted to steal was the 7th level Guiyuan fire python egg. After such a torment, Xianxia also ran out of the Flame Mountain Pass area and discovered that the terrain in front of him had changed. The cracked ground was still flowing with boiling magma, but the temperature was even higher than the crater area, made it difficult for Xianxia to even breathe. In front of him stood a series of hollow stone pillars. Those stone pillars were conical in shape, and black smoke was emitting from the openings at the top. Xianxia was a little more careful as he slowly shuttled through the pillars of flames, searching for the snake's den. After walking about 10 miles, a rectangular stone pillar suddenly rose from the ground, attracting Xianxia's attention. That thing was said to be a stone pillar. It was more like a giant mountain with a strange shape. At the foot of the mountain there was a cave that was 100 meters tall. Inside the cave there was a huge creature that was slowly breathing at an extremely slow speed. Every time he inhaled from the cave, Xianxia would feel a strong attraction, pulling him towards it. Every time he exhaled, he would spit out a blazing wave of qi. This wave of qi was fishy and smelly, causing one to feel nauseated. "I think I found it." Xianxia sensed the fishy smell unique to snakes, so he wiped his eyes and used the lightning photoelectric eye. He saw a giant python coiling around the pitch-black cave. The python's body was burning all the time. This was because the body of the blazing fire python was coiled, and it was unknown how long it was. At this moment, Xianxia was beginning to regret it. Such a mission worth 100 credits was not compatible with its danger level. "Little sparrow." Xianxia pointed at the cave and said, "I'll lure it out later. You should take the opportunity to steal the egg. You should know what a snake egg looks like, right?" The little bird pointed at the cave with its wings and then at itself. "You want to lure the blazing fire python?" "No, it's too dangerous," Xianxia said. The bird raised its head and flew out with a whoosh. It turned into a flaming shadow and circled around the sky for dozens of times before landing on Xianxia's shoulder. Then it pointed at the cave with its wings. So fast! Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. After the bird turned red, its flying speed had actually increased by a large margin. The gale sparrow was already flying fast, but now that its speed had increased again, it was already beyond Xianxia's reach. "All right, since you insist on doing this, I'll let you do it. No matter how powerful the blazing fire python is, it can't fly, right?" Xianxia nodded. He saw that the little bird flew to the vicinity of the cave and began to chirp in the cave. As a result, the blazing fire python didn't even bother to look at it, so it didn't even plan to get up. The little bird puffed out a wind blade. The wind blade also changed its appearance, turning into a state of being wrapped in fiery flames. With a slap, it smashed into the forehead of the fiery python. One was at the 1st level of the origin realm, and the other was at the 7th level of the origin realm. The burning sewing did not even move the eyelids of the blazing fire python. "It's broken," Xianxia frowned. The blazing fire python simply ignored the little bird. At this moment, the little bird made a gesture that made Xianxia's soul shatter. It actually swaggered onto the fire python's face, walked all the way to its forehead, and took a blister of bird shit as if nothing had happened. I'll go." Xianxia's heart was raised. This little bastard actually pulled on hatred. Demonic beasts, especially those with higher cultivation bases, had greater dignity. The blazing fire python couldn't bear it any longer. A pair of scarlet snake eyes slowly opened and 2 red pillars of light shot out from the cave. "Little sparrow, run!" Xianxia roared. Whoosh! The little bird also knew that it had done a good job. In an instant, it turned into a red shadow and rushed out. There was a fire line in the air along its rapid flight. Immediately after, An incomparably fierce suction force came from within the cave. Outside, 7 to 8 meters tall pillars of flame stone broke apart and were sucked into the cave. The little bird had originally flown extremely fast, but now it was pulled back by the suction force. It struggled to flap its wings, but it could only move forward at a slow speed. Just as the suction force was about to end, 100-meter-long python suddenly shot out from the cave, aiming straight at the little bird. How could Xianxia give up such a precious opportunity? He sprinted into the cave as fast as he could. He turned around and saw that after the suction force disappeared, the little bird immediately recovered its speed and turned into a line of fire and flew away. The giant blazing fire python's jumping power was also incomparably astonishing. It jumped a full 1,000 meters away. That speed was practically the same as the little bird that had been transformed. One bird and one snake disappeared from Xianxia's field of vision in a flash. Little sparrow, you must definitely succeed in escaping. Xianxia endured the blazing waves of fire and rushed into the cave. The temperature inside was incomparably high. Xianxia had enveloped himself with a layer of yuan qi shield. He still felt that it was blazing hot and difficult to handle. He felt that his skin was about to melt. He didn't care much about it and continued to run rapidly in the cave until he reached the innermost part of the cave. Only then did he discover snake eggs. Strange, the python was 100 meters long, but its egg was only the size of a watermelon. It seemed that the blazing fire python was not born with a large body. It should be born with a higher cultivation realm, and its body would grow along with its cultivation realm. That was what Xianxia thought, but he didn't have time to spare. He hugged a boiling snake egg and rushed out of the cave as fast as he could. Once they left the cave, they would rise up from the ground and unfold their enormous yuan qi wings to ascend into the sky. It was useless to escape from the flaming python that could not fly. He could only fly high up. The higher it flew, the safer he would be. Little sparrow. Xianxia succeeded and let out a sharp whistle. In the distance, the little bird chased by the blazing fire python took a big turn and climbed up into the sky. In less than a breath, it had pierced through the clouds and continued to climb up. Xianxia hurriedly flew over to meet up with the little bird. At this moment, the clouds below surged. Suddenly, an incomparably large snake head rushed out from the sea of clouds. Fuck! Jump so high! Xianxia was shocked and hurriedly climbed up again. The blazing fire python must have climbed a high mountain just now to jump out of the clouds. Get out of the way! Xianxia grabbed the bird and threw it out. At the same time, the fire python that was hovering in midair spat out a pillar of fire that pierced through the 9 heavens. Fortunately, Xianxia predicted in time and threw the little bird out. Otherwise, one person and one bird would probably be roasted. Rise again! Xianxia shouted, and both of them continued to climb, penetrating another layer of higher clouds. The blazing fire python was finally unable to reach this height and fell down angrily. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The blazing fire python's snake egg was already in his possession. Next was the qingling powder. The qingling powder was the food of the 3-eyed qingling eagle, which was also called saliva. As he spoke, Xianxia's voice stopped abruptly. He suddenly discovered that there was a strange cliff towering into the clouds in the distance. That cliff is so high. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. That bare cliff was incredibly steep, and it had actually reached such a terrifying height, yet he still hadn't seen the end. So tall, the 3-eyed clear spirit eagle's nest must be inside. Xianxia took a deep breath, but was caught in a dilemma. The blazing fire python was easy to deal with, but the 3-eyed clear spirit eagle could fly. Xianxia looked at the bird and frowned. Let alone me, even you are not as fast as the 3-eyed clear spirit eagle. This is really troublesome. The little bird stood on Xianxia's shoulder and pointed at the cliff with its wings. Then it jumped around and pointed at the cave of the blazing python. Xianxia suddenly understood and used his hand to gently scratch the little bird's forehead. You're so smart. Well, you go lure the snake. I'll go to the cliff and wait for the opportunity. After discussing the countermeasures, The little bird flew down from the clouds and continued to provoke the fire python that was about to reverse its nest. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a provocation. The blazing fire python was about to go mad with anger. Originally, it had planned to return. But when it saw the little bird circling in the sky, it stared at the blood-red eyes and chased after him again. The little bird led the python all the way to the bottom of the cliff. When it was within 10 miles of the cliff, it did not dare to approach it again. Presumably, the blazing fire python also knew whose territory that cliff was. Seeing that the blazing fire python was timid, the little bird puffed a bubble of bird shit down. However, this move no longer worked, and the blazing fire python refused to approach the cliff. At this moment, Xianxia descended from the clouds. He held the snake egg in his arms and shook it at the blazing fire python. The blazing fire python's body stiffened, and its eyes were filled with anger. The little bird was even more extreme. It directly jumped onto the snake egg and pecked at the snake egg twice with its beak. This frightened Xianxia so much that it mustn't peck the eggshell. Sure enough, the blazing fire python went crazy all of a sudden. He jumped up with a whoosh. The little bird immediately flew towards the cliff and wrapped its legs around the snake egg from Xianxia's hand. As it dragged the snake egg flying, it lowered its head and pecked at the snake egg a few times. The blazing fire python was both shocked and furious. It had completely lost its rationality. With a boom, the snake head fiercely smashed into the little bird. The little bird dodged, and behind it was a cliff. The cliff was originally very isolated, so being hit by the blazing fire python caused the entire cliff to tremble. Xianxia looked up into the sky, and then he saw a black shadow that covered the sky and the earth, silently leaning against the cliff, flying down vertically. This scene made Xianxia's scalp go numb, and the three-eyed clear spirit eagle moved out. His vision was too shocking. Within the vast sea of clouds, a shadow that covered the sky and covered the sun quietly slid down. What a shocking scene it was. After piercing through the sea of clouds, the three-eyed clear spirit eagle saw the blazing fire python crashing into the cliff with a single glance. Snakes and eagles had always been natural enemies that could not tolerate fire and water. The giant eagle with a wingspan of 100 meters swooped down fiercely and attacked the blazing fire python that dared to charge into its territory. Fortunately, this three-eyed clear spirit eagle was only at the 6th level of the origin realm. It was a small realm lower than the blazing fire python. With such an eagle and a python, it could still fight for a while. Otherwise, the three-eyed clear spirit eagle would probably be able to peck the blazing fire python to death. Xianxia took the opportunity to fly high up into the thin air before he saw a huge bird's nest at the top of the cliff. He jumped in. There were still a few little eagles waiting to be fed, licking the translucent liquid in the bird's nest. "Sorry, little fellows, I'll just take a little. I won't take all of them." Xianxia knew that the clear spirit powder was made from the essence of the clear spirit eagle. It was extremely precious. Without the clear spirit powder, the little clear spirit eagle would definitely not be able to survive if it only ate raw meat. Xianxia took out the empty porcelain bottles. He only took out 2 bottles of Qingling powder and immediately retreated. There were still 2/3 of Qingling powder left. This was also Xianxia. If it was any greedy martial artist, they would probably have taken all of them. One must know that Qingling san was an expensive ingredient for refining pills. "Little sparrow, let's go." Xianxia greeted him and put Qingling into his storage ring, making it easier for the little bird to sneak away together. Down below, the hawksnake battle finally ended with the blazing fire python wounded and escaping. It was still not safe in 100 Beast City. Perhaps that brat spies were still searching for him. Xianxia did not rashly enter the city. Instead, he sent a message to the person in charge of the auction house. Half a day later, an auction house disguised as a caravan of horses quickly galloped out of the city and arrived at the location of Xianxia. From afar, someone jumped out of the car. It was the person in charge of the auction house. He quickly trotted over, his eyes filled with eagerness. After Xianxia took out the blazing python egg, the person in charge heaved a sigh of relief. He carefully stored the egg and then tightened his grip on Xianxia's hands. "Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. With this snake egg of the blazing fire python, my daughter's life will be saved. Don't say anything. Xianxia patted the back of the person in charge's hand and said, Baisho City hasn't been peaceful lately. Just be careful. Hurry up and go back to treat Ling Chenjin's illness. The person in charge cupped his fists and cupped his hands at Xianxia. Great kindness is not unforgettable. I won't send a hero far away if he goes well. Seeing the person in charge of the convoy walk far away, Xianxia nodded. He took out the map and saw the direction, then said, Little Sparrow, continue on your journey. After Xianxia obtained the spirit cleansing powder he needed from the 100-Beast Cliff, his next task was to search for the missing disciples of the cavalry sect in the northern wilderness swamp. The primordial swamp was a famous place of great viciousness in the Haoyan Empire. The demonic beasts inside were extremely terrifying. The highest level of demonic beasts known to date had already reached the astonishing Heaven Scryer realm. Not only were they high-level demonic beasts, there were also a large number of them. In addition, there were many battles in the north, so there was a strong frontier army stationed there all year round. From the 100-Beast Cliff to the primordial swamp, Xianxia didn't dare to waste too much time on the journey. He left in a hurry without even resting. In the early spring, the inland coastal area was still warm, but the weather in the north was still cold. The further north one went, the colder it became. After Xianxia flew 30,000 li north, the air seemed to have suddenly changed its style. It suddenly turned cold, and an unbelievable boundary appeared between heaven and earth. Outside the boundary line was barren land, and inside was boundless snowy plains. A martial artist's physical fitness was tyrannical and his ability to defend against the cold was extremely strong. However, using Yuan Qi to defend against the cold day and night was not a long-term strategy. Xianxia found a city and bought a warm mink fur cloak. Xianxia felt much more comfortable with his furry outer collar sticking to his neck. He bought another furry collar and pulled it off. He also circled the little bird's neck a few times before continuing on his way. On the fourth day, 10,000 kilometers away from the primordial swamp, looking down from a high place, a magnificent city suddenly stood between heaven and earth. Most of the buildings in those cities were actually made of giant ice. Looking over in the vast snowy plains, he was rather shocked. I didn't expect to see such a bustling scene in such a marginal area. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. There were people coming and going in every large city. It was not lively. Some people were peddling their beast hides in the streets with their bare arms. Others were opening steaming hot drawer after drawer. The hot buns and steamed buns that had just come out were all snatched away. Xianxia continued to fly. After another 10,000 li, he finally arrived at his destination, the Northern Border Defense Forces base. Actually, this camp was also a huge city with a vast area and a prosperous scene. However, what they saw here were the solemn and dignified soldiers. Before Xianxia could get within 10 miles of the city, he was stopped by a group of flying cavalry. In the sky, there were hundreds of such flying cavalry patrols, one for every 5 people. They were riding on military twin-headed tiger lions. This type of demonic beast was generally at the 5th level of the Xiantian realm to the 5th level of the Guiyuan realm, and the difference in strength was still enormous. Strangely, the 2-headed tiger lion had a pair of huge feathered wings and 2 heads. One was a lion's head, while the other was a tiger's head. It looked rather strange. Who is it? The patrol stopped Xianxia in the sky. I am a disciple of the Haoran sect. I am here to carry out a mission. As for the military, there was no need for Xianxia to conceal his identity. He immediately took out the mission scroll. The captain of the patrol team took the scroll with a suspicious expression and muttered, "The geniuses of the Haoran sect are like crucian carps. There are people your age who have only reached the 1st level of the origin reversion realm. Come. There are some things we need to question." Xianxia followed the patrol and landed on the 300-meter-tall giant city wall. This place would be attacked by demonic beasts all year round, so the city walls were extremely solid. The general height of the city walls was 250 meters, and the thickness of the walls reached an astonishing 20 meters. It was impossible for ordinary demonic beasts to charge in with such an iron wall. There were sentry posts on the city walls, and almost every 50 steps there were towers and arrow towers. At this moment, the countless soldiers on the city wall had extremely serious expressions. There was even a trace of undetectable fear in their eyes. Xianxia accurately captured these details, but he didn't ask any further. "You're Xianxia." The patrol captain found a city guard officer. The city guard officer looked at the scroll and looked at Xianxia from time to time. "It's me, Sun Peak disciple of the Howran sect, Xianxia." Xianxia straightened his body and replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Sun Peak? Are you the disciple of Su Kaiwe, Lord Su?" The city guard was shocked. "You know my master?" Xianxia said, and hand over his token. The city guard laughed and said, "I don't have that kind of good fortune. It's just that Peak Lord Su is famous. How many of us in the military have never heard of him?" After checking his waist token and confirming that Xianxia's identity was correct, he decided to let him go. At this moment, the sound of a horn suddenly came from the sky. "Oh, oh!" The sound of the horn spread far and wide in the ice and snow. Sounded a little sad and touching. "Hurry up and defend. It's a heavenly devil cult member." Someone from the sentry tower shouted loudly. "Formation! Formation!" The city guard couldn't care less about greeting Xianxia. He took 3 steps and ran to the side, shouting loudly as he ran. Looking at the city wall, in just a breath's time, 10 rows of trained soldiers had already gathered. The first 3 rows of soldiers were archers, the middle 3 rows were shield soldiers, and the last 4 rows were throwers. Heavenly devil religion. Xianxia's heart sank, and he quickly looked into the distance. He saw a vast expanse of white shadows suddenly appear in the place where the snowy plains were connected to the sky. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of those shadows. At first, Xianxia could only see a blurry white shadow. When those shadows approached, he discovered that those shadows were all densely packed heavenly demon cult members. These heavenly demon cult disciples wore white robes and pointed white hats. They were very symbolic. At this time, a large group of dark flying cavalry flew over from within Border City. The more he looked, the more they numbered 4,000 to 5,000. At the very front, a general riding a large 2-headed lion tiger raised his right hand and shouted, "Thrower!" The first 6 rows of soldiers on the city wall immediately ran horizontally to the left and right, making way for 2 people to pass through. After that, the 4 rows of throwers bowed, ran up, and abruptly tossed out the spears in their hands. The spears were all condensed with the weather and were extremely sharp. Thousands of spears covered the sky and rained down like a storm, immediately nailing the first few rows of heavenly devil cult disciples to the ground. However, the heavenly demon sect members seemed to have no idea what death was. They did not show any pity for their companion's death. Instead, they suddenly sped up and rushed towards this place. 3 rows! The general in the sky shouted loudly. The throwers quickly retreated. The first 3 rows of archers raised their bows and arrows high up in the air. The arrows pierced through the sky at high speed, making a whoosh sound. As the rain of arrows fell, 2 rows of shield soldiers rushed out from the heavenly demon sect. Each of them raised a 3-meter-tall giant steel shield, and each of them was stacked 1 layer at a time, a total of 3 layers tall. The arrows snapped off the giant shield one after another. Less than 10% of the arrows pierced through the gap in the giant shield, killing a portion of the heavenly demon sect members. "Flying cavalry, go!" The general directly led the 5,000 flying heavy cavalry and flew through the sky. The 2-headed lion tiger beasts used by these flying heavy cavalry were all above the origin realm. A cold wind sprayed out from the tiger's mouth, slowing down the movements of the heavenly demon sect. The lions spat out flames, igniting a sea of flames within the heavenly demon sect. However, the heavenly demon sect members didn't even scream. They ignored the flying cavalry in the sky and continued to run with their heads lowered. After they approached a certain distance, the few rows of heavenly devil cult members in front of them immediately jumped up wildly. These people stepped on the city wall, borrowing their strength to continue to jump up crazily. and the border guards immediately shot out a rain of arrows from above. The heavenly devil religions were dying in droves, but they still jumped again. As a result, a person suddenly jumped onto the city wall. Without saying a word, he ran up to hug a city defense army and exploded with a boom. This explosion was extremely powerful. Not only did the explosion kill the embraced city guards, it also affected a dozen or so city guards on both sides. 7 of them were killed on the spot, and 3 of them were left with broken limbs. Mad Devil Self-Detonation Pill. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he immediately recognized it. These people were the notorious Holy Light Squad. They were a bunch of madmen from the heavenly devil religion that made people tremble with fear. Everyone knew that cultivating martial arts was very important. The more stable one's foundation was, the longer one could walk on the path of martial arts. However, the so-called Holy Light team was to nurture a group of children to become realm experts from an early age. In other words, they did not practice any martial arts techniques and only focused on improving their realms. Moreover, they would suffer unimaginable pain and use pain to stimulate their cultivation base to rise even further. The advantage of this was that their cultivation base would rise incomparably quickly. But the downside was that the subsequent upgrades of these Holy Light Squads would be ruined. To put it bluntly, they wouldn't be able to go far. Some of them would stay in the Xianxia realm for the rest of their lives, while the better ones would stay in the Origin realm. Therefore, normally, a martial artist in the Holy Light Squad that had reached the 9th level of the Xianxia realm would not even be able to defeat an ordinary martial artist at the 5th or 6th level of the Xianxia realm. However, the Heavenly Devil cult wanted the Holy Light Squad's realm. They needed to devour the terrifying Mad Devil self-detonating pill and use the method of self-detonating their dantian to perish with the enemy. Therefore, cultivating the Holy Light Squad was fast, effective, and extremely lethal. Heavy cavalry, go! The general in the sky shouted with his yuan qi. Don't let them near the city wall. Below, the city gate rumbled open, and 1,000 steel masters surged out of the city wall like a flood. The heavy armored cavalry each held a 4-meter-long charge spear. The snow-bladed leopard mount beneath their legs was 5 meters long and 2 meters tall. They were all wearing a layer of solid armor. This heavy cavalry squad was like a sharp sword, instantly cutting into the crowd of Heavenly Devil cult members. The long charge spear charged left and right through the crowd, killing the Heavenly Devil cult members on the spot. As for those heavenly demons, they were not afraid at all. They actually self-destructed one after another in their own ranks. In an instant, nearly 1,000 Heavenly Devil cult members self-detonated at the same time. The sound waves surged into the sky, causing a terrifying mushroom cloud to explode. With this explosion, the Heavenly Demon sect had also killed and wounded nearly 5,000 people. As for the 1,000 heavy cavalry, they were completely annihilated. No one was able to escape alive. Resist! The general in the sky shouted, "Heavy cavalry, go!" Another 1,000 heavy cavalry rushed out of the gate. The faces of these heavy cavalry were hidden in thick helmets. Their expressions were solemn and resolute, carrying an imposing aura of looking at death as if they were returning home. Archer, throwers, hurry! The rain of arrows and spears fell one after another. Behind him, dragon cannons with peculiar shapes were pushed forward. Each dragon cannon was under the control of 3 Xiantian 9th layer soldiers. The 3 of them pressed their palms against the back of the dragon cannon. Their Xiantian was instantly sucked away and entered the dragon cannon. Immediately after, the huge mouth of the dragon cannon exploded with a boom, and a 10-meter diameter protocosmic cannonball was fired. Cannonballs blossomed in the crowd of Heavenly Demon cult members, causing limbs and broken arms to fly everywhere in the sky. However, the ferocious Heavenly Demon sect members didn't even have the slightest intention of retreating. They were like the waves that constantly rushed towards the city walls. Another Heavenly Devil cultivator jumped up. Before the Heavenly Devil cultivator's right foot could reach the edge of the city wall, he was killed by a spear shot by the city defense army. However, the Heavenly Devil cultivator remained expressionless and self-destructed. With a loud explosion, 7 or 8 city guards were knocked over. "Look!" It's the heavenly demon cult's flying cavalry. A city guard pointed at the sky and roared angrily. Follow me. The general in the sky shouted loudly as he led the 5,000 flying cavalry and charged towards the other party. The heavenly demon cult's flying cavalry were riding very cheap flying mounts. They had little combat strength, and their flying speed was very slow. They could easily be shot down. However, they didn't care about this at all. They just blindly dodged the attacks of the city defense cavalry and the primordial weather. As soon as a heavenly demon cavalry approached, it would self-destruct on the spot. The air waves blew away the city defense flying cavalry, and then even more heavenly demon flying cavalry took the opportunity to pierce through and continuously launch death attacks. Without saying a word, Xianxia pulled out his huge saber and joined the battle. He flapped his yuan qi wings and flew in the air above the city wall. As long as a heavenly devil cult member tried to jump up, he would be slashed at the waist by Xianxia with a saber light. His saber light hacked accurately, directly hacking into the heavenly devil religion's dantian, causing it to be completely destroyed before the explosion, preventing it from self-detonating. As for those heavenly devil sect disciples, it was as if they were endless. No matter how they killed them, they would not be able to finish them off. After killing one, there was still another. After killing a batch of them, more crowds filled the crowd. The dragon cannons on the city walls had already entered a gap period. Every 3 soldiers in charge of the dragon cannons were quickly depleted in the weather before their substitutes rushed up to take over. The flying generals in the sky were incomparably valiant. The Guiyuan 5th level twin-headed lion tiger beast beneath its legs was like a sharp bolt of lightning, refracting back and forth among the enemy troops. Every time it refracted, nearly 10 heavenly demon flying cavalry were slashed down. In the snowy plains below, 1,000 heavily armored cavalry scattered the heavenly demon cult's holy light squadron, but those holy light squadrons continued to explode. In less than 5 minutes, the 1,000 heavily armored cavalry were completely annihilated. This was simply a war meat grinder. The death of life was like the autumn harvest of cut wheat. Xianxia's heart was heavy. He had already killed the red-eyed man. He tilted his yuan qi by 1/3 and sent a lightning trembled towards the heavenly devil religion that had already been eliminated by him. A huge fan-shaped yuan qi sliced through, and 300 to 400 heavenly devil cult members were blasted to pieces. You! Come up! The commander in the sky noticed Xianxia's ferocity and let out a loud roar. Xianxia flapped his yuan qi feathered wings and flew into the air. Blood had already appeared on the general's forehead. He was an 8th level heavenly yuan expert. Follow me and kill the heavenly devil cult's commander. The general grabbed Xianxia's arm and flew towards the rear of the heavenly demon sect. Below, sharp arrows rushed into the sky, all of them nimbly dodged by the general. I'm in charge of creating chaos, and you're in charge of intercepting and killing the heavenly devil sect's generals. They're all wearing the same clothes, so it's hard to identify them. You only need to find those people who were escorted away by many heavenly demons. Don't think too much, just kill them. Understood. Xianxia nodded. The twin-headed lion tiger beast spread its wings and quickly arrived at the back of the heavenly demon sect. There were a large number of white carriages and horses there. Seeing the right time, prepare to attack. The general greeted him and randomly clasped his body together. The powerful yuan qi completely covered his body. Then, the general rolled into a ball of yuan qi and exploded into the carriage. There were thousands of carriages and horses in this group, and they didn't know which of them was in charge. With his strength at the 8th level of the heavenly yuan realm, the general directly collided with the heavenly devil religious chariots and horses, bouncing up and down again and again. Countless heavenly devil cult members were sent flying and their bodies were crushed. So strong! Xianxia gritted his teeth and nodded forcefully. Golden Gothic Iron Horse. Looking again, after that general's origin energy ball landed on the ground and exploded again, it was a charge on the spot. The Golden Gorge Iron Horse was one of the strongest martial skills of the military. A group of radiant horses suddenly appeared beneath the commander's crotch. They charged forward with the commander, followed by a fan-shaped essence cavalry. The cavalry were all phantoms formed from yuan qi. They followed the generals and charged forward, immediately blasting a large number of chariots and horses to pieces. Heavenly slash! After the general charged forward, he rose up from the ground. He raised his hands high, and the large number of Yuan-Chi cavalry below him turned into Yuan-Chi again, condensing into the general's hand and turning into a heaven-piercing blade of light. The light blade was 100 meters tall, slashing down from the sky and towards the earth. In an instant, more than 1,000 heavenly devil cult members died miserably under the saber. When the general's second heaven-splitting slash was about to land, an expert finally rushed out of the heavenly demon sect. That expert probably had the strength of a late Tianyuan expert. He wore a white robe and raised his right hand high. A 10-meter-long shield of light was lifted horizontally into the sky by him. The general's heaven-splitting slash landed on the 10-meter light shield. This unprecedented collision immediately produced a circular shock wave. Boom! Countless devils were blown away by the strong winds and waves. Xianxia was shocked by the battle between the experts of the heaven origin realm, but he did not relax his vigilance. He suddenly saw 5 carriages rapidly retreating from the rear of the carriage team, surrounded by one. That's it! Xianxia flapped his wings and chased after him. When he landed, an azure dragon went out to sea. All 5 carriages were knocked over. A white-haired old man emerged from the carriage in the middle. This old man should be the leader of the war, but his realm wasn't too high. He only looked like a Xiantian 5th layer. However, before Xianxia could make a move, the old man raised his right hand and said, "May the heavens descend upon the holy light and protect our holy sect." With that, the old man's body exploded. Xianxia was stunned. He had never seen such a madman who didn't want to die. Once the old man died, the battle finally ended. The few remaining heavenly devil cult members didn't even run for their lives and self-destructed on the spot. Xianxia desperately flapped his wings and flew upwards, condensing his Yuan-Chi shield to protect his body. However, he was still blasted by the large-scale self-detonation, causing him to feel dizzy and his ears to buzz. Within a short minute, no one in the heavenly devil cult had survived. None of them escaped and none of them survived. Looking at the scene of blood flowing into the river, Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. These people are all madmen. Xianxia gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. In this battle, both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the city defense army immediately began to finish their work. Xianxia was called over by the general and received in a tent. "My name is Luo Fei. I am a junior general of the Beijiang City Defense Corps." The general introduced. Military officers were divided into junior, intermediate, senior, general, and commander-in-chief. Xianxia, the 23rd generation disciple of the Haoran sect. Xianxia said, "Oh." Luo Fei wiped the blood on his forehead and said, "So you should know Luo Yuan. I am his second brother." "Are you Luo Yuan's brother?" Xianxia truly did not expect that the Luo clan was one of the 5 great clans of the East China Sea. A disciple of such a distinguished clan would actually come to the front to throw his head and spill his blood. During the conversation, Xianxia already had some admiration for Luo Fei. "General Luo Fei, do you want me to stay and help?" Xianxia had seen the cruelty of this short battle and wanted to help. Luo Fei shook his head. "No need. War is the responsibility of our soldiers, and your sect disciples also have their own missions." Luo Fei sat with his golden saber and tossed a token to Xianxia. "Go. With this token in hand, you can enter and exit any area of border defense city at will." "Thank you, General." Xianxia clasped his fists and turned to leave the tent. At this moment, Luo Fei's words came from the tent, and he said, "Xianxia, I want to make a request that I shouldn't make. If necessary, please take care of my younger brother." "Don't worry, I will do my best." Xianxia nodded heavily. Xianxia fiercely imprinted Luo Fei's request in his heart. Luo Fei, a soldier who fears death for the sake of his country and for the sake of the people, is worthy of respect. If they fight on the front lines, their families will naturally receive the protection they deserve. He didn't dare to say anything else. At least in the Haoran sect, Xiang Nan could still take care of Luo Yuan, although he didn't know if Luo Yuan was willing to be taken care of. However, at this moment, Xiang Nan had a deeper understanding of the Luo clan. The border defense city was incomparably huge, even larger than Hao Yin City. Not only were there a large number of soldiers stationed inside, there were also many civilians who were willing to live here. Xiang Nan followed the mission scroll and went to look for the people from the cavalry sect. He was also thinking in his heart, why did the Heavenly Devil cult's people come to attack Border City for no reason? What good would this do to the Heavenly Devil cult? They shouldn't be stuffed to the brim, intentionally going against the Hao Yin army, right? One had to know that their followers had died far more than the border guards. Later, Xiang Nan found a cavalry disciple in a simple but crude inn. There were only a dozen or so of these disciples, and their cultivation was only at the 9th level of the Xiantian realm. When Xiang Nan revealed his intentions, those disciples immediately became excited. Are you really a senior brother of the Haoran sect? An Iron Cavalry sect disciple excitedly grabbed Xiang Nan's hand and said, I didn't expect that the Nature sect would really accept our request. Don't get excited. Tell me the cause and effect of this. Xiang Nan said straightforwardly. Only then did the disciple reveal his original identity. The reason why the cavalry sect had come to the northern region to carry out this mission was not because they were courting death, but because the cavalry sect's sect location was within the northern region. The reason why they had gone to the distant Wulong province to recruit disciples back then. The reason for that was because a large number of 2nd and 3rd grade sects had already split up the interior. As a 3rd grade sect, the Iron Cavalry sect could only go to the border to recruit disciples. This time, there were 25 disciples. They went to the primordial swamp to train, but somehow they were separated halfway. Up until today, the other 11 disciples hadn't returned. The primordial swamp was very large, so it would be relatively safe if they didn't explore further. Have you tried signaling? Xiang Nan asked. The disciple said, Yes, I did. The messenger flew directly into the primordial swamp, but he never flew out. Xiang Nan frowned and pondered. Since the messenger could still fly in, it meant that the 11 disciples should be alive. Otherwise, the messenger would not have acted. But why didn't there be an echo? Where was the last time you were separated? Xiang Nan asked. The disciple hurriedly took out the map and pointed at it. It's right here. We got lost the moment we entered. After we dispersed, our team walked for more than 20 days before coming out. It's not clear where the other missing Marshall brothers are. I only know where they got separated. Xiang Nan nodded and said, Wait here. Nobody leaves without my orders. With that, Xiang Nan took the map and set off immediately. The primordial swamp was located thousands of kilometers southeast of Border City, and its area was more than 10 times larger than the Black Sharp Demon Forest. As for the places where cavalry disciples were scattered, they were indeed in the most marginal areas. It was very safe there, and there were even many towns and cities built by warriors, hunters, and herb gatherers. As soon as Xiang Nan arrived at the edge of the primordial swamp, he saw the dense demonic aura in the sky that had not dispersed for a long time. Little sparrow, don't fly around here. It's very dangerous. Xiang Nan greeted him and entered the swamp. The primordial swamp had been developed into a large area by the martial artists, with a total of 5 entrances. Xiang Nan was the entrance to the far left, but not far away he suddenly found a person lying in the snow. When he approached, he saw a little girl around 7 or 8 years old. Most of the little girl's body was already covered in snow. Her face was pale and her lips were frozen purple. Xiang Nan probed her and found that she was still breathing. He hurriedly hugged her in his arms and placed his left hand on her chest, injecting a steady stream of vast heaven-pure elemental technique into her chest. In about an incense stick of time, the little girl's face finally turned red. Xiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief and said, Why did such a young child come here? Fortunately, he met me. Otherwise, he would have died here. Xiang Nan did not know where her home was. Since she had appeared here, she should be from a certain town on the edge of the primordial swamp. However, not long after she left, the little girl's face turned cold again, and her entire body became frighteningly cold. What's going on? Xianxia frowned and once again channeled pure elemental energy to the little girl. Just like that, Xianxia stopped for more than 10 times to channel pure elemental energy to her. Every time it seemed like he would be rescued, her entire body would freeze again in less than a meal's time. Xianxia felt that it was very strange. This little girl's symptoms looked quite similar to little Yuer's, but after careful examination, they were completely different. Little Yuer was born with a body chill, which was a disease. The little girl in her arms did not seem to be sick. Her chill came from her meridians. Strange Xianxia could not understand what was going on with this little girl, but at this moment, Xiangxia's heart ached for her. Thinking about it, it should be her parents who discovered that she had an incurable disease. No matter what, she couldn't cure it, so they ruthlessly threw the child away. Right at this moment, the little girl's face turned red. She opened her eyes, a pair of pitch-black eyes that looked like a beautiful night sky. "Don't be afraid. With me here, I won't let you die." Xianxia patted the little girl's chest and said, "When we get to the front town, Big Brother will find you some medicine to cook and eat. It will be fine." When the little girl saw Xianxia's face, a strange look appeared in her eyes. However, the look in her eyes quickly disappeared. A nameless town appeared in front of them. It was built by the herb gatherers and demonic beast hunters. This place was more than 500 miles away from where the cavalry sect disciples had been separated. Xianxia did not know much about medicine, so he asked an alchemist in the town. The pharmacist wiped away the little girl's pulse for a long time, but he didn't say why. He only frowned repeatedly. "Can't you tell?" Xianxia asked. The alchemist said, "Although I am only an alchemist, I am still skilled in medicine. However, this child doesn't seem to be ill." Sure enough, Xiangxia's heart sank, just like his own judgment. "How about this? I have a few high-quality 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng here. Buy some decoction for this child to drink and see if it will help." Spirit ginseng is a kind of ginseng, just like the difference between spirit herbs and herbs. Spirit ginseng contains rich but gentle medicinal properties, and the 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng has excellent nourishing effects on the human body. Of course, its value is also very expensive. This item already belonged to the third-grade spirit grass. Xianxia spent a total of 100,000 gold coins to buy 2 of them. Originally, he intended to leave immediately, but seeing that the girl's health was getting worse and worse, he prepared to stop for a night. After renting a random thatched cottage, Xianxia squatted on the pot table and cooked the spirit ginseng soup before feeding it to the little girl bit by bit. After drinking the ginseng soup, the little girl's complexion really improved a little. Previously, she had to freeze every time she ate, but now it had been delayed to 2 meals. Sure enough, it's still effective. Xianxia wiped his sweat and relaxed a little. "What's your name and where did you come from?" Xianxia sat beside the bed and asked gently. The little girl only stared at Xianxia without saying a word. "Your health is bad. Wait 2 hours. I'll feed you again." Xianxia patted the little girl's chest and said, "Sleep, brother. Watch over you." This night was very long for Xianxia. Every 2 meals, he would send pure elemental energy to the little girl to maintain her life. The girl's body was as frightening as a bottomless pit. No matter how much yuan qi Xianxia sent in, there was no sign of her body swelling. Xianxia fed her ginseng soup twice a night. She took it again before getting up in the morning to prepare to leave. Xianxia hugged her and sighed, "I don't know where to put you. Why don't you follow me first? When we get out, I'll find a famous doctor for you to take a look." After saying that, Xianxia spread out his essence feather wings and flew at a low altitude. Without attracting the attention of the demonic beasts, he tried his best to speed up. Fortunately, this place was relatively remote and there were very few demonic beasts. Even if there were, they were all body-tempering realm goods. But before he could fly very far, the little girl fell ill again. Xianxia could only stop and continue to send her yuan qi. This time, after the little girl recovered, she finally spoke for the first time. "I want to be convenient. Right here," Xianxia said. The little girl stared at Xianxia and said, "No." Xianxia helplessly scratched the little girl's nose. "It's not big. There's a lot of trouble. Go. I'll wait for you again. Don't go far. The weather is cold. Xianxia wrapped the little girl in a thick cotton coat before letting her go. The little girl circled around a few trees before disappearing from Xianxia's sight. At this moment, a strange light suddenly flashed in the girl's eyes. Her body turned into an afterimage and instantly disappeared. She appeared again. She was already standing in the town that she had just left in the morning. The herb gatherers and demonic beast hunters in the town had already come out. They were peeling off the fur of the demonic beasts, while the herb gatherers were screening for spiritual herbs. Looking at the little girl again, her entire body was suddenly shrouded in a purple-black mist. Immediately after, she raised her hands high and opened her mouth. At this moment, the entire town was stuck in a stalemate, and everyone opened their mouths one after another, sucking out beams of spiritual light from their mouths. The spiritual lights gathered in the sky and were swallowed by the girl. The entire town turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground one by one. With a pu sound, they fell to the ground and turned into a handful of powder. Just like that, the people in the entire town completely disappeared. On the other side, Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the map. He was thinking about something. He took out a message and released it. He saw the messenger suddenly turn north in the sky and disappear into a streak of light. Looks like those 11 disciples are still in the north. Xianxia frowned. In his hand, there were only the last 2 messengers that could contact the missing disciples. Originally, there were 11 of them, 8 of which were used by other disciples, leaving only 3 for Xianxia. Huh? She's back. Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a bright smile when he saw the girl walking towards him from behind the tree. 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Is it cold? Xianxia wrapped her collar and asked with concern. The little girl stared into Xianxia's eyes and shook her head. Only then did Xianxia carefully examine her appearance. This child had pink makeup and jade, like an exquisite little doll. The exquisite degree of her facial features was somewhat superior to that of a human. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly frowned and thought to himself, why does it seem like I've seen her somewhere? Her face seems to be somewhat familiar. However, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why. He just felt strange in his heart. Let's hurry up and hurry up. Xianxia picked her up horizontally and flew close to her. The little girl was lying in Xianxia's embrace, her eyes rolling, occasionally reaching out to touch Xianxia's chin. Xianxia lowered her head and smiled gently at her. Don't be afraid. With Big Brother here, I won't let anything happen to you. Halfway through, Xianxia gave her the last 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng and drank it. The 500-li journey passed in a blink of an eye. When they arrived at the place where the cavalry sect disciples had disappeared, they discovered that there wasn't any residual spiritual energy fluctuations here. Once a martial artist's yuan qi was released, it would leave a trace of fluctuation in the sky. This trace would disappear with the passage of time, and ordinary martial artists would not be able to see it with the naked eye. Xianxia scanned the area with his lightning-like eyes. There was no residue in the air, so he knew that the messenger definitely did not land near here. Still in the north, Xianxia flew up into the sky to take a look. Then, he headed north and entered the dangerous region of the primordial swamp. Looking out from this place, there were small black dots shaking at the junction of heaven and earth. Those should all be flying demonic beasts, so you have to be more careful when you fly next. Are you afraid? Xianxia asked the little girl. The girl shook her head. How brave. Xianxia rubbed the girl's hair and said, Big Brother will take you on an adventure. As he went deeper and deeper, the level of demonic beasts he encountered began to increase. At the beginning, it was only body-tempering demonic beasts. They slowly arrived at the Xiantian demonic beast region. Further deeper, they would reach the Xiantian 5th layer or higher. By the time the sky darkened, Xianxia had already entered the Xiantian 9th level demonic beast zone. It would only take him 100 miles to reach the origin realm demonic beast zone. Xianxia released the second message, but he watched helplessly as the message turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the limits of what the northern eye could reach. What exactly are these cavalry disciples doing? They actually ran so deep into the ground. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. He felt that this matter was very strange. Could it be that they were captured by demonic beasts? However, it was unlikely that demonic beasts would attack humans on the spot. Could it be that it was the same as the monster he encountered in the Xianxia forest last time? It's not quite right. That monster is close to the place where humans live, so it's very convenient to steal humans away. However, the disappearance of the cavalry sect disciples in such a deep area was obviously completely different from the style of the Xianxia forest. At this moment, Xianxia saw some flames at the corner of his eyes. That should be the last town in this region. Xianxia nodded and flew over with the girl in his arms. The hunters and herb gatherers in this nameless town were generally at a very high level. Most of them were at the 8th to 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to settle in such a damned place. Xianxia was ruthless, spending 200,000 gold coins to buy 2,000-year-old spirit ginseng stalks. He stayed by the bed and didn't even dare to sleep, afraid that the girl would be dead by the time he woke up. But for some reason, his eyelids were extremely heavy, and he unknowingly closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, he was also shocked. He wished he could slap himself. Why did he fall asleep? However, seeing the little girl blinking her big eyes and staring at him, he relaxed and said, "Is it cold?" The girl shook her head. "Yes, it's time to set off." Xianxia carried her out of the house. Looking around, he could not even see a ghost in such a large town. Huh? Where are the people? Why are they all gone? Xianxia was stunned. Where are they? Xianxia's expression was grave. Even if they went out to pick herbs and hunt demonic beasts, they wouldn't have all left at once, right? In such a large town, not even a single person was left behind? This place is a bit strange. It's better for us to leave as soon as possible. Xianxia picked up the little girl and quickly left. After traveling northward again, they had already begun to enter a dangerous area. The demonic energy in the air was getting denser and denser, and the corresponding amount of spiritual energy was getting smaller and smaller. Such a thin amount of spiritual energy was very disadvantageous to a human martial artist. Xianxia subconsciously touched his storage ring. Fortunately, during the battle in Baisho City, he had taken 15 intermediate-grade spirit stones. Apart from the ones he had used, he still had 3 on him, which was enough for him to replenish his yuan qi to perfection 3 times. As he walked forward, there were more flying demonic beasts circling in the sky. Occasionally, he would see a huge black shadow flashing past the sky. At this moment, Xianxia held the girl in his arms and lowered his body. It was not wise to provoke a demonic beast. A demonic beast was not scary. What was scary was that one didn't know which demonic beasts had the ability to summon their companions. When the time came, killing one of them would cause a chain reaction and it would be terrible. The demonic beasts here have already reached the first level of origin return. Xianxia took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress his yuan qi fluctuations to a minimum, even slowing down his heartbeat. What is this? Just as Xianxia was lowering his body and crossing through the dense bushes, he suddenly saw a pile of stones under a tree. The stones were arranged in a tower like artificial markings. Could it be that the cavalry sect disciples left behind a signal for help? Xianxia didn't know much about the situation of the cavalry gate, so he couldn't judge for a moment. However, after the little girl saw the stone, her eyes moved slightly, as if she had thought of something. At this moment, a faint sound of air breaking suddenly appeared. The air-piercing sound was extremely difficult to detect. It was simply like a leaf trembling slightly. The little girl gently pulled Xianxia with her hand. Almost at the same time, Xianxia could feel the sound of air breaking. His body quickly moved horizontally, and he felt an icy chill as he slid over his shoulder. It was a small streak of light, which, after brushing past Xianxia's shoulder and leaving a tear in his sleeve, immediately pierced through the tree trunk in front of him, and it was still silent. Xianxia was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly turned around, but there was nothing behind him, not even the slightest abnormal fluctuation. "Someone, let's go." Xianxia's heart became heavy. He quickened his pace, lowered his body at an extremely fast speed, and circled back and forth between the trees to avoid the enemy's sneak attack in such an arc. Suddenly, another inaudible sound of air-piercing rang out. Xianxia still only noticed the sound the moment it was about to hit him. He dodged it dangerously. However, the hidden weapon this time still cut through the mink flannel cloth on Xianxia's back. How could this be? Xianxia leaned against a tree and began to breathe quickly. He found that he couldn't sense the existence of a hidden weapon in advance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He had been attacked by a hidden weapon twice before and after, and it could be said that he was almost hit by it. The speed of the concealed weapon was extremely fast. As long as someone activated the concealed weapon would definitely leave a strong tearing sound in the air. This was one of the main ways a martial artist could judge the arrival of the concealed weapon. However, when Xianxia was ambushed twice, the hidden weapon was like a ghost in the air, quietly approaching, making it difficult for him to detect it. If he couldn't sense the sound of air piercing, Xianxia would be like a blind person who couldn't see with both eyes. This gave him an unprecedented sense of crisis. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly, illuminating the snow. His vision was very wide, but Xianxia felt as if he was walking in a fog. He hugged the girl and stopped for a moment before continuing forward slowly. However, in a trance, he seemed to see a vague figure standing in the bushes right in front of him, as if he was looking at him. However, when Xianxia focused on it, the figure disappeared for no apparent reason. Could it be an illusion? Xianxia frowned. He always felt that after coming to this area, everything revealed a strange energy. He touched his storage ring. There was still a final message inside. Whether he wanted to use it here or not, he needed to carefully consider. At that moment, a great sense of death suddenly enveloped Xianxia. This kind of crisis caused Xianxia to immediately dodge. Pooh! He felt that he had dodged in time, but his left shoulder still felt a sharp pain. He hastily pulled out the hidden weapon from his left shoulder. He looked over and saw that he was holding a small short blade in his hand. This kind of short blade was like a shrunk dagger. It was only 2 fingers wide, and its index finger was long, but it didn't have a handle. It actually pierced through Xianxia and looked at the blood stains on the short blade, and his heart sank. The short blade had actually pierced into his black-spotted armor. It was hard to imagine that if he didn't wear the black-spotted armor, the power of the short blade would definitely be able to pierce through his body. Not only was the enemy's sneak attack hard to detect, it was also so powerful. Xianxia hurriedly leaned against a tree trunk. The purpose was not to let the tree trunk help him block the attack, but to act as the first barrier. When the enemy's sneak attack came again, he would first pierce through the tree trunk and make a sound, so that he could gain time to dodge. However, when Xianxia leaned against the tree trunk and was about to poke his head to the left, he discovered that a small streak of light was about to press against the tip of his nose. In that instant, Xianxia's pupils contracted. He instinctively raised his right hand and used his 2 fingers to condense his yuan qi to grab the light that was about to pierce through his nose. It was still a small short blade that Xianxia had picked up with his finger. However, the huge impact from the short blade had actually pushed Xianxia's entire body back to the right, sliding nearly 10 meters. This Xianxia took a deep breath and felt his scalp numb. The short blade in his hand had just turned. Just as it was about to hit the tree, it suddenly drew an arc, dodging the tree trunk and approaching Xianxia. Fortunately, Xianxia looked to the left. Otherwise, the short blade would have pierced through his ears and pierced through his entire head. Damn it! Xianxia was annoyed. He threw down the short blade and swiftly wiped his eyes with both of his hands. He immediately looked at the back of the short blade with his lightning-like eyes. In an instant, everything within his sight became clear. At the fork above a tree there was a person squatting. The person was holding a short blade between his fingers and was shooting at him. Xianxia was shocked. He simply couldn't believe what he saw. The person squatting on the tree branch was actually a first-level origin reversion martial artist. At this moment, the person on the tree seemed to have noticed that Xianxia had discovered him. The moment he threw out the short blade, His body turned into a shadow and disappeared. Xianxia pulled out a huge saber and used it to hack down, hitting the incoming short blade. Clang! With a fierce collision, Xianxia was knocked back 2 meters, while the short blade was sent flying. What kind of strength is this? Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. In the Nature Sect's first-grade academy, even if he was one of the strongest, if he used all of his strength, even a third-level origin returning cultivator would die by his saber. But now, a first-level origin reversion martial artist had appeared in the forest. That martial artist was at the same realm as him, but was even more powerful than him? Could it be that the one who ambushed him was one of the other 7 first-class sects? At this moment, the sense of danger shrouded in death appeared again, and it was right behind him. The hairs on Xianxia's body were about to stand up, because he felt a weak breathing sound, slowly swallowing by his ears. Xianxia grabbed the knife and struck backwards. At the same time, the person standing behind him also grabbed the short blade and slashed towards Xianxia's neck. The giant saber and the short blade met in a narrow space. Both of them were bounced backwards. Xianxia took 3 steps back, while the man took 5 or 6 steps back. Judging from this, in terms of strength alone, that person was actually a bit weaker than Xianxia. However, Xianxia could not understand why he felt that he had fallen into a disadvantage when fighting against that person. That person obviously did not expect Xianxia's reaction to be so swift, and his martial arts foundation to be so solid. Interesting. The man licked his lips and disappeared with a circle around the tree trunk. Xianxia waved his hand and a strand of yuan qi shattered the tree trunk. However, there was nothing behind the tree trunk. It's not appropriate to stay here for long. Xianxia sprinted wildly. His yuan qi feathered wings stretched out as he ran, and he was about to fly quickly against the ground. However, less than 2 seconds after his yuan qi feathered wings condensed, the large wing had just flapped once when it was pierced through by a streak of light. The 2 yuan qi wings instantly dissipated. When Xianxia's body fell, he hurriedly rolled over and landed on the ground before he was able to stand firm. Looking at the surrounding trees, it was unknown when 3 people had already stood. Those 3 people were in front, behind the left, behind the right, wrapping Xianxia in a triangle. Judging from your techniques, all of you are experts. Xianxia clasped his fists and said, I'm just passing by. If I offend a few people by doing something inappropriate, I'll apologize to them. The faces of the 3 people were very strange, and they were all around the age of 16 or 17. Xianxia knew that he had definitely not seen them before. Perhaps he had accidentally intruded into their territory, which was why he had aroused their hostility. After saying those words, the 3 of them remained silent, neither answering nor leaving. Xianxia frowned and said, We have no grievances or grudges. There is no need for us to risk our lives. In this way, I will bypass this area and not disturb everyone's retreat. As a martial artist, Xianxia still had some morality. Since he had collided with someone else, he could just take a step back and accompany him for a while. He could just turn around and leave. Seeing that the 3 of them did not react, he turned around and ran towards the east, preparing to take a detour before heading north. After he ran for more than 100 meters, he looked back while running. The 3 people standing on the tree had disappeared. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt his head heavy and his feet light. A pair of hands pulled his right ankle, and then the pair of hands threw Xianxia out. Kill him! When Xianxia was thrown away, a cold and deep voice sounded. Xianxia was grabbed by the ankle and thrown into the sky. His legs were on the top, and his head was hanging upside down. At the same time, a shadow suddenly attacked from behind Xianxia's back. The shadow held a short blade, but it condensed a meter-long yuan qi light. By the time Xianxia realized it, the light was about to stick to Xianxia's back. Just 1 foot of light was enough to cut Xianxia in the waist. Xianxia did not notice the person who pulled his right leg, and Xianxia did not notice how Xianxia had come to the person who was about to cut Xianxia's waist from behind. These people were really like ghosts that had appeared for more than half a day. Their actions were silent and without the slightest bit of wind. At this critical moment, Xianxia relied on his strong combat experience to forcefully thrust the giant saber down his back. The blade descended against his flesh and skin, just in time to block the light blade that was about to slash him at the waist. With a loud bang, the impact from the giant saber sent Xianxia flying upside down. "Eh!" The sneak attacker behind him cried out in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect that Xianxia would actually be able to dodge this attack. However, as Xianxia fell forward, another person silently rushed over from the front. The short blade in his hand slid 3 times in a row, and 3 silent blades of light slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia turned his saber around in a sorry state, and just as the enemy was about to cut off his neck, he sent the short blade flying. Although this silent battle was not as spectacular and tragic as the Yuan-Chi bombardment, killing intent was hidden everywhere in the silence, shocking and soul-stirring. Xianxia had never experienced such a strange battle before. Every time he judged that the enemy was attacking, he was 2 times slower. Fortunately, it was Xianxia. If it were any other first-grade academy disciples of the Haoran sect, they would probably have died countless times. Xianxia felt depressed. He was clearly no weaker than the 3 of them, but he was unable to determine their attack route. He was unable to fully unleash his own battle rhythm. "Damn it, are you done?" Xianxia was furious and shouted, "I don't even know you. You!" Before he could finish his words, a cold feeling came from the left. Xianxia forcefully twisted his body in midair. A short blade brushed past Xianxia's chin, cutting open a narrow saber edge on his neck. A trace of warm blood slowly flowed down. "If you want to kill me, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless." Xianxia shook his hand and threw out a full moon saber light. The person that the saber light was pointing at lightly pointed at the saber light with the tip of his toe and borrowed his strength to ascend. "What?" Xianxia was shocked. This was the first time he saw someone who could step on the blade light with his feet. The cold feeling behind him caused Xianxia to immediately bend forward. 2 short blades sliced against his back, and 2 strands of black hair were sliced off, dancing in the air. Xianxia quickly stood up and grabbed one person's ankle with his left hand, while his right hand held a knife to hack another person's back. The 2 of them kicked each other. Their feet kicked together and separated at the same time, avoiding Xianxia's attack. Just as they were dodging Xianxia's attack, they were actually able to retaliate. 2 light blades sliced straight at Xianxia's cheek. Xianxia took a flash step around the light blade and grabbed a person's ankle on the spot. "Let's see where you run to this time." Just as Xianxia's saber was about to land, the man's body was as soft as a snake. His entire body was wrapped around Xianxia's left arm, and the short blade in his hand was about to cut Xianxia's neck. The assailant's move was simply unbelievably beautiful, not something a human could easily do. But this happened in the end when Xianxia's eyelids were lowered. As long as he saw the enemy's attack, he would have a way to deal with it. Just as the man was about to cut Xianxia's neck, Xianxia pointed his left hand backwards and stabbed the back of the man who was coiling around his left arm. The man was in pain and his body stiffened. Xianxia swung his saber with his right hand to cut the man's waist. At this moment, the other man's legs hooked onto the tree trunk and his body swung down. He grabbed the man on Xianxia's arm and pulled him up. Xianxia's saber missed, and at a glance, the 3 of them disappeared again. Xianxia wiped his eyes and used his lightning gaze to search. A shadow hiding behind a tree suddenly flashed in his field of vision, exceeding the range of his eyes. When Xianxia turned his head to search again, he saw a person pouncing towards him. Boom! Xianxia used the giant saber to meet the short blade. After a single bombardment, his right foot heavily kicked the man in the stomach. In the limit space, the man was able to grab Xianxia's right leg with both hands and twist it violently. Xianxia's entire body twisted and spun, soaring into the air. Another person on the left borrowed strength to attack, using a short blade to stab Xianxia's temple. Xianxia used the hilt of his saber to block the attack on the left. He raised his saber high and a thin beam of sunlight fell on the blade. Sun God technique. Little sun tempering. The expressions of the 3 changed slightly. They noticed that Xianxia's strength had suddenly increased dramatically, but they retreated without any reluctance to fight. Xianxia wanted to chase after him, but he found that his target had been completely lost. This feeling of punching cotton made Xianxia so angry that he wanted to raise his head and roar angrily. He had never been toyed with like this. Thus, he subconsciously dissipated the quenching sun that he had used the 9 transformations of thunder to imitate, that was, the small quenching sun. The problem was that Xianxia could not track them down. You can't fight in such an open space. Xianxia had also discovered that the 3 of them had come and gone without a trace, and he would not be able to obtain any benefits from fighting in such a place. Taking advantage of the time the 3 of them left, he hurriedly ran over a snowy valley and arrived at a cave on the opposite side of the mountain. The cave was very deep, about 10 meters long, but its width was just right. Could only accommodate 7 or 8 people walking side by side. Xianxia put the little girl down and crossed his legs to guard the cave entrance. No matter how strange the movements of the 3 people were, if they wanted to attack him, they had to enter through the cave entrance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia sat down cross-legged. The giant saber stabbed into the ground, continuously gasping for breath. What's the situation? Why aren't there any rumors about the actions of those 3 people? We can't find them with just our eyes. Suddenly, the little girl behind him suddenly spoke. Ha! Xianxia turned around and saw that the little girl's body was trembling and was about to freeze. He hurriedly hugged her in his arms and treated her with the vast heaven-pure essence technique. He asked, "How do you know this?" The little girl's face slowly regained its color after being treated with pure elemental energy. She said, "I was born in a large family of martial artists. The elders discussed martial artists all day long. So I learned a little from what I heard and witnessed. So it's like this." Xianxia nodded and asked, "What do you mean you can't track them with your eyes?" The girl said, "You are a disciple of the sect, and the cultivation methods and martial skills that the sect provides to our disciples are nothing more than body refinement, chi refinement, and realm improvement. All of the martial skills you have learned are for fighting, but all of the methods they have learned are for killing people. To be honest, your combat skills are already outstanding. Otherwise, you would never have survived until now." Xianxia was rather surprised. When the little girl spoke, she was not childish at all. She looked like an old martial arts expert. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He scratched the little girl's nose and said, "You know a lot." The little girl said, "Those 3 people just now are clearly young experts from the dark forces. If I'm not mistaken, they should belong to the killer group. And you said that, it seems like that's true." Xianxia nodded silently. The dark forces had all sorts of organizations just like the sects. Some of them were good at using poison, some were good at assassinating, and some were good at creating chaos. The killer group was not a separate organization, but a group of killer organizations. The little girl said, "Judging from the skills of those 3 people just now, they are very similar to the young killers of the Flying Leaf organization. These people have received a lot of cruel training from birth. Every move they learn is aimed at killing people. They can approach you silently. Without your knowledge, they can take your life. They are the shadows of the night. Then how can I achieve their level of shadowlessness?" Xianxia frowned and pondered. "Impossible." The girl shook her head. "Because the martial skills you learned are completely different from theirs. Actually, your martial skills are not inferior to theirs. In some ways, they are even more powerful than theirs. You can't beat them because you can't find their tracks." "That's right." Xianxia nodded. After a few battles, he had gained experience. The 3 of them were very strong, but their yuan qi and strength weren't as convenient as his own. The girl said, "The cruel training they received allowed them to cultivate the ability to merge into the natural environment. Their attacks and actions can be kept quiet and can even shake your eyes. And then what did you say just now? That you can't find them with your eyes alone?" Even in his previous life, Xianxia had always stayed in the profound sky sect, and he did not have a thorough understanding of a special profession like assassin. The girl pressed her finger against Xianxia's heart and said, "Use your heart to sense their existence. Observing the shape and listening to the wind is only a relatively basic method. If you are unable to determine their location through the sound of the wind, then use your heart to perceive what they cannot avoid. That is, killing intent. Killing intent? Xiang Nan was shocked. All martial artists could sense the opponent's killing intent, but the key was how much they could sense. If the enemy suppressed their killing intent to the minimum, they would not be able to feel it. The girl said, "No matter how well-trained the killers are, it is impossible to completely block their killing intent. At most, it will only reduce their killing intent to its limit. Close your eyes." Xianxia consciously closed his eyes. Immediately after, a terrifying killing intent enveloped Xiang Nan. That feeling was simply indescribable, causing Xiang Nan to feel suffocated. Even his heartbeat suddenly stopped at this moment, and cold sweat broke out from his entire body. Xiang Nan suddenly opened his eyes, his body trembling violently. In that instant, it was as if he was going to die at any moment. However, in front of him was only the little girl sitting quietly, not performing any movements. "This is called killing intent," the girl said. "Who exactly are you?" Xiang Nan grasped the hilt of the saber and fell into a state of alert. It was impossible for a 6- or 7-year-old child to release such terrifying killing intent. "You don't have to ask," the girl said indifferently. "We don't know each other. You don't intend to kill me, and I didn't think it would be bad for you. That's enough." Although Xiang Nan felt that it was somewhat incomprehensible, after thinking about it carefully, the girl's words weren't unreasonable. What was her identity and what did it have to do with him? "I'm very weak now," the girl coughed and said. "If you want to leave this place alive, you'd better use the shortest amount of time to increase your perception of killing intent. Otherwise, you won't be a match for the three of them. Now, close your eyes." Xiang Nan obediently closed his eyes. In any case, he had already reached this point. He wasn't afraid that she would suddenly attack him. If she wanted to kill him, then when he was asleep in the town, she could have made a move. She didn't have to wait until now. The girl's voice sounded, "I'm starting to release my killing intent now. You should slowly comprehend how much you can experience. It's your own good fortune." Before the girl could finish her sentence, a fierce killing intent once again enveloped Xiang Nan. Although Xiang Nan knew that she wouldn't harm him, that kind of killing intent was real. Xiang Nan couldn't help but feel the urge to pull out his saber and fight. "Where am I?" the girl asked. At this moment, the killing intent coming from the front suddenly changed and appeared behind Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan broke out in cold sweat. He was desperate to open his eyes to look at the girl. Only when he saw her still sitting upright could he feel relieved. However, he knew that he could not do this. He could only endure it. "Behind," Xiang Nan said. "Is that so?" A voice came from the front. Xiang Nan was stunned for a moment. Then killing intent came from all directions, occupying all directions. It was as if Xiang Nan was in the middle of a vast ocean, and that killing intent was the sea, omnipresent. Comprehending killing intent usually requires a martial artist to train day and night for several years, but you don't have the time. You may only have a few days or a few hours. If you want to live, don't think nonsense. Xiang Nan was awakened by the girl's roar, so he hurriedly straightened his mind and went to comprehend it seriously. As the girl released her killing intent, she said, "Killing intent has nothing to do with thought, it has nothing to do with emotions. No matter how stable a person's emotions are, even if he doesn't need to stare at you. But as long as he is prepared to kill you, his killing intent will inevitably leak out. Now, imagine me as a drop of fresh water in the ocean and find my location." A martial artist's perception of killing intent usually shifted from heavy to light, releasing dense killing intent first, and then gradually weakening the killing intent, thereby enhancing the martial artist's ability to trace the killing intent. But the girl was right. They didn't have that time. So the girl directly enveloped Xiang Nan with even more terrifying killing intent. If Xiang Nan could still find the girl's location in this kind of killing intent that filled the sky, in that case, it would be much easier to find a trace of killing intent fluctuation from the enemy without killing intent enveloping them. Of course, this kind of training was very fast, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Where am I?" the girl's voice came. Xiangnan closed his eyes and raised his finger, pointing to the left, but behind him, a hand landed on his shoulder. Wrong guess. Where am I? The voice appeared again. Xiangnan immediately pointed in the direction of the voice, and the girl's hand rested on Xiangnan's shoulder from another direction. I said before, don't rely on watching and listening, but rely on your heart to find it. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. However, that girl's killing intent was pervasive in all directions. How could he be able to accurately find her existence in such an environment? For 3 hours in a row, Xiangnan found nothing. It could even be said that there was not even the slightest improvement. The girl sighed and said, "Open your eyes. It's impossible for you to succeed, though it's within my expectations." Xiangnan opened his eyes and was very unwilling. "You don't have to blame yourself," the girl said. "It's only natural that you can't complete your training. No one can master this ability in such a short period of time." Hearing this, the girl had already given up training Xiangnan. Xiangnan, however, lowered his head and remained silent. He had a different state in his heart. If I could sense Xian Qingzhu's killing intent in my previous life, I wouldn't have been successfully ambushed by her. At the thought of this, Xiangnan's mind buzzed loudly, and then he calmed down unprecedentedly. Do it again. Xiangnan's state was completely different, and his tone was as calm as water. The girl looked deeply at Xiangnan and said, "Close your eyes." Xiangnan closed his eyes. At this moment, he felt like he was in the void, surrounded by darkness. There was no heaven, no earth, no cave, or even no self. When the girl's murderous intent enveloped him, Xiangnan felt as if he had seen countless waves rushing towards him, wanting to swallow him up. "Where am I?" The girl's voice came from the front. However, Xiangnan gave up his hearing. In the stormy waves, Xiangnan suddenly sensed the existence of a shadow with his heart. At this moment, Xiangnan raised his finger to the right. At the same time, the hand the girl reached out and landed on Xiangnan's finger. The girl's eyes lit up and she said, "Come again." Xiangnan let out a long breath and fell into an ethereal state. "Now I will continue to increase my killing intent. You come and find my location." As he spoke, the surging killing intent retreated, replaced by a sudden onslaught of even more intense killing intent. The invisible killing intent seemed to have turned into a tangible steel needle. It even caused Xiangnan's entire body to feel incomparably stinging pain, as if thousands of steel needles were really stabbing at him. However, the killing intent was still increasing. Xiangnan could even feel that his soul was about to be shattered by the killing intent. His skin actually split open into tiny holes, and blood slowly seeped out. Xiangnan's survival instinct tried to use his yuan qi to protect his body, but he forcefully gave up on this subconscious behavior. He let his heart and soul feel the killing intent. "Where am I?" The girl's voice rang out. In the midst of the killing intent invasion, Xiangnan felt a shadow flicker and quickly raised his finger to the shadow. At this time, the girl's right hand and Xiangnan's finger brushed past each other and almost collided with each other. "All right." The girl nodded and signaled Xiangnan to open his eyes. Xiangnan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock. His body was actually bleeding. What kind of person could hurt people with just invisible killing intent? How powerful was that girl? The girl said, "To judge one's surroundings, one usually begins with 4 aspects: sight, hearing, smell, and touch. As for the perceptual killing intent you currently possess, it's just a higher level method. However, this perceptual killing intent still has quite a few flaws. If other people only want to compete with you, not kill you, then your ability to sense killing intent is useless. Perhaps a killer has killed countless people. He has already treated killing as the most common thing to do, such as eating and breathing. Then the word kill has lost its meaning to him. He can really do it without killing intent. You can't even sense such a person." This was a great opportunity to learn. Xiangnan listened carefully to the girl's words. The girl said, "There is another realm, and that is..." The girl put her hands behind her back and pulled down a small grass from the wall of the cave behind her, without looking at it with her eyes. Heart's eye. Xiang Nan was so shocked by the girl's actions that he was speechless. He could sense the killing intent, but there was no killing intent in the vegetation. How did she determine the location of the grass behind her? The girl said, "Mind-eye is to use your body and mind to sense the outline of your surroundings. Even if you lose all 5 senses, you can still know anything that is static around you. However, at this realm, you are still unable to cultivate." "Then Xiang Nan asked. The girl directly intercepted Xiang Nan's words and said, "Your current ability to sense killing intent is more than enough to deal with those small killers. Even some experienced killers cannot avoid your detection." "Understood." Xiang Nan picked up the little girl and walked out of the cave step by step. Thus, a brand new world appeared in front of Xiang Nan. He could suddenly feel more things. He could even feel that there were demonic beasts spying on him in the distant woods on the mountain behind him. They wanted to attack him, but they knew that their strength was insufficient and did not dare to make a move. The shadows of the 3 killers were also moving rapidly in the distant forest under Xiang Nan's perception. "He's out," one of the killers whispered. The other 2 killers immediately disappeared into the jungle. Xiang Nan carried the girl over the snow valley step by step and said loudly, "If my guess is correct, the disciples of the cavalry sect must have accidentally entered your trial grounds and been captured by you. Now I'll give you a chance to release the people from the cavalry sect. Otherwise, don't blame my subordinates for being merciless." The 3 assassins didn't react at all and treated Xiang Nan as dead. An assassin sneaked over from behind and silently sliced across the sky. The cold short blade in his hand sliced towards the back of Xiang Nan's neck. Normally, Xiang Nan would never have noticed such behavior. But at this moment, he had already grasped the ability to sense killing intent. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and the giant saber in his hand suddenly turned around and slashed down. Clang! This saber slashed directly at the killer's short blade, sending the killer flying backwards, while Xiang Nan himself slid back 3 steps in the opposite direction. "What?" The assassin was shocked. "How did he sense my location?" The other 2 killers threw out 2 short blades from a dark corner. The 2 blades quietly sliced through the sky and silently shot towards Xiang Nan. However, killing intent was also condensed on the short blades. The 2 short blades had no way of hiding from Xiang Nan's perception. Xiang Nan's saber slashed, and the blade accurately shot down the 2 short blades at the same time. "This brat can feel our killing intent. Retreat!" An assassin noticed the abnormality and immediately gave an order to retreat. Killers were so decisive. They never liked to fight. If they found that they were unable to cope with the situation in front of them, they would immediately retreat. They would never fight head-on foolishly. "Now you know you're going to run?" Xiang Nan held the huge saber in his hand, and the Yuan Qi wings behind him spread out and flew swiftly against the snowy plains. The shadows of the 3 killers had completely disappeared from their sight. They had used powerful movement techniques to fuse themselves into the forest environment, and it was difficult to find them with the naked eye. However, in Xiang Nan's senses, the shadows of those 3 people were incomparably clear. Xiang Nan dived down and chased after the killer on the far left. The killer sensed Xiang Nan's arrival and hurriedly changed his trajectory, moving sideways to the left. Xiang Nan suddenly flapped his wings. Just as his body was about to crash into the ground, he sprinted towards the ground. With a shout, he slid out and the giant saber was already placed on the killer's neck. "How did you find me?" The killer widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "In just a few hours, how did you?" Xiang Nan flipped his right hand and the giant saber cut off the killer's neck. The 3 of them had killed Xiang Nan everywhere before, and Xiang Nan was not the kind of foolish righteous person who had no need to be stubborn and show mercy. If other people wanted to kill him, could he still use his morality to influence him? 1 killer died, and Xiang Nan immediately chased after the second killer. "Thousand Leaves Hand." The second killer gave up running. He stood still and slapped his hands. The leaves on the surrounding trees fell down one after another, and those leaves suddenly stretched out like metal, swishing towards Xiang Nan. The originally soft fallen leaves turned into sharp blades that sliced through the sky and covered the earth, silently piercing through the surrounding trees and pouring towards Xiang Nan. Xianxia raised his giant saber high, and the small sun quenched it to draw out a ray of sunlight, smashing the giant saber onto the ground. A shocking white light shot out in all directions, crushing all the fallen leaves into powder. When the killer found an opportunity, his right foot was at the bottom, and his body was spiraling like a top. He shot into the distance at an astonishing speed. Xianxia bent his body, and a flash step directly surpassed the second killer. The giant saber in his hand slashed horizontally, and under the killer's shocked gaze, he was killed by the saber. The third killer gave up on escaping. He stood face to face with Xianxia with his short blades in his hands. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. "I gave you a chance. You could have stopped chasing me." The assassin sneered. "Do you think a martial artist in our line of work would be afraid of death?" Xianxia shook his head. "You are not afraid of death, but you are also unwilling to do unnecessary death. Hand over the disciples of the cavalry sect and trade your life for theirs. This is very worthwhile." The assassin took a deep breath and said, "Who exactly are you?" Xianxia did not answer him. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and said, "Hand them over in 10 minutes. This is the last chance I'll give you." The killer gritted his teeth and disappeared. 5 minutes later, a dozen panicked cavalry disciples appeared in the snowy plains where Xianxia was. The remaining assassin stood on the tree and looked deeply at Xianxia. "I hope we won't meet again in the future." After saying that, the killer concealed himself. Are you a senior brother of the Howren sect?" A cavalry sect disciple walked over in fear. Xianxia nodded and said, "Be careful when you go out in the future. Don't accidentally enter other people's territory without knowing it. Go back. No one will stop you." After thanking Xianxia for his kindness, the cavalry sect disciples hurriedly escaped to the south exit. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. He only needed to obtain the Earth Desolate wood to return to the Howren sect. "By the way, have I not treated you for several hours?" Xianxia suddenly remembered that 4 to 5 hours had passed since he had treated her with pure elemental energy once before cultivating his perceptual killing intent. This was the first time that this little girl's illness had lasted for such a long time. The little girl seemed reluctant to talk about this. She changed the topic and said, "I saw you talking to yourself the other day with a map. You said you were looking for some kind of desolate earthwood. Are you trying to forge weapons?" Desolate earthwood is a kind of material for refining earth-grade, elementary-grade weapons. Sort of. Xianxia didn't know whether to say it or not. She had her secrets, and Xianxia had her own. Since she was unwilling to confess, there was no need for Xianxia to tell her about her situation. "I know where the desolate earthwood is." The girl tilted her head and looked at Xianxia. "Oh? Where is it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. The girl said, "Go deeper. The earth desolate wood grows near the nest of the 8-step scorpion." "Ah!" Xianxia was shocked. Although he didn't know much about demonic beasts, some famous demonic beasts still knew. 8-step heavenly scorpion was a type of demonic beast that was left behind from ancient times. Its realm span was very large, and it usually ranged from the origin realm to the heaven scryer realm. Earth desolate wood is something guarded by the 8-step scorpion? Although Xianxia was afraid, he was already flying towards the depths of the primordial swamp with the little girl in his arms. No wonder this place was named after the word primordial wilderness. Indeed, there were some ancient demonic beast populations in this primordial swamp. It's not the 8-step scorpion guarding the desolate wood, but every time the 8-step scorpion rises, it will retreat from its outer shell. If those shells rot in the soil for a long time, they will grow a kind of wood. "Guess what kind of wood it is?" the girl said. "Is there a need to guess?" The closer he got to the depths of the primordial swamp, the more cautious Xianxia became. This place had already entered the territory of the 3rd level of the origin core demonic beast, and Xianxia did not dare to be careless in the slightest. According to what this girl said, the average strength of the lowest realm 8-step scorpion population was about the 5th level of origin return. Therefore, Xianxia didn't stop halfway and flew all the way at low altitudes. He borrowed the dense leaves to hide his body and finally arrived at the area where the 5th level origin returning demonic beast was located. If you can't find the earth desolate would here, give up. Xianxia raised his head to look at the sky. The flying demonic beasts in the sky could already be described as dense. This primordial swamp was much more dangerous than the 100-beast cliff. If there were no desolate trees in the 5th level of the origin realm, Xianxia did not intend to go any deeper and risk his life. Ah, there it is. Just as Xianxia had been searching for half an hour without a trace, the little girl suddenly pointed to the distance and shouted. Xianxia hurriedly looked over from afar. There was a large swamp emitting black gas in the southeast. Looking over from here, Xianxia himself could not see anything. He could only see a pitch-black fog. But the little girl was able to see it, which made Xianxia feel very impressed. I'm afraid that black gas is poisonous. Xianxia took out 3 antidotes, the 100 spirits pill. He swallowed one for himself, one for the little girl, and the other for the little bird to eat after crushing it into powder. After making all the preparations, Xianxia lowered his body and quietly circled around. The black swamp was extremely poisonous, and the surrounding grass didn't grow at all, causing this place to become an open space that was quite conspicuous. Although Xianxia and the little girl had already held their breath, the bubbles that emerged from the black swamp spat out a black gas that could penetrate into human skin and enter their bodies through pores. Once the two of them stood at the edge of the swamp, they felt extremely unwell and wanted to vomit. This was after swallowing the 100 spirits pill. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. This swamp looked like a circular, bubbling black lake. In the middle of the lake there was an open space. There were many huge rocks scattered on it. Each rock was at least 70 to 80 meters long. Be careful, don't make a sound. Xianxia didn't dare to fly, so he used his yuan qi to grab the swamp and solidify it. Then, he stepped on the yuan qi surface and walked towards the central region step by step. When they reached the empty space, they didn't find anything unusual, let alone the existence of the 8-step heavenly scorpion. Only then did they feel relieved to search around. This is the earth desolate wood. The girl suddenly pointed. Xianxia looked in the direction he was heading. It turned out that the desolate earthwood was a small piece of tree root that looked like a withered tree root. It was at most half a foot tall. Its entire body was black, and it was slightly yellowish. If it weren't for her guidance, Xianxia wouldn't have discovered it. He would have thought that it was just a small piece of withered tree roots. He took out his giant saber and gently lifted the earth desolate wood from the ground. Sure enough, there were many broken black shells connected to the roots of this small piece of earth desolate wood. I got it. Let's go. Xianxia did not expect that this trip would be surprisingly smooth. After obtaining the earth desolate wood, he was in a good mood. He immediately brought the little girl back along the same path. However, when he returned to the black swamp this time, something suddenly appeared in the bubbles in the swamp. What is this? Sulfur. Xianxia was stunned. He watched as the bubbles burst one by one, and some powder fell out. The powder had a pungent smell. Not good, hurry up and leave. The 8-step scorpion is coming out. The little girl quickly said. Xianxia was also very decisive. After hearing her words, he immediately ran wildly. Almost at the same time, a huge pair of pliers suddenly popped out of the swamp. The target of this pair of pliers was Xianxia. Xianxia dodged immediately, but the large pliers were empty. After a cracking sound, a powerful air cannon was clamped out. Xianxia was instantly sent flying by the air cannon, and at the same time, in the swamp, the owner of the pliers jumped out with a flip. Surprisingly, it was a black scorpion that jumped about 10 meters long. The scorpion shook its 2 large pliers. The pliers clenched together with a cracking sound, producing a crisp sound of metal colliding. Xianxia did not intend to stay and fight. He only wanted to escape, not to mention that this 8-step heavenly scorpion had already reached the 4th level of origin return. However, wanting to walk and being able to walk were 2 different things. Xianxia ran outside, and the outer ring also climbed out of the 8-step heavenly scorpion. Each of them was at the 4th to 5th level of origin return, which was extremely formidable. The large scorpions crawled towards Xianxia. Xianxia jumped over and tried to soar into the air. The big scorpions aimed at Xiang Nan and clicked on the pliers. A loud rumble could be heard. Every time the scorpions struck the pliers, a powerful air cannon would burst out when they collided with each other. Xiang Nan hurriedly erected his Yuan Qi shield, but his shield immediately shattered under the impact of the two air cannons. What a powerful force! Xiang Nan's heart sank. The strength of these 8-step heavenly scorpions was too frightening. Even an 8-step heavenly scorpion at the 4th level of origin return was stronger than a demonic beast at the 5th level of origin return at the 100 Beast Cliff. Moreover, they lived in groups and came out in large groups at a time. It's not appropriate to stay here for long. Move! Xiang Nan immediately used the flash steps to flee the scene as quickly as possible. However, this was the first time that his flash steps had failed. The dozen or so 10-meter-tall 8-step heavenly scorpions in front of them actually smashed the pincers together. Xiang Nan's body had just transformed into an afterimage and was about to disappear, but he was forcefully smashed out by the huge air cannon that was fired by the large number of pliers. The air cannon was like a warhammer dozens of meters long, capable of sweeping through everything. Xiang Nan used his body to block the little girl, but he suffered a direct impact and spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. These things Xiang Nan took a deep breath and slashed at the 8-step scorpion in front of him. The fierce saber light flew out and landed on the head of an 8-step scorpion. However, with a crisp ding sound, the saber light was actually bounced away by the sturdy outer shell of the 8-step scorpion. This Xiang Nan was stunned. Your saber light is still too weak to injure them. Don't fight so hard and think of a way to escape. Otherwise, you will definitely die, the little girl said quickly. However, Xiang Nan couldn't avoid it. The large scorpions circled around him, raising their claws high, colliding with Xiang Nan. Ka. The crisscrossed air cannons bombarded Xiang Nan in a messy manner, and there was no escape route. Xiang Nan dodged back and forth in the middle of the room with 12 points of energy, unable to handle it. He tried to use the giant saber to cut down an air cannon, but the result was that the giant saber almost collapsed. The power of the air cannon was no less than the Yuan Qi attack of a 4th-level origin returning realm expert. Body Tyrant Lightning Drive. Xiang Nan couldn't care less. If he continued to drag it out, he would only die of exhaustion. Another air cannon attacked. Xiang Nan directly drew his saber and chopped it down. He forcefully used his body to collide with it. Even if he forcefully endured the violent impact, he would shatter the air cannon one by one, and even if he was injured, he would still escape. More and more flying demonic beasts were circling in the sky, and they were beginning to be attracted by the commotion here. Just as the Tyrant Lightning Drive was about to help Xiang Nan reach the edge of the swamp, a large scorpion suddenly swung its long tail hook and threw a fan-shaped black wind blade at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan was shocked. He slashed down with a huge saber. The fierce saber light collided with the black wind blade in midair. The saber light was cut open by the wind blade like a fragile withered grass, and the wind blade continued to fly towards Xiang Nan. So ruthless! Xiang Nan turned around and dodged the wind blade. He felt a burning pain on his face. This was a sign of poisoning, but the pain was quickly dispelled by the effects of the 100 Spirits pill. Looking at the other 8-step scorpions, they also gave up attacking with their pincers and raised their tails. Xiang Nan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. If they released the black wind blades together, it wouldn't be enough for him to die with 100 lives. Also, what the hell was that black wind blade? It was actually even more powerful than a human's martial skill. Do you have any other methods? If you don't, there's only one way to die. The girl's expression wasn't too good either. The heavens couldn't do it, nor could they enter the earth. Xiang Nan was forced into a corner and had no other choice but to be ruthless. He raised his left hand high up. In an instant, a beam of sunlight landed on the tip of the saber, and Xiang Nan used the little sun tempering technique. When the 8-step scorpions saw the blazing sun, they were somewhat timid. They all took a few steps back, but they did not disperse. Xiang Nan took the opportunity to charge forward, but the scorpions still brandished their tail hooks and shot out black wind blades. Xiang Nan shook his body and dodged a large number of wind blades. Finally, there was a sowing that could not be dodged. so he could only forcefully chop it with his scalp. This saber felt like it was looking at a mountain. Xiangnan's saber was immediately blown away and shot into the air with a buzzing spin. The wind blade brushed past Xiangnan's back, and Xiangnan raised his right hand and quickly pulled the flying saber back with his yuan qi. Not even a little quenching of the sun would do. They were completely unable to deal with the 8-step scorpion. Go all out! Xiangnan roared, his upper body slightly bent over, and a pillar of light fiercely smashed down from the sky. Xiangnan directly used the complete sun-quenching technique, his entire body shrouded in the fierce sunlight. This time, all the scorpions were timid. They didn't dare to continue to approach Xiangnan. Instead, they chased after Xiangnan. They followed Xiangnan wherever he went, but they didn't dare to go up. A large number of scorpions were afraid of the power of the sun and didn't even dare to attack. Only a few 5th-level origin returning scorpions tentatively waved their wind blades at Xiangnan. In comparison, Xiangnan's pressure was much less. He ran wildly all the way, defending against the scorpions' attacks. However, those scorpions were not willing to let go of Xiangnan and directly followed him out of the swamp. They were actually still following him in the jungle. Xiangnan directly flew into the sky, and the dense flying demonic beasts in the air also scattered in panic. They were all very afraid of the power of the sun's power. Originally, he thought that this would be considered safe, but suddenly, a few sharp howls came from afar. First, a few small black dots appeared at the junction of heaven and earth, and then those black dots got closer and closer, becoming larger and larger. Xiangnan did not wait foolishly. He was trying his best to fly south quickly, but the few black dots were even faster. He chased after Xiangnan at nearly 3 times his speed. What the hell is this? It's so big. Xiangnan could clearly see the true faces of the little black dots at close range. They were actually 3 500-meter-tall flying gorillas. What was the concept of 500 meters? Standing in front of the 3 of them, Xiangnan was not as big as one of their toes. Damn it! There's actually such a huge creature in the world. Xiangnan was stunned. The fact that orangutans could fly was strange enough, but their bodies were a little too big. These are all ancient flying apes. The girl lowered her voice and quickly said, "Ancient creatures are huge. If you have the chance to see an ancient demonic beast, that would be truly shocking." "I'm not interested." Xiangnan flew wildly all the way, while the 3 ancient flying apes surrounded Xiangnan in a triangular shape. Judging from their eagerness, they clearly had the impulse to attack. One of the flying apes waved its huge fist in an attempt to smash Xiangnan down. Xiangnan hurriedly dodged a dive, while the flying ape's fist flashed across the sunlight and immediately let out a few chi-chi sounds. The ancient flying ape shrieked and retracted its right fist, its eyes filled with fear. These 3 ancient flying apes all possessed the strength of a Heaven Origin Realm elementary stage. To be honest, Xiangnan's power of the sun could not harm them at all. It was just that they did not understand what the power of the sun was. Only they had a natural fear of this light in their hearts. I can't hold on any longer." Xiangnan felt that the power of the sun had lasted for too long and was about to reach its limit. The 3 ancient flying apes did not dare to approach Xiangnan, nor did they want to leave just like that. On the contrary, the 3 of them were a little angry. They landed on the surrounding mountains one after another, releasing their rage in a tyrannical manner. The flying apes landed on a mountaintop and angrily bombarded the mountain with their fists. The majestic mountain peak was blasted open by a few punches. The cracks that stretched from the peak to the foot of the mountain collapsed just like that. Large chunks of rocks shot through the sky, piercing through countless flying demonic beasts in an instant. The scene was as if it was doomsday. Xiangnan dodged the flying rocks in a sorry state, feeling his scalp numb. These damned gorillas were too frightening. How terrifying was it to smash a mountain with 3 fists? "Hurry up," the girl urged. "Hurry up and think of a way to scare them away. These 3 beasts don't dare to approach you now. Wait a moment, they will lose their rationality angrily. Perhaps they will rush up." Xiangnan knew that what she said was true and did not dare to delay. He immediately became ruthless and gave it his all. Thinking of this, he immediately strengthened the quenching of the sun, and the power of the sun struck Xianxia's back with an unprecedented intensity. Xianxia bent down and desperately absorbed the power of the sun. He used the lightning-trembled martial technique to smash his fist into the air. In an instant, the sunlight spread out in a ring, and a huge ring of white light spread in all directions. Dozens of weak, flying demonic beasts were instantly wiped to ashes after being engulfed by this white light. The 3 ancient flying apes were also frightened. They didn't dare to approach the white light at all. They immediately waved their arms and fled into the distance in a sorry state. Xianxia's punch was naturally powerful enough, but the price was even greater. He immediately entered the backlash stage. The power of the sun was overused. Not good. With a buzz in his mind, Xianxia used all of his strength and flew south with the little girl. Finally, the blood in his body boiled and he fell from the sky. Thunderclap's punch had not only exhausted Xianxia's yuan qi and the power of the sun, it had also caused him to be devoured by the power of the sun. At this moment, Peng's landing sound burned him. The flames on Xianxia's body instantly sprayed out more than 2 feet tall, and then the flames rapidly contracted into his body. The skin on his body was like charcoal that was about to burn to ashes. Dots of sparks flickered in many places. The little bird anxiously jumped around on Xianxia's body, but there was nothing it could do. What kind of cultivation technique is this? The girl frowned, stretched out her fingers, and poked Xianxia's vital acupoints several times. The terrible burning pain still haunted Xianxia, and this time, his body was corroded by the unbearable cold, and he fainted instantly. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, he found himself lying flat on a bamboo bed. He wanted to do it, but he found that his entire body was in pain, and it was extremely cold. The most troublesome thing was that the backlash of the sun god technique had not disappeared yet. However, the coldness that was flowing in his body wrapped around the power of the sun and canceled each other out. However, the power of the sun was too fierce. No matter what, it could not be extinguished by the cold. It only temporarily guaranteed Xianxia's safety. "You're awake." The door was pushed open and a graceful girl walked in. Her facial features were so exquisite that no one could find a single flaw. Her long black hair was tied into a big bow. "It's you." Xianxian sucked in a breath of cold air and grasped the huge saber leaning against the bed, but he did not have the strength to lift it. Wasn't this woman the demonic woman of the heavenly demon sect that appeared in Haoyan City? She even asked herself to send a letter to Senior Half-Gourd. The girl put her hands behind her back and looked at Xianxian with a smile. "Why, can't you move it?" she said. The sun energy and cold energy in Xianxian's body fluttered everywhere, and his meridians were also in a state of disorder, unable to release any yuan qi at all. "Where's the little girl?" Xianxian gritted his teeth and shouted, "You witch! Where did you take the little girl?" The girl tilted her head and pointed at her nose. "You mean me?" "Ah!" Xianxian was suddenly stunned. This demonic woman and the little girl looked too much alike. No, they are clearly the same person. How could it be you, demonic woman? Xianxian wished he could slap himself a few times. Why didn't he recall it earlier? No wonder he always felt that the little girl looked familiar. She was actually a member of the heavenly devil religion. If I knew it was her, I shouldn't have saved her back then. I'm not called a witch. The girl sat beside Xianxian's bed and pushed him back. Xianxian struggled to sit up again. He had experienced how crazy the people of the heavenly devil religion were. "Don't move." The girl pressed down on Xianxian's chest and injected another strand of cold energy into it. "Your cultivation technique is very strange. It has left behind a few strands of extremely young residual energy in your body, but it can't be dispersed. With my 5th level Xiantian realm, I can only temporarily restrain those few strands of masculinity. Looks like if you want to survive, you can only return to the Haoran sect to find your master. Do you still remember me?" Xianxian touched his face. Could it be that the effects of his aging pill had passed? "Of course I remember. We met once in Haoyan City, didn't we?" The girl touched Xianxian's forehead and said, "Don't worry. You saved my life earlier. I won't let you go this time. We're still in the primordial swamp. I've already found the best alchemist there. I'll be back in a moment. Sure enough, within the time it took to make a cup of tea, an elderly alchemist pushed the door open with a cradle on his arm. He first helped Xianxia with his pulse, then examined Xianxia's eyelids. Finally, he frowned and said, "This old man has never seen this kind of illness before. I have 2 excellent Millennium Spirit ginseng stalks here. Help him to drink it and see if it can be relieved." Heh! Another 1,000-year-old spirit ginseng. The girl shook her head and grabbed the old man's head. Immediately after, the old man turned into a dried corpse. "Damn it, what are you doing?" Xianxia watched this scene helplessly, but he couldn't stop it. He immediately roared angrily. "What are you doing? He can't cure you. Of course he wants to kill you. If you can't cure it, you have to kill it. What kind of logic is this? How can you kill for no reason?" Xianxia's eyes were red with anger. The girl didn't care either. She took out 2 2,000-year-old spirit ginseng from the cradle of the dead old man and said, "Wait, I'll make some medicine for you." As she spoke, she turned around and went to the outer room. Xianxia lay motionless on the bed, feeling extremely aggrieved. After the girl brought the ginseng soup, Xianxia directly knocked over the bowl of medicine and said coldly, "I don't need you to take care of me." The girl sucked in the soup with her mouth, and before the medicine could land on the ground, it was sucked into her mouth. Immediately after, she pinched open Xianxia's mouth to mouth, and swallowed the soup into Xianxia's mouth. Then, she pushed Xianxia's back and Xianxia swallowed it with a grunt. "Bah! Bah!" Xianxia spat and wiped his mouth hard. "What are you doing?" The girl giggled. "Look at you. You have such a big temper. You were obviously very gentle to me earlier. I didn't know your identity back then." Xianxia pointed at the old man on the ground. "This old gentleman is old, yet he is picking herbs in such a dangerous place. How can you kill him ruthlessly?" The girl said, "Why should I pity the lives of others and treat myself unfairly? You have such a strange idea." Xianxia knew that if he tried to reason with the people of the heavenly devil religion, it would be a waste of effort and he wouldn't even open his mouth. "Also, my name is not Demoness. My name is Meng Dai. The journey to Donghai province is not short. I will deliver you safely." Late at night, the dream butterfly floated high up in the air in Nameless Town. Behind her, there were 3 black dragons circling around. The 3 black dragons were alive, but they emitted a serious evil aura. The 3 dragons circled around the dream butterfly. If one looked closely, there was another shadow with a blurry outline besides the 3 black dragons. Those shadows tried to condense several times, but all of them failed. Meng Dai muttered to herself, "For some reason, my 9 dragons heavenly fiend cultivation technique is 40% complete. I can't practice it anyway. Earlier, I almost lost my life to a devil. This time, I must go back and ask my master for advice." There were many people in the town who were sleeping late. They were standing on the ground, staring at Dream Butterfly in shock. Dream Butterfly glanced at them with the corner of her eyes. She raised her right hand and those people turned into dried corpses and fell to the ground, turning into powder. Xianxia suddenly felt a burning sensation in his sleep, followed by a bone-chilling cold. 2 contradictory situations appeared in his body at the same time, tormenting him to the point that he tossed and turned, sweating profusely. Half asleep and half awake, he saw Mu Dai feeding him ginseng soup in a trance. The next morning, Meng Dai helped Xianxia to set off. When he walked out of the house and saw that the town was empty, Xianxia frowned. "This scene again? Was it you who did it?" Meng Dai said, "So what if I do? Do you still have the strength to kill me?" Xianxia said angrily, "Are you addicted to killing?" "No." Meng Dai's words made Xianxia choke half to death. The dream butterfly wrapped its yuan qi around Xianxia's body and flew towards the eastern sea province in the south. When they arrived at Border City, Meng Dai arranged an inn for Xianxia. She smiled and said, "Lay down here obediently. I'll go do something." Outside the Border City, The heavenly demon sect was launching their third death attack, and a great battle was about to begin. Luo Fei's expression was gloomy, and he was ready to risk his life again. But at this moment, a message suddenly flashed through the sky and landed behind the heavenly devil cult. Immediately after, the densely packed heavenly devil cult retreated like a tidal wave. "General, this is," a deputy general pointed at the retreating heavenly demon sect members in confusion. Luo Fei frowned deeply. "I don't know what they are up to. In short, we must tighten the embankment and not relax." "Yes." The lieutenant general nodded. "Everyone, don't let down your guard. Continue to maintain level 1 alert." On the other side, Dream Butterfly had already taken Xianxia away from Border City and continued south. The speed at which a heavenly Yuan realm martial artist flew was extremely fast. Xianxia had traveled nearly 300,000 kilometers, flying for more than a month. However, if a heavenly Yuan expert like Dream Butterfly were to fly at full speed, they would be able to arrive in about 4 to 5 days. However, Xianxia was often sick, so Dream Butterfly had no choice but to stop at any time to suppress the power of the sun for him. The next day, the two landed in a city. Meng Dai ordered a table of delicate dishes. She did not eat it herself, but only looked at Xianxia with a smile on her chin. Originally, Xianxia could not eat, but his body was weak. He was tormented to death by the power of one sun and one yin, so he could not endure without replenishing his food. "Come here." Meng Dai hooked her fingers at the waiter. She was already very outstanding, and almost half of the diners in the restaurant were looking at her. The waiter smiled and ran over. "What do you have to say?" Meng Dai said, "Is there any famous doctor in this city?" "Yes." The waiter hurriedly said, "We have a Tier 3 alchemist in South City. He has a reputation. No matter what kind of difficult and complicated illness he has, it's right to look for him. This is that. The price is a little high." "I see. Go." Meng Dai waved her hand, but the waiter stared blankly at her face. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't move. "Do I look good?" Meng Dai raised her head and asked with a smile. The waiter subconsciously nodded and said in a daze, "It looks good." "How beautiful?" Meng Dai asked with a smile. The waiter said, "You look good. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen in my life." "Oh." Dream Butterfly dragged her chin, her rootless and translucent long fingernails swaying back and forth. She was exceptionally enchanting. "Then if you see someone more beautiful than me, wouldn't I be the most beautiful girl?" she said. As she spoke, her right hand slightly shook, and an afterimage flashed by. The waiter suddenly covered his face and fell to the ground, screaming miserably as he rolled on the ground. On the table, there were 2 blood-colored sparkling eyeballs. "Damonis!" Xianxia angrily kicked the table and said with a huge saber in his hand, "You hurt innocent people again. Today, I will fight you." Meng Dai put her hands on her cheeks and looked at Xianxia charmingly. "Good brother, why are you so fierce to me? Didn't you say that you wanted to protect me in the primordial swamp?" Actually, this Dream Butterfly looked to be in her early 20s, a few years older than Xianxia, but she was clearly teasing Xianxia by calling her brother Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed the saber and chopped at her. However, she raised her white jade-like palm slightly and used her 2 fingernails to grab the weak blade. The surrounding diners were all stunned and fled in a panic. The Dream Butterfly grabbed Xianxia's arm and said, "Good brother, let's go. I will definitely protect you and take good care of you." After saying that, she carried Xianxia and soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that flew straight to South City. The reputation of a Tier 3 alchemist could be said to be prominent in such a medium-sized city. Not only were there many people coming to seek treatment, there were even many martial artists waiting outside with spirit herbs in their hands, wanting the alchemist to help them refine pills. However, this alchemist was very arrogant. He only received 5 guests a day, and 1 more was missing. The alchemist's residence was a quiet and elegant manor with 4 floors of courtyards. The first and last floors were gardens. A little boy stood proudly at the door and said to the crowd in line, "Master has already received 4 people today, and there is still 1 last spot. Who exactly are you going to come? Everyone fought for themselves. Several ferocious martial artists pulled out their long sabers on the spot, scaring everyone back. One of the bearded third-stage Guyuan warriors shouted, "The last spot today is mine. Whoever dares to snatch it from me, I will take his dog's life." At this time, Dream Butterfly landed with Xianxia. The moment she landed, she released Xianxia and her body turned into a black shadow that whistled past. Immediately after, before Xianxia's body weakened, she returned to her original position, supported Xianxia's arm, and said to the little boy, "It's my turn." The little boy was stunned for a moment. He pointed at the people standing on the spot and said, "There are so many people. You came the last. Why? Why hadn't the last 3 words been spoken yet?" Everyone on the scene had actually fallen to the ground calmly, head after head rolling on the ground. The darkness crushed more than 100 people, and in an instant, they all died. Even the strong man at the 3rd level of origin return didn't have time to let out a miserable scream. "I'm the only one left." Dream Butterfly smiled. The little boy had never seen such a scene before, and he was so frightened that he cried loudly and ran into the courtyard. "You killed again." Xianxia was going crazy with anger. Dream Butterfly took Xianxia inside and kept comforting him along the way. "Good brother, don't worry. I didn't kill your family. Why are you in such a hurry? I'll kill you. Be good. Oh, wait until we're done with our illness before slaughtering you." Within the manor, a white-bearded old man was waiting by the pill furnace, seemingly refining some kind of pill. Before the little boy could arrive, Meng Dai had already brought Xianxia in. She said, "Old sir, treat my brother." The alchemist was sitting in the imperial chair with a teacup in his hand. He only raised his eyes to glance at Xianxia and said, "Haha, I can't tell what happened to this young master." "Oh? Really?" Dream Butterfly revealed 5 sharp fingernails. The alchemist didn't care and said, "I've seen many threats. If you don't have any other methods, then please go back." Dream Butterfly took out a pointed white hat from her storage ring and put it on her head. The alchemist was so frightened that he almost slipped off the chair. He hurriedly supported the table and chair and sat back down. He said, "Quick, hurry up and bring young master over. This old man will give him a pulse." The alchemist gave the Xianxia pulse a full 10 minutes before revealing an ugly expression. "This young master has 2 powers in his body. One is yin and the other is yang. They are entangled and restricted by each other. I have never heard of these 2 powers before. With my 3-legged cat's kung fu, I'm afraid. Can't you see?" Meng Dai's expression turned cold as she reached out her right hand towards the alchemist. Xianxia was quick-witted. He had already expected her to kill someone, so he hurriedly grabbed her wrist and coughed, You dare!" Looking at the alchemist again, his face had already turned pale from fear. Meng Dai nodded and withdrew her life-threatening right hand. She said, "Give my good brother a prescription. Even if he can't be cured, at the very least, I need to make sure that he doesn't die within a few days. This is still possible." The alchemist wiped away his cold sweat and wrote down the names of dozens of spirit herbs on the paper. Then, he handed the prescription to Meng Dai trembling. "Young master is in a strange state. With the help of those strands of cold energy, this recipe should be able to maintain young master's lifespan for 2 to 3 days. However, once the 3-day limit expires, you must find a better spiritual herb to eat. Otherwise," the alchemist summoned the boy who had cried in fright several times, grabbed dozens of spiritual herbs according to the prescription, and even helped Xianxia make medicinal pills on the spot, but he didn't even dare to take the money. If he dared to accept the heavenly devil religion's money, would he still want to die? Dream Butterfly helped Xianxia continue on his way. The journey was not smooth. Although she flew fast enough, Xianxia would occasionally explode. She had to stop and give Xianxia a fresh breath of cold air and feed Xianxia a medicinal pill. Medicinal pills and pills were only different in name order, but they were 2 different things. The scene of Dream Butterfly taking care of Xianxia was exactly the same as when Xianxia took care of her in the primordial forest. The only difference was that Xiang Nan would not kill at that time. It was night, and the two of them landed in a forest. The dream butterfly was bored and started a bonfire. Xiang Nan really didn't want to talk to her, but after enduring a few times, he finally couldn't help but ask, "Can we discuss something?" Meng Dai's eyes immediately lit up and she said, "Are you willing to talk to me?" Xiang Nan said, "Can you stop killing people casually? Other people are also raised by their parents. Why are they killed by you for no reason?" Meng Dai rolled her eyes and said, "I really don't understand you so-called decent people. Killing people is like eating rabbits by wolves. It's just a cycle of the heavenly Tao. There's no need to make you so angry. Then can he be the same?" Xiang Nan said angrily, "Wolves eat wild rabbits to survive. Could it be that you also killed to survive?" All right, I'll listen to you. Don't be angry." Meng Dai curled her lips, clearly unhappy. "Also, so what, my good brother?" Dream Butterfly was helpless. Xiang Nan said, "I want to be convenient. Please excuse yourself." Meng Dai's eyes lit up again. "Let me take a look." "What?" Xiang Nan was stunned, as if he had heard wrongly. "Nothing." Meng Dai covered her mouth and giggled, sending Xiang Nan into the bushes. These corrupt cultivators had strange personalities, and their temperaments changed from time to time, making it hard for others to understand. When Xiang Nan staggered out with the tree trunk, the dream butterfly was using yuan qi to cut the tree into boards and wrap the boards around it into wooden barrels. Then it poured clear spring water and used yuan qi to heat the spring water. "I haven't taken a bath since the primordial swamp. My body stinks." Meng Dai walked up and took off Xiang Nan's clothes. "What are you doing?" Stop. Xiang Nan was stripped clean 3 times and 5 times before being thrown into the wooden barrel. "Your body is weak. I'll help you wash it. You know, I've never served anyone before." After saying that, Dream Butterfly also began to take off her clothes. Xiang Nan hurriedly closed his eyes. "Do you still have any shame? Don't you know the difference between men and women?" However, the dream butterfly didn't care at all and had already entered with one leg. "Wait for me. Sooner or later, I will kill you." All right. Xiang Nan had encountered many enemies, and Xiang Nan had fought many battles. However, Xiang Nan had never experienced such a thing as being kidnapped by an enemy and the enemy healing him. He did not know how to deal with it. However, no matter what, killing so many innocent people for no reason was something that Xiang Nan could not tolerate. However, that dream butterfly's personality was just like that. She did not want to look down on people's lives. But in her eyes, killing people was the same principle as beasts hunting for food. There was no psychological burden on her. One night later, she continued to bring Xiang Nan along and landed in a city halfway to search for better spiritual herbs. Unfortunately, she had just promised Xiang Nan not to kill anyone yesterday, and this time, she had started a massacre, killing a spirit herb shop. Of course, she don't have any money with her. How can she get the spiritual herbs without killing people? Xiang Nan was angry several times, but unfortunately, he was powerless to recover. On the 7th day, Dream Butterfly finally sent Xiang Nan back to Haoyan City and parted at the gate of Haoran sect. "Good brother." Meng Dai stroked Xiang Nan's chin and said, "You saved my life. You've seen my body. From now on, I'm yours. I still need to look for you in a few days. I will propose marriage to you at that time." Xiang Nan thought that she was talking madness again and didn't bother to pay attention. So he turned around and went back to his sect. Should we let Master come out and get rid of this demonic woman? Keeping her would be a big problem. However, he turned around and saw that there was no trace of the dream butterfly. Haoran sect. Master Xiang Nan sat down outside the Sun Palace, feeling as if he had returned home. His nervous tension immediately relaxed. Suit Sayue's shadow flashed and grabbed Xiang Nan's arm. "Have you been bitten back? Follow me and I will help you expel the residual energy." Xiang Nan relaxed and felt surrounded by a great sense of security. He immediately fainted. Su Kaiyue put Xiang Nan in the place where she often practiced martial arts and let Xiang Nan sit cross-legged. "Thank you, Master." Xianxia woke up and turned around. Don't speak. Su Kaiyue interrupted Xianxia and placed her right index finger on Xianxia's chest. After investigating Xianxia's body, Su Kaiyue said, "There are two kinds of power in your body. One is the power of the sun of our sect, and the other is a very cold power that entangles the power of the sun. Fortunately, this cold energy exists. Otherwise, the remaining sun energy will flow into your spiritual sea. If that happens, even if you are lucky enough to survive, your cultivation will be destroyed. Now, let me extract the power of the sun from your body." As she spoke, Su Tsayue's fingers emitted a pulling force. The force did not enter Xianxia's body, but served as a guide. The power of the sun in Xianxia's body seemed to have seen even more delicious food. It quickly ran from Xianxia's body to Su Tsayue's body, and was slightly shaken by Su Tsayue's body, immediately dissipating. "Master, aren't you going to ask me how that cold energy came about?" Xianxia asked curiously. "Individuals have their own good fortune. Why should I ask?" This time, Su Kaiyue changed her method. She no longer used her fingers to pull him, but instead directly attracted him. A powerful force instantly sucked out the cold energy that remained in Xianxia's body, and Su Kaiyue threw it into the air. Those streaks of cold energy quickly condensed into black marks in the air, causing the temperature of the scene to drop considerably. "Not yet." Su Kaiyue injected a pure yuan qi into Xianxia with her Haoyan pure yuan technique and said, "Your meridians are already in complete disorder. Let me help you sort them out now." After everything was done, Xianxia's body still felt very weak, but the vigorous power in his body began to slowly recover. "Restore yourself. There's no problem anymore." Su Kaiyue nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. Xianxia took a deep breath and drew circles in front of his chest with both hands. He also began to circulate the Haoyan pure essence technique. The backlash lasted for too long, and the damage done to Xianxia was too long. Xianxia had recovered for 2 days and 2 nights before he finally recovered to his peak condition. He ate something casually and washed up briefly before quickly rushing to the credit hall. When he returned, he had already wasted nearly 3 days in order to expel the remnants of the sun's power from his body. He did not know if the contribution he had obtained this time would be able to reach the highest ranking on the Eagle rankings. After arriving at the credit hall, the students in the Eagle Hall immediately noticed Xianxia. Because the Suns had improved rapidly a few times in the past, Xianxia had already become a famous super team on the Eagle rankings. Everyone paid too much attention to Xianxia. Many students had already handed in their assignments and were ready to leave, but when they saw Xianxia enter, they hurriedly followed him back. "Guess how many rankings Xianxia's Suns can improve this time?" Someone muttered softly. The person next to him replied, "I estimate that he will only be able to increase his rank by 50 if he survives, because he is already a second-class team and is also doing a second-class mission." "Yes, that makes sense." The person who spoke first thought so and said, "First-class missions are all very simple. It is still relatively easy for him to advance quickly, but second-class missions are very difficult." "I don't think so." Another person interrupted, "I'm afraid that Xianxia will take on a second-class special mission this time. I think he might be able to increase his ranking by 70 to 80. Don't tell me you've forgotten that he picked 3 seniors from the second-grade academy on his own." The content of their round was related to the ranking mechanism of the Eagle rankings. Previously, when Xianxia was a first-class team, the maximum increase in the upper limit was 50 places. That was to prevent anyone from cheating and occupy the Eagle rankings with just one perfect mission. However, after the team reached the second level, this rule was changed, and the upper limit was changed to a maximum of 100. This was because if a team could rely on doing missions to advance to this level, they would basically be able to avoid the suspicion of cheating. The student who said that Xianxia could increase his ranking by 70 to 80 places guessed that Xianxia's ranking would increase by more than 50 places and less than 100 places based on this rule. Everyone was discussing as they waited to see the final result. If it weren't for the dignified Eagle Palace, they would have been willing to make a bet. As for how they talked, Xianxia didn't listen. He was still waiting for himself to finish his task and quickly improve his resistance to electricity. After the staff at the window counter took over Xiangnan's mission scroll, they were stunned for a moment, and then they carefully confirmed it. A shocked expression appeared on his face. "This is your reward." The staff member maintained a surprised expression and returned the waste token to Xiangnan. 2 second-grade special missions, a total of 200 credits, plus the 50 credits that Xiangnan had previously left behind, gave him a total of 250 credits at his waist. After receiving the waste token, he turned to look at the Eagle rankings. To be honest, he didn't know how many rankings he could improve. Because he wasn't the only one who knew how to do special missions, and there were many experts who were also doing them, the competition was about the speed at which a mission could be completed. Presumably, there shouldn't be too few of them, right? Xiangnan murmured to himself. Although he had spent more than a month on this mission, it wasn't a very fast time among the teams doing special missions. However, he had already completed 2 missions. After completing 2 missions in the time of a special mission, he was afraid that he should at least increase his ranking by more than 150. This was an optimistic view of his ranking in Xiangnan's heart. At the same time, all the students who stayed behind also raised their heads high and watched as the staff member climbed up high, erasing the name of the Suns from the 300th place. Then the staff member continued to climb. How many will there be? Why am I even more nervous now than when I saw my team improve their rankings? Everyone started discussing. They weren't really supportive of Xiangnan. Rather, they were expecting miracles to be human traits. Everyone wanted to see if Xiangnan could do better. However, the staff member had already climbed past the height of 250 people. "Look, I told you. Xiangnan will definitely not only increase his rank by 50, the student said smugly. Everyone began to get excited. Seeing that the staff had already climbed past the height of 200 and were still climbing up, the excitement in everyone's eyes had already turned into shock. "What? You've already climbed past the 100th rank? And you're still going up?" When the worker reached the 150th altitude, Xiangnan nodded and thought to himself that he would probably stop here. However, the result surprised Xiangnan himself. That staff member was actually still moving up. "Damn it!" Someone cried out in alarm. "How many missions has Xiangnan done? It's already 150, and it's still rising." In the end, the staff member stopped at the 100th place. He was slightly shocked on the Eagle list. All teams below the 99th place collectively fell by 1 ranking. In the gap behind the 99, the staff member wrote down the words, "Team Suns" and "Peak Suns" in a dragon-like manner. "Wow!" An incredulous exclamation rang out from the crowd. The Suns had increased their rankings by 200. He had already entered the top 100 ranks. In other words, Xiangnan was still the fastest at completing the same level of difficulty. Warm applause rang out for the Suns once again. The reason why Xiangnan's Suns would cause quite a stir every time they upgraded their rankings was partly because Xiangnan was too outstanding. He supported a team by himself, and every time he upgraded, it would be the highest limit. On the other hand, they thought that the Suns were special because there was only one team in the entire Howren sect that belonged to the Sun Peak. This scene caused Xiangnan's blood to boil, and he couldn't help but feel excited. "Master, it would be great if you could see this scene as well. This disciple must make those who once ridiculed Sun Peak look at Sun Peak in a new light." Originally, after completing the mission this time, Xiangnan was prepared to rest for a period of time and wholeheartedly greet the special college examination, striving to enter the 2nd grade academy. However, since he was already so close to the 1st place, he decided to do it to the end. "Hello? I want to take another mission." Xiangnan turned around and found that the staff member was also very excited. "I've been waiting for your words." The staff member immediately brought over the mission list and said, "I'm still waiting to see if you can continue to refresh the history of the Hawk rankings." "Thank you." Xiangnan took over the mission directory to see if he could find a special mission that would take less time. "Eh?" Xiangnan's eyes froze as he landed on a mission list. This mission made Xiangnan feel a little strange. Mission details. Rank 2 special mission, refining 10 essence transformation pills. Mission duration, 3 days, 100 credits rewarded. This Xianxia pointed at the mission and asked the staff member. The last time I saw it, there was no such mission. Why did it suddenly come out? What surprised Xianxia was that after the new disciples entered the sect, there was indeed a peak demand for origin transformation pills. Many Xiantian realm students would exchange for origin transformation pills, but Xianxia had already seen it last time. The nature sect's origin transformation pills were still well stocked. Could it be that another batch of new disciples have entered the sect? The staff member was not obliged to answer such a question, but he had a good impression of Xianxia and said, yes. After a few words from the staff, Xianxia finally understood the cause and effect. 15 days later, the first-grade college would conduct a special examination and recruit 10 first-grade students to enter the second-grade college. However, this was not a formal entrance examination. The formal entrance examination was called the Academy Examination. It was the collective examination of the entire first-grade and second-grade colleges. At that time, there was no limit to the 10 lists. As long as you had enough talent, you could enter a higher-grade college. However, due to some time ago, the various sects of the Haotian Empire decided to make a big fuss over this academy exam after discussion. In other words, the academy exam of the second-grade academy this time would be a joint exam of 12 sects. At that time, another 11 sects would also come to the Haoran sect to take the exam with the second-grade students of the Haoran sect. To put it bluntly, it would be a competition of superiority and inferiority. In this 12-sect joint examination, if the disciples of the Haoran sect obtained excellent results, they would naturally enter a higher-grade academy. As for the other 11 second- or third-grade disciples, if they achieved good results, they would be promoted to core disciples after returning to their own sections. This was the first time that Xianxia had managed to catch up with the 12 joint examinations. Of course, the prerequisite was that Xianxia could pass the special college examination and enter the second-grade academy. As for the origin transformation pills, they weren't prepared for the Haoran sect. Everyone knew that the Haoran sect had spared no effort in helping other sects. Therefore, before the 12 joint examinations, the Haoran sect would send a team of excellent teachers and disciples to visit a large group of people and preach martial arts in those sections. These essence transformation pills were actually gifts that the patrol team had to bring to other sects. So that's the case. Xianxia laughed. The staff member nodded and said, yes. Our Blue Tide continent has always been ranked at the bottom among the other continents. It is precisely the Blue Tide continent's second and third grade sects, other than our Haoran sect, that are too weak. That's why our Haoran sect came up with this idea. We'll bring along the other sects and give a lecture on our martial arts techniques and martial arts theories to the other sections. Everyone will exchange what they have for what they have. Haha! This is a good thing. Xianxia nodded excitedly. He was also proud of being able to join such an open-minded sect. Then I will accept this mission. I will seize the time to complete it. Xianxia accepted the mission and immediately ran in the direction of Zhaohua Peak. A good thing was a good thing, but the pressure also came. It was the same as Xianxia competing not only with his fellow disciples, but also with the other 11 disciples of the sect. This was the first joint examination of the 12 sections. If he could get a good ranking, he would definitely give the Haoran sect face to Taiyang Feng. However, if he failed miserably, he would lose face to the entire the Haotian Empire. What was the reason? Only the Haoran sect had the academy grade setting. The other sects only had the difference between outer disciples and core disciples. The students of the second-grade college of the Haoran sect were generally at the 2nd to 5th level of the origin return realm. As for the other sects, they didn't have any so-called few-grade colleges, so they would use their cultivation realms as the assessment criteria, and they would select a group of powerful experts at the 2nd to 5th level of origin return to participate in the academy exam. Perhaps these people had already stayed in their own sect for 3 to 4 years, or even 4 to 5 years. Whether it was combat experience or martial arts, they weren't necessarily inferior to the disciples of the Haoran sect. At this moment, Xianxia was only at the first level of origin return. If he were to enter the 12-sect joint examination, he would be at the bottom. The pressure on him would still be tremendous. After Xianxia arrived at the fortune peak, he immediately started the preparatory work for refining the essence transformation pill. At this moment, there were high-grade senior brothers and sisters from Fortune Peak in the other pill rooms. They were also stepping up their efforts to refine the origin transformation pill, planning to produce a large batch of pills. For Xianxia, refining the essence transformation pill was no longer a problem. With this good pill room, a good pill furnace, and a good pill fire, Xianxia could refine a top-grade essence transformation pill every 3 hours. He didn't stop day and night, and it took him 30 hours to complete the preparation of 10 top-grade origin transformation pills. He didn't care about resting and hurried down the mountain to the credit hall. However, at the entrance of the credit hall, he saw a large group of people shouting something lively. He didn't know who they were watching. Who has such great influence? Xianxia was slightly shocked and squeezed into the crowd. Normally, there were many people in the credit hall, but most of them were inside the credit hall. This time, there were so many people gathered at the entrance, which attracted Xianxia's attention. Those students all squeezed in like crazy. Xianxia tried a few times but was pushed out again. He was helpless and could not use force against his fellow disciples. He could only follow the example of other disciples standing on the periphery and use his yuan qi to condense a thick air cushion under his feet. Only then could he stand up and barely see the situation in the middle of the crowd. It turned out that these disciples were surrounded by a tall female disciple. That female disciple looked to be around 19 or 20 years old, and her realm was the heaven origin realm. She was extremely powerful. This female disciple was very tall. Even if she was standing among a group of male disciples, she was still outstanding. She was probably 1.8 meters tall. Moreover, she had a pair of shocking long legs. This figure was rare among women that Xianxia had seen. A 19-year-old heavenly yuan expert would probably only be able to see him in the Haoran sect. Who is that? Xianxia asked a disciple beside him. The disciple glanced at Xianxia with disdain. He originally didn't intend to answer Xianxia, but after seeing Xianxia's appearance, he smiled and said, "So it's Xianxia of the Suns. You don't know that. That's our Haoran sect's famous senior sister Xueqi, Mu Sueki, the daughter of a prominent family in Haojing. Originally, the proud sons of heaven in Haojing did not have to come all the way to join the Haoran sect, because Haojing itself had a royal college. The royal college was an official sect, officially established by the Haoyan Empire. Its overall strength was on par with the Haoran sect, while the Haoran sect was a folk sect. The supreme leader of the royal college was the emperor of the Haoyan Empire, the #1 expert of the Haoyan Empire, Emperor Haoyan. As for Haoran sect's sect master, Elder Zhang Haoran of the Heavenly Tao, he was the second strongest expert in the Hao Tian Empire. Although there was little friction between the royal college and the various sects, there was also a sensitive situation where officials and civilians were opposed. Therefore, the royal college had specially selected a few proud children who could have entered the royal college, but were sent to the folk sect to reconcile the relationship between the government and the sect. Mu Sueki was one of them, and she was also one of the most outstanding amongst the proud children of heaven. Firstly, she came from Haojing. Secondly, she came from a prominent background. Thirdly, she had an extraordinary position in the Haoran sect, and she was also the champion of the last academy exam. Coupled with her outstanding appearance, she was known as the Flower of Haoran, and was one of the top beauties of the Haoran sect. However, in Xianxia's eyes, Mu Sueki's appearance was still slightly inferior to his master, Su Kaiwe. However, Su Kaiwe was the peak master, and no one else had the chance to see her. As for Xianxia, who was always guarding Su Kaiwe, the beautiful master, he naturally didn't value Mu Sueki's appearance that much. She was the champion of the last academy exam? Xianxia nodded slightly. He was indeed a very powerful person. You still don't know, do you? The nearby disciple added. Senior Sister Xueqi is the #1 expert of the 3rd grade academy. This time, she will represent the Haoran sect and follow the other teachers to the other 11 sects to lecture on martial arts. Oh? She's one of them. Xianxia deeply believed that a senior sister with this kind of strength would naturally be able to demonstrate the strength of the nature sect by preaching to the other 11 sects. At this moment, a floating man dressed in white suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside Mu Sueki. Xueqi, you're back. The man smiled faintly. It was Xiang Nan's guide, Zhang Yunfan. I heard that in 2 days you will be heading to the sect to preach with your mentors. That's why you came back, right? Zhang Yunfan said. Wow, it's senior brother Yunfan. Many disciples' eyes flashed with envy. The highest realm limit of a third-grade student was the first level of Heavenly Yuan, while Mu Sueki and Zhang Yunfan were both at the first level of Heavenly Yuan. This meant that the two of them represented the strongest fighting strength of a third-grade college. Yes, Mu Sueki smiled faintly and said, I have always been training outside. I only realized that there are so many junior brothers and junior sisters when I come back this time. Just a faint smile from Mu Sueki caused the male disciples to be intoxicated, and it also caused the female disciples to be quite dissatisfied. Xiang Nan secretly nodded. It could be seen that senior brother Yunfan had some admiration for senior sister Mu Sueki. As the saying goes, the two of them were very compatible in terms of strength and appearance. However, although Mu Sueki was also very close to Zhang Yunfan, she had always maintained such a distance. It seemed that she was more affectionate towards Zhang Yunfan from the same sect than from a man and woman. Xiang Nan smiled sincerely and thought to himself, Come on, senior brother Yunfan. A female 100 clans pleaded for senior sister Xueqi to be caught. With Zhang Yunfan's extraordinary temperament, it shouldn't be difficult to move Mu Sueki's heart. Yes. Zhang Yunfan felt a little disappointed when he saw the faint sense of distance in Mu Sueki's eyes. But he didn't show it. He said, Why are you standing at the entrance of the credit hall? Shouldn't you be going to discuss the itinerary of the sermon with your mentors now? Mu Sueki shook her head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, but did not answer. At this moment, Zhang Yunfan remembered that it wasn't Mu Sueki who wanted to flaunt the market at the entrance. It was she who was enthusiastically surrounded by her junior brothers and sisters when she passed by. At this time, Xiang Nan did not need to continue watching. He went around the crowd and entered the credit hall to hand in the task. Next, the Howran sect will be very lively. First, there was the Special Academy examination, and then there was the 12-sect joint examination. I'm busy. How lively it was outside had nothing to do with Xiang Nan. He no longer went to see it. After handing over the task, he received a reward of 100 credits. At this time, there weren't many people in the Hawk Palace. They were all outside admiring Mu Sueki's elegant demeanor. This time, they will regret that they missed another record on the Eagle rankings. The staff member smiled and pointed at the Eagle roll. A person in charge of the Eagle rankings had already climbed up the ladder, erasing the suns from the 100th position and continuing to climb up. The few disciples who stayed in the Hawk Palace all looked up in surprise. Heavens! The suns are going to improve again. Why is it so fast? Could it be that, in a short day, Xiang Nan has completed another special mission? That's impossible. Perhaps it's a second-class high-level mission. Let's see how high that Eagle ranking staff member will climb. The people outside were extremely excited about Mu Sueki's return. Inside the Hawk Palace, everyone was filled with anticipation because of the sun's new ranking. More than 50. Someone cried out in alarm. The 40th place has passed. Holy shit! Someone cried out in surprise. He quickly covered his mouth and whispered, 30! Still going up. Xiang Nan clenched his fists and thought to himself, a little higher. Let my sun peak rank higher. 20. Although the number of people on the scene was small, it caused a sensation all of a sudden. Heavens! This is the highest time in the history of the Hawk Palace that a first-grade academy team has climbed. No, it's still rising. Those students simply couldn't believe their eyes. They all tugged at their hair and stared at the Eagle rankings with their eyes wide open. The staff member had already climbed to the 10th place, but he was still climbing up. At this moment, the Hawk Palace was deathly silent. Not even a single sound could be heard. The students who were watching the Hawk rankings could no longer describe their shock with any expression, because the staff member was still crawling. In the end, the staff climbed to the peak, knocking all the teams on the Eagle rankings back by 1 place. At the top of the Eagle rankings, there were 6 words written in huge scarlet letters. Suns? Sun's Peak? The entire arena exploded. and those students shouted loudly, and some even cursed randomly. I've reached the top. Sun Peak, who hasn't been ranked on the Eagle rankings for many years, has reached the top of the honor list. Xianxia was also excited. He fiercely clenched his fists and thought to himself, "Beautiful!